โอ้
เฮ้ยเพลงเพลินเลยกูมาแล้วพูดยากอะเนี่ยอามาเกดอนจำชื่อชื่อ ability ยังไม่ได้เลยปืดคอว่ะกรอบกล้องพี่นะบ่งบอกปะแล้วแชทไปอยู่ตรงนี้ได้ไงวะจัดเลเยอร์ยังไงดีวะเนี่ยเอานี่ไปอยู่ตรงแผนที่แล้วกันนะจะบังแผนที่หน่อยๆไม่เป็นไรมั้ยใช่ปะคิดถึงลาเกียว่ะไอ้สัสเอาใหญ่ๆเลยครับวันนี้ทารอนชนะสวัสดีครับราตรีสวัสดิ์อ้าวนอนบ่ายแล้วเนี่ยทีมที่อยากดูที่สุดครับมาแล้วทางเรียนจีมาด่ามันบอกแล้วไอ้สองคนนั้นไอ้เมอร์โนมาด่าโหดเป็นไงผมบอกแล้วว่า NRG เมื่อวานถ้าใคร100 ติ๊บกับพี่เอ๋ยนี่ก็เจอกันเลยนะผมจะเปิดเพจแล้วเนี่ยเปิดเพจแต่ยังคิดชื่อสำนักไม่ออกต้องไปถามพี่เอ๋ยก่อนวันนี้พี่ดิกครับทารอน20แล้วก็เจนจี21แล้วกันถือว่าให้เกียรติกันเดี๋ยวบะหมี่เอาเป็นน้ำ2 อันเลยนะขี้เกียจกินให้ฝืดคอสวัสดีน้องฟาร์ม
and we're gonna have a good time today.
We are.
Good to
วิกตอเรียพี่วิกตอเรีย นี่มันพี่แฮปปี้คนเลี้ยงหมูมึงรู้อย่างพี่เฮเดกับ EDG ได้มานะมาสเตอร์แบง
อะไร
คอก
นะ
พี่เฮเดได้มา VCT มาสเตอร์แบงคอก
นี่ลู
พี่ไก่ไอ้เงี้ยพี่ไก่สายบนมาเลยสัสเหมือนทีส่ง EDG ไปเคลียร์สายล่างมาไงไม่รู้จริงเลยคือทีส่ง EDG ลงไปอะคือสายล่างนี่มันฝันร้ายสัสๆมันจะเกิดขึ้นอีกครั้งในแปซิฟิกครับที่เปเปอร์เล็กลงไปสายล่าง สายลังวะอืมสวัสดีครับ
Heavy anti
ระหว่างรอเราเข้าไปดูนี่เนี่ยอารอนคลาสสิกสวัสดีครับตาหนอย อันนี้อันนี้อันใหม่ใช่ไหมนึงนะนี่เป็นไงอันนี้ของอันก่อน24อันนี้อันใหม่มีสีม่วงมาเพิ่มอุ้ยคนนี้เขาดันแรงรัวๆเลยวะก็จะไปเรเดียนสวัสดีครับผมดีครับพี่ออฟกลายเป็นพี่ออฟไปแล้วเหรอ
Match found.
พี่ส้มสวัสดีครับวันนี้ขอให้สนุกต้องออกไปข้างนอกโอดูฟอร์มท่านเลยเชียร์เผื่อเลยได้เลยจ้าเกมยูทาร้อนแล้วครับ พี่อ่ะเป็นทารอนตั้งแต่แรกแล้วเว้ย สวัสดีครับพี่เชียร์เหยี่ยวแดงมานานแล้ว
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Ew!แม่วอร์มอันนี้คือวอร์ม
Speak up
อุ้ย
and
ยิง
ask
นั้นน่ะ
questions. Assumptions will only get us in trouble.
Fight.
No more theory. Go away. Redundant. Obsolete. 3 down.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยน้อง
Just die. Sorry, little guy. Irrelevant.
Ooh. จะคมอะไรกันขนาดนั้นยังอยู่อีกเหรอ เอ้ยยิงแบบนี้กดดันแล้วคนมันน้อยจังวะนี่มีแต่โทษ
Dominating.
ต้องเลิกตลก
Shame.
Dominating. 10 kills remaining.
You dial. Deficient.
5 kills remaining. One kill remaining.
Ha!
Yeah. แล้วผมก็เชื่อคนง่ายซะด้วย ไม่เป็นไรครับ เราก็แค่วอร์มเป็น1 เกมผมถามอะไรหน่อย ผมเพิ่งทำงานใหม่เมื่อวานคืองานอึดอัดแล้วคนที่ทำงานไม่ค่อยสอนงานเราเลย ผมเลยกลับบ้านตอนนี้ไม่เลิกงานเลย ตอนนี้ไม่ทำแล้ว ผมไม่เข้มแข็งพอหรือเปล่า อืม ผมว่ามันน่าจะเกิดจากการที่ คนที่เพิ่งรู้จักกันนะครับ มันเหมือนกับด้วยความที่ว่าเรายังไม่ได้รู้จักเขาเลย แล้วเขาก็ยังไม่รู้จักเราอะคือเราลองนึกภาพถ้าเกิดฝั่งนู้นมันเป็นแบบพวก introvert ทำงานอะไรเงี้ยแบบเข้าสังคมไม่เก่งอะไรเงี้ยแล้วเรายังตัดสินเลยเขาไม่ได้อะว่าเขาแบบไม่โอเคหรือเปล่ากับเราอะไรเงี้ยแต่แบบ ผมว่า มันอยู่ที่ตัวเราด้วย มันไม่ถามว่ามันเกี่ยวกับการเข้มแข็งไหม ผมว่าไม่น่าจะเกี่ยวนะ เพราะว่า มันอยู่ที่ใจเราอะเพราะว่าเราอาจจะรู้สึกไม่คอมฟอร์ตอะไรอย่างเงี้ย แต่เราลองไอ้นี่ไหม ลองแบบว่าเปิดใจดูไอ้ยนี่มันคือการทำงานอะไรเงี้ย สุดท้ายมันก็ต้องแบบkeep going อะคุณลาเต้กินทีนะครับสำหรับสมาชิกนะครับ ก็มันเพิ่งวันแรกเองอะมันเลยแบบ จริงแต่งใจจริงอยากให้ไปทำอยู่นะ เพราะว่ามันเพิ่งวันแรกอะคือเราเหมือนแบบเรารู้จักเพื่อนครั้งแรกอะบางทีอย่างถ้าเป็นผมอย่างเงี้ย ผมเป็นรุ่นพี่ที่ทำงาน แล้วแบบมีน้องใหม่มา แล้วเขาให้ผมแบบดูแลสอนงานอะไรเงี้ย ผมก็ทำไม่ค่อยนี่เหมือนกันนะไม่ค่อยคล่องอะอะไรเงี้ยมารอดูท่านใช่ไหมใช่แต่ว่าถ้ากลับวันแรกมันก็ดูเกินไปหน่อยเอ้ยแต่จริงๆผมก็เคยนะ ผมเคยมีประสบการณ์นี้นะ ผมเคยวันหนึ่งอ่ะ ผมเคยไปสมัครเป็นเซลล์ แล้วเดินขายของทั้งวันอะแบบเดินเคาะตามบ้านอะไรเงี้ยแล้วแบบสุดท้ายมันเหนื่อยเว้ยอันนั้นคือวันที่2ผมไม่ไปทำงานเลย ผมรู้สึกว่าไม่ไหววะวันนี้เขาก็ไม่รู้ว่าเป็นไงบ้างนะอันนั้นคือผมก็ถอดใจด้วยตัวเองแหละมันเหนื่อยอ่ะมันเหนื่อยจริงอ่ะลองนึกภาพสิเราไปเข้างาน8 โมงครึ่งใช่ไหมเราเดินตั้งแต่8 โมงไปถึงเที่ยงแล้วเราก็พักจนถึงบ่าย โมงแล้วเราก็เดินต่อยัน5 โมงเย็นโอ้โหโคตรเหนื่อยอ่ะไอ้เชี่ยแม่งถ้าถามว่าตอนนี้ให้ไปทำเป็นเซลล์ไหมสิ่งเดียวที่หวังจากการเป็นเซลล์คือคาร์ดิโออ่ะตามนึง อยู่ได้เหรอดูเอลเลสปริมมี่เท็กเจอร์ทำไมอ่ะเจมกินมันโหดมากเลยไม่มีใครเลือกเจมกินเลย
Apparently, delusion leads to results. Is what I've gathered from that.
Let's see what they pick. Oh, they both got Munchkin. Oh yeah, because they're sharing. They're sharing it here. We got Jemkin on the duelist for
That's a
Quack.
good pick.
That's solid
He already
pick as
carried
well.
me.
Cruz, I think also Cruz is one of those players. Sometimes he's so
เฮ้ย มี
wrapped
คนเลือก
up in his
น้องทีมด้วย
calling. You can
Yes.
see it happening.
Yep.
But the days where he can kind of focus less on the mini map. He is actually an excellent player there. Now let's talk about today's first matchup. And in the meantime, you guys get to vote. You get to vote for the best coach, not in VCT, between these two.
Don't rub it in, okay?
For our
Look,
teams.
I didn't get any offers, Vic. You know,
งาน
that's
สามคน
really
รวม
really upsetting for
โอ้ย
me. I was really
วัน
hoping
แรก
I
เอ
was
งอะ
crossing my
มันเลย
fingers
แบบ
and my toes.
That's why they're here. They're
มัน
both
ไม่ค่อยอยากให้
here.
ตัดสินอะไร
But
วัน
in
แร
their
กมัน
minds,
คือวันแรก
they're
อะ
still coaches, and you guys
วัน
played
รุ่งขึ้นมา
public
น่ะอาจจะแบบ
rounds
เอ้ยเราสนิทกับ
voting
ผู้จัด
for
การ
your favorite
สนิทกับเพื่อนร่วม
coach
งาน
and
มากขึ้น
basically
มา
who's
จะแบบ
the better
ทำงานได้ดีก็ได้นะ
thought process, and what you
แต่
like.
แรกๆเราก็ต้อง
Okay,
พยายาม
so we
หน่อย
got the
ว่า
first matchup
เฮ้ย
of
มีอะไรผมช่วย
today.
ไหม
Talon, we haven't seen them yet
หรือ
play
ว่า
in
ให้ผมช่วยอะไรไหมตรงนี้ต้องทำยังไงเหรออะไรเงี้ย
Kickoff. It's Talon.
ดีครับแฟนคลับโนหนึ่งใช่ครับโนหนึ่งเลยครับ
Now Talon, they qualified for champions last year after they slipped to Premium in the last minute.
Yes.
But had they fixed things in the off season?
Yeah, I think
ผมเคยถ่ายรูปกับท่านพิมมี่ครับไปดูได้ในไอจีเป็นไงอันนี้ไม่ได้อวด
they made it to champs last year. Like we can't forget that. That was an amazing achievement for this roster. Bringing in Primi seemed to really shore that up for their kind of playoff run. But I think
หรือว่าเจอร้อยตีฟตัวสองก็บอกแล้วว่า NRG ชนะ
individual
ผม
level
ก็บอกอยู่เมื่อคืน
from a macro perspective, they're very strong. I think the coaching staff do a great job. But what lets
Oh,
them down is
ACS
the
song.
individual level of play. Even Primi in the off-season look fantastic. So I think when their players are firing on all
Jit
cylinders,
boy.
they can be world beaters. Because I think they're just that type of team. But if they start to slip, if they start to make these individual mistakes, that's when they can.
แต่ถ้าเป็นงานที่เราไม่ถนัดก็ออกมาก็ได้ไม่ได้ซีเรียสครับ
A bit of a coin toss.
ถือว่าเป็นประสบการณ์แรก
It's about that
เก็บประสบ
prep
การณ์
work
ไปก่อน
done in the off-season to breed consistency into this roster.
Yeah, I don't think talent and consistency goes in the same bucket pretty much ever. Like this team loves to change their roles, change their agent roles
3GRS
on each map. I don't think that's going to
เอ้ย
lead
เนี่ย
to
VPR on
Sound resumed.
พี่เอ๋ยเขาหยุด GS
when it clicks, it really clicks, and they can catch teams off guard. Not only
User
macro
joined your
wise, but
channel.
also the individual
User
players.
joined
I
your
think
channel.
Big Boys is, you know,
มา
because there's so
สวัส
much
ดีน้อง
Big
สวัสดีครับ
Boys
น้อง
really sick as well.
User joined your
อ้าว
channel.
สวัสดีครับ
เอ้าพี่เอ๋ย
ลืมลงมาเมื่อกี้เพลิน
ไหนพี่บอกว่ามาไม่ทัน
ฮะ
พี่เอ๋ยบอก
เอ้า
ไม่ดูไม่ใช่เหรอเพราะว่าติดนู่นอะ
บัตบอกว่ามาไม่ทันอ่ะ
เอ้า
เห็นโพสต์อยู่ ไม่ใช่นะ
เอ้า
ใช่เหรอทำไมพี่ผมจำได้ว่าพี่เอ๋ยบอกว่าวันนี้ดูทารอนไม่ได้
เอ้า
ดูได้
อ่า
เดี๋ยวพี่เอ๋ยให้ใครพี่เห็นนะ
วันนี้ทารอนครับ ทารอนจี
กี่แมป
มา
น่าจะ2-1 แต่วง
Microphone
นัวบอกว่า
activated.
ไปไหน
เกียรติบอย
เอฟไปไหน
Microphone
ทีม
muted.
สปีกน้องๆอยู่ทีมสปีกหมดเลย
วงนัวมีคนบอกมา
ก็มีผลไหมพี่
Microphone
อาจจะ
activated.
มีผลนิดหน่อย GE เลยอาจจะได้แมปหนึ่ง
เอางี้ดีกว่าเมื่อคืนพี่เอ๋ยบอกว่าร้อยตีฟ2-1 NRG
User joined your channel.
ตื่นมา
ร้อยทีมันขายขำไปหน่อย
เอ็มเด็กบอกพี่เอ๋ยไม่อยู่
อยู่
แล้วก็จบไปเลยพี่เอ๋ยบอกไม่ถูกอ๋อ
ครับตอนแรกนึกว่า6 โมงไง มันแข่ง3 โมงทันอยู่
Poppy's been around for ages even before Valorant came out. I totally agree with that, by the way. But based on how you define a rookie,
ใช่ครับมันตกรอบเลยนะพี่เมื่อวาน
comparing some of the players that are coming onto the
มันน่าจะจริงจังที่สุดในชีวิตแล้ว
challenges Japan experience, or even like Hyunmin, who doesn't have that many official games on record, is completely different from comparing Poppy back-to-back ascensions, Yudotan just played China ascension.
ใช่แหละ
เลเดียน
What the hell คือวัดกันอย่างนี้เหรอ
ก็คือซ่อมมาแล้วนะ
ซ่อม
วัน บีฟลี่
อ๋อไอ้อุด้งก็เคยขึ้นที่1 แรงค์หรอ
Briefly ไม่น่าใช่นะพี่
อันนี้ขวาล่าง
ที่ 1 แต่
บอก
เป็นหน้าที่ 1 ตอนจบแอคอะพี่
no mean feat.
อ๋อตอนที่แบบว่าเพิ่งรีมาแล้วคนเขายังไม่เล่นกันใช่ไหม
ก็อาจจะแบบกลางๆมั้ง
พี่มี่เหมือนเอายศมาติดเลยไอ้ข้างๆอะ
เต็มแขนไปหมดเลย กูนึกว่าจะคอม
Can I just say,
ใช่เหรอ
I have
บังหน้าท่านเหรอไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไร
number one radiant on the leaderboard in Oceania as well.
ท่านนี่
Both Autumn as well as I think we
ยศ
have
เต็ม
like
บ่า
Neon One Trick inside of Oceania have farmed at least 400 RR from me each to hit number one. So I'd like
you
to
were on
take
the other
some
side.
credit.
Yeah, you were
Oh,
losing.
absolutely, yeah.
Great.
You know when you queue into that game, it's over. 30-year-old man can't aim versus some ranked superstar. It's GG.
Yeah, I think if Yuditan has had a taste of Radiant top one, then Premier's had an all-you-can-eat buffet of the Radiant leaderboard.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no mean feat coming top one 6 times.
So in
Doobie-doobie-doo.
some esports, one might argue rank doesn't really say anything, it doesn't really matter. I think when it comes to Valorant, when it comes to VCT, that's
นี่ดีกว่าพี่บ้านขวัญใจเต้
a lot of players
วันนี้ผมมาเชียร์พี่บ้านเต็มหัวใจครับผม
from rank now, and I think there's an importance to grinding rank as well. We're gonna be getting our map draft now. I think this is
ไม่ได้
gonna be really
ไม่ได้
interesting.
หามุมไม่ล
Obviously,
ง
only really saw
บังแมป
global play in the kickoff. They started with the Abyss last time, wasn't too strong, but the last two maps they end up closing out against Team Secret, who's very experienced on that. And now we're getting our first pick of Split, which Global
อุ้ย
did
อบิดว่ะ
pretty well on last week.
They did, yeah. GE, they've changed their comp coming in from the off season into the current season on that split. It worked out very, very well for them, so they're going to back themselves on that. Talon's going to pick attack. So I'm kind of wondering if Talon picking attack, they previously played slower comps with double senti. I'm wondering if they're going to bust out like a double duelist or something like that and try to play attack that way.
Yeah, I also feel like it can come from watching G's past split game. I felt like G's attack on split looked quite comfortable. So if
นี่ไงเราก็
they're able to poke more holes in their defense, then it makes sense to start attack. Also, the map isn't as defender-sided as it was.
Less
used to be.
Pimmy
Definitely not, definitely not. But yeah, you can see even some of these slower comps have a lot of popularity. Like you've got
เหี้ยแต่สปินมันโหดด้วย GE อะ
Cypher there with the Astra. Pretty slow moving comp with only the Sky to offer that kind
เมื่อคืนผมก็ได้ยินว่าพี่เอ๋ยไม่ดูเนี่ยพี่เอ๋ยบอกแล้วเข้าใจผิดคิดว่าทารอนแข่ง6 โมง
on Abyss the other day.
แสดงว่าพี่เอ๋ยอดดูนี่เนี่ย NG
Talon picking it, who haven't had the best of results, but they are the team with more chemistry that are more established, have been together for the longest, so they can flex the map a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious as well, going back to Talon and what comp they're going to pick. You're saying they change their comps all the time. Sometimes they have multiple comps per map, and they are infamous.
เอ้ยพี่วิกยังให้ทารอนเป็นไง
I'm kind of hoping that's not the case today. It's like fun for like a game, but I don't want to see too much of that. Now, we were talking about predictions. It's split pretty 50-50. Actually, all day today, both matches. Pilsky, I see you're on Talon. Is this a biased pick? Big time, or you like
Of course it is. What do you mean? Is this a biased pick?
I liked what I saw. They recovered well against Secret.
He's on the payroll.
The map the map veto suits them very
จริง
well. They don't have this slow start. They've already played. I think that really
มี
matters.
ภาพอยู่เนี่ย
I'm expecting them to come in with momentum and Talon to start slow.
Yeah, I think this is a battle of
2-0
pretty
ไป
inconsistent teams, but at the end of the day, Talon's been together for longer. They should have a fleshed out map pool, a deeper playbook. So for GE, it's really if the individuals can hit hard enough to beat Talon down.
All right.
พี่ก้า
Well, we are going to find out very soon.
ว่าไงน้อง
พี่บี้เลสเป็นไงพี่ดันสปิด
พิมมี่เลสเหรอโอ้โหพี่บอกได้เลยว่าขนลุกชันอะ
หน้าบีเมนเหรอ
ปักกันน้องยังหลอนอยู่เลยตอนเนี้ย
ผมกรี๊ดเลยแล้วผมดู
คือพยายามเทรดแบบโคตรไวละหันมาต่อเฉยเลยอะ
3 ตัวลวด เสียบลูกชิ้นอะ
ลูกชิ้นจัดอะวูคาร์ดเลยอะตอนนั้นอะ
ดึงเดี๋ยววันนี้รอดู
เฮ้ยเพลงโอ้ยทีเผลอเนี่ยเพลงเนี้ยแปซิฟิกก็ยังคงเป็นน้ำอยู่มาวะ ไม่ตีมน้ำไงตีมน้ำมหาสมุทรมันก็น้ำ อิมมี่มันหล่อขึ้นว่ะเฮ้ย
For Talon's raw
เอาเอา
ได้ไหม
เอา
ได้ไหมก็จะไป
รี
แข่
บ
งเล
รี
ย
บ
ไหนเนี่ย
อยากไปนั่งตรงคอมแล้ว มาพร้อมแว่นว่ะ
เป็นเอเลี่ยนเหรอ
มดเอ็กเหรอ
หน้าไม่ค่อยเหมือนคนป่วยนะพี่จิตบอย
ไม่เขาใส่แว่นบดบังอยู่
อ๋อ
ไม่รู้สายข่าวมัวเปล่า
นี่นักแข่งที่แบงคอกนี่น่าจะใส่แมสออกมา
ถ้าป่วยน่าจะยืนนิ่งๆอะนะ
อันนี้เขินอยู่เพิ่งเปิดตัว
เอาว่ะ ขอวันนี้เดยอนอย่ามาปอกับอุดรนะ
โดน
แต่คริสตันมาแทนที่ผาย
แต่ปาปี้เนี่ยมันโหดเลย
ปาปี้มาแน่อะ
ปาปี้
ปาปี้มันมาอยู่แล้ว
ทุกวันอยู่แล้ว
แต่พวกนี้หย่องพิมมี่
จริงจริงจริง
พวกนี้
กลัว
หย่อง
สั่นกลัว
ไปหย่องพิมมี่
จริงจริง
โดนชิวเลย
ลองวัดแพ้สัก6-7 รอบติดอะน่าจะมีเริ่มหย่อง
โอ้ยแล้วมันเป็นร้อยแล้วพี่ในแรงอะหย่องอยู่ตอนนี้หย่อง
เป็นร้อยเลยเหรอ
หย่องอยู่
เป็นร้อย
100-0นะขึ้นบนหัวนะแต่ละคนนะ
100-0
พิมไม่โนหนึ่งครับ
หย่องอยู่
Very excited for this matchup. There's
เสื้อคนไทยจัดอะ GE อะเชียร์ไทยแล้วกัน GE เว้ยคนไทยเว้ย
สีเสื้อเหรอ
ใช่ครับ
สี
คน
เสื้อ
ไทย
ของมันเนี่ย
วู้มา
people supporting Talon will say
ใน GE ดูดีขึ้นเยอะ
พี่เอ๋ย
บายทารอนแคปซูลครับ
คู่นี้
ถูกต้อง
พี่ให้
อันนี้
หน่อย
ต้อง
อะ
บายละ
เอา
บา
เท่าย 2-1
ทารอน2-1อ่ะอืม
จริงๆผมคิดว่าจาควรจะ
ตอนแรก
เล่น
ไม่เสี่
เที
ยว
ยนมากคม
เอ้าทำไมอ่ะ
โอ้โหแต่ฟิลิปปินส์คนเก่งเยอะเลยนะ
ทารอน2-0ครับ
แต่คนฟิลิปปินส์เขาไฮป์นี่กันมากเลยนี่ไอ้วายโอริโอ
อุ้ย
สั่นกลัว
เฮ้ยท่านว่ะท่านเล่นเท
อุ๊ย
จู
เขาอย่างเดือดอ่ะ
นี่ไง
พิ
ผม
มมี่
ว่าแล้วมันมีคนโพสต์ใน VRGG ไว้ว่าพิมมี่เล่นแต่เทโจในแรง
นึกว่ามันสแปมเพราะว่าสนุกใช่ไหมอ๋อไม่ใช่ซ้อม
ผมว่า
So,
ตอนแรกผม
right
จะ
off
กัน
the
เล่น
gate,
อันนี้
you're
อันนี้
getting
อันนี้กันไง
explosiveness
ตัวนี้
versus a very slow wally defense.
กันไงไม่รู้แต่ดูจากโยรูพี่บ้านบอกพี่บ้านเอาจริงหน่อย
กันไหวพี่กันไหวอยู่
กันได้อยู่นะ
บีทขาตาย A
แอตตา
แอต
บี
ตา B เทโจกลางช่วย2 บอมโยรุโยกไปโยกมาเป็นไง
เจโจเก็บสัก3แล้วตรงกลางเอกับบีคนละ 1
อันนี้คือการ
ง่ายเลย
การที่ดี
ง่ายเลย
โยรูพี่บ้านโหดไหมจากแบบฟอร์ม
ถ้าสมัยบีทอะสมัยด่านบีทอะโหดอยู่โหด
เฮ้ยเอาเรื่อง
เออ
again. We have not seen Talon yet,
Yeah,
and we saw
but
Global
he's not the
Esports have a
ก็เอาเรื่องอยู่ดีป้าพี่บ้านอ่ะ
Speed
ยังไงก็ได้
โหดอดีตT1ครับ อันนี้
ต้องมีคอมโบแบบอันติโยรู้แล้วสกิล
ดูกับก้า
เจโจ
พี่เอ๋ย
สวยแน่นอน
น้องกิต
โอ้โห
แล้ว
คอม
ก็
โบจัด
มันไม่มีที่หล
น้อบ ง
เล
โปเต้
ยอะ2 ตัวเนี้ย
ตันเล่นตีเทโจเลยเหรอพี่
น้องก้าด้วย
ก็
ไม่ได้ขยับเลยนะ
มีพาสซีฟอะไรพวกเนี้ยเดี๋ยวน่าจะมีอ่ะ
ตันบีทตันตีเทโจขนลุกเลย
โหแค่พาสซีฟก็ตายแล้วต้องแค่แบบว่ามุมอับอ่ะ
แล้วสปิดด่านมันอย่างแคบ
Maybe Vice those Sentinels, but the traditional Sentinels, they
ริ่ม
do
เกม
look like they're losing a bit of their power, and especially with Talon now having Raze, Breach, and then you have the Tail, and then you have the Yora as
ไป
well.
ภาษีดีกว่า Talon ครับ
Decipher, I'm just not quite sure how much
แล้วอะไรครับ
value
พี่
Darren will be able to find here on this defense. We're going to see just a very, very
9
standard
8
default setup, just a trip to try to delay them
ผมรีก่อนเลย
stars over by B.
3
The Astra
2
once again being
1
tasked with anchoring down a
เริ่ม
site
แล้ว
on his own.
Okay.
Possibly the Baron match just block off mid as well, but Talon does start things off a little bit slow.
Just trying to see if there's any
ฝั่งน่า
type
จะเป็น
of
คลิป
push
เต้า
out.
นี่น่ากลัว
Obviously,
คลิ
with
ปเต้า
the double Sentinel and the
เฮ้ย
Astra,
ตรงก
there's
ลาง
got to be
ต
a
รงกลาง
lot
วอ
of
ลเฟล
delay.
น่ะ
So Talon just gauging, is this a stack? Are you trying to lay
Mình
over
đơn
on one side? What's going on
Hey.
here? Barry Mesh going to be taken down. Obviously takes a while on that pistol round, but they still prefer to keep that open and pop it done immediately. And then there's a follow-up in
ไป
mid
แล้ว
as
2
well.
Just on
ป่วย
both
ปลอมแล้วเนี่ย
sides,
มีน้อง
all
บอก
of
มา
it,
นี่
and that's just Talon being
ป่วย
able
น้อง
ปลอม
มาหลอกให้พี่ไปเติม PE
I
แต่พี่
love
ไม่
that.
เชื่อไง
It's going to be pretty on that tail.
Ủa, mà
Think
cái khưng
about
này
it.
nó bay lại à?
As we see, oh, it's
Mày
just a
lại.
slow creep out, but it's a
Ôi,
double.
ôi.
Trying to
Sóng
distract
xuống á.
Darian, and that's all the sniper trip's gone
Ôi,
as
ôi.
well. Just a fast hit onto A site. And just 2
Hey,
people,
hey.
never mind, it's just a round
Ôi,
done.
thép cho
Right
fall
there,
lên.
there. Talon
Quậy
going to be
mà.
leading 1-0.
almost a flawless pistol. I mean,
ให้เจน
Baron
จีกับ
Cruz just
คิว
fell,
ขึ้นมาเลย
but at the same time, it's just so impressive.
Last
You start things off a little bit slow and steady, but the creeps
เร็ว
through,
จัด
being able to
โอ้
find
โห
players
แฟนทอม
from
3เขาบอก
GE, you know, I don't think that was
3
fully
เลย
expected,
เมื่อกี้
right? Maybe they baited out,
อุ้ยพิม
just
มี่
baited out some peaks from G by, you know, trying to spam down the Baron match and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the crosshair placement
Sóng
there on
sụn.
the replay.
Oh
It was
my God.
very clearly really just waiting for another peek out because it was going to take so long. So I love that extra investment in talent. And now look at the buy. 5-man buy,
ปืน
4 rifles.
ปืนมันโคตรพร้อมถล่มอ่ะดู
As much as possible. Trip's just going to be destroyed. All the pockets being destroyed as well with the salvos. And then it's just the judge and
Ôi.
control area.
Ôi.
That's the
Ôi,
right
đã
play,
smoke
but he's
ขึ้น
not going to be able to survive for much longer.
And now it's on to Brimmy as well.
Đôi
They
chiếc
are
quả
looking
mà.
at the site swarm, so it's not too bad.
ลู
Just
ก
a
ซอง
judge
เจอลูกซอง
loss.
ไงเมื่อกี้
It's all on to G with some upgraded pistols to try to find a way
คือ
through.
ลูกซอง
Yeah, the most important thing, obviously, even as a judge, that's not going to be able to be picked up here by Global Esports. So it is going to be a tough retake. I mean, GE, yeah, it's 4v5. Yes, it's close quarters, it's split, so you could try, but at the same time, you just don't really have much to work with. I wouldn't mind if they just went for the spike, but they're just going to give away so
พร้อม
many
ไป
ult
ต่อให้
points.
ปืน
And Talon, once again, surviving with 4 people.
Yeah, trying to flood through.
ปืนแน่นๆ
elbow,
เลย
but just everyone from Talon able to read the situation. Of course, you know, with the firepower, why not go for the line of sight and just spam away into screens? It all works out.
Yeah, I
Song
think
ต่อ
also perhaps not really
Ra thiệt
realizing
là
that it's 4 rifles on top of that judge, right? So they're
ปังโอ้ยแน่น
Nice
Phản
call from
bom.
Darian. You know, Darian obviously had a bit of a
สาม
slow
นัดนี่คือ
start
แบบ
last week in the
เน้น
opening
ๆน่ะ
match, but he went right back into form later on in the series. See if he's able to keep things up a bit
ๆ 2-0 ครับ
higher
ทารอน
from the
2-0
get-go.
ไป
Now the matchup, you're just going to fill that buy of the judge with the Bucky. And it looks like once again, just mid, you want to get rid of that wall as soon as possible. I love the salvos right into vents as well. This just destroys any control
เฮ้
from
ย
mid.
ใจเย็น
And straight
Hey.
into vents as well, but
Ui.
unfortunately, it's going to be Kelly as right
Don't
around
do
the
it.
corner.
Second
So
time.
once again,
ทะลุมาเลยอ่ะ
kind of aware of what's going on around mid.
มาจากนี่เลย
It's a good
It'd
block
be,
there, not being thrown off
It'd
by
be-
the Yoru. Now,
Be
you
mà
haven't
thằng
really
lũ
explored the
ไอ้หน้า
entire
บีนี่
setup
ใคร
of
พีค
obviously
ใครกระโดด
slow
ร่วง
start,
โคตร
but that's
โคตรอันตรายเลย
here it now. Jipboy's going to wait for his team before they break it and go.
It's going to be quite tricky, especially if you are fully committing into this. All
Oh,
these
bom
stars
lắp
are going to slow everything down, and it starts off with the
Bom lắp.
gravity well.
Ôi, điều.
Glory trying to fire out through into it.
พี่
Crystal
สไลด์
will be able to pick
สไลด์
up
หล
a
บครับ
double now. And on to
ส
the
ไลด์หลบ
last one, trying to fill in the
Slight
gaps. It's just not quite going to work out.
Neon,
GE
neon.
managed to put a
But
stop
you-
to everything.
Yeah, this does feel like after losing the
It's
Yoru
how-
man,
how-
Talon just focusing on saying,
Mình
okay,
chạy
we
theo
found the
không
sonic sensors. Even with the 3 stars here, we can try to get across. I think the ideal scenario would have been Governor really making it past that gravity well safely so that he can create a crossfire, but he's just going to get taken out as soon as he comes right back in. He kind of lands on that edge, gets drawn into the center, same with Primi, and that slows down the entire thing. At that point, you don't have much of an option. So they'll have to consider how to draw out that star usage from Poppy just a bit more in future rounds.
However, at the same time, you know, GE trying to keep things interesting. So this time the stars are a little bit more spread out. Ooh, Van though.
อุ้ยคอมโบคอม
Taking
โบ
that ramp control, obviously with the flash and his own setup combo as well.
ตันไปแล้วครับผม
So they're not quite sure. Was there any other follow-up right now? Prowler is going to tag Ban, push him back. So you can kind of make an assumption given his position on ramps and where the Prowler
Ooh.
activated, but no clarity just yet.
It does kind of buy the attention away back into the A
เอาไปเช็ค
side.
ได้ปะ
This deep Baron mash
คิด
down
ว่ายังไม่
mid
ได้รู้
does
นี่
kind
ไง
of
เฮ้ย
out.
เรียบร้อย
And Cruz will be able to take him down.
โคตรซ่าจริง
Possible A
Perfect
split
night.
now at play. Of course, still trying to break through the
มี
Baron
ไงจะ
mash.
ซ่อ
They
ม
got to take out Ban. Yeah, without Ban being taken out, Talon had so much control of the map, but with ramps being now
Em
pushed
đi.
back out, you can kind of keep Talon trapped over in mid. Now, obviously, numbers not in favor of Global Esports. So do they choose to spread out? I would love to see them group
เฮ้ย
up
ได้ยิน
together.
เสียงกระโดดปะ
Yudo
น่าจะได้ยิน
Tan,
ปะ
just taking things upon himself. He wants to get by. He finds one. Can he follow up with 2? He gets 2 as well. Is he ready for the 3rd? He sees him. The Rays 1v1. Governor peeks out and he gets taken down and ropes.
that's a spike dropped as well.
เดี๋ยวอุดรธานี
อุดรมันเอาจัด
That's rough. I mean, the first two, sure, Yudo was ahead of it, but Governor, he decides he doesn't have an option. He needs to peek out, continue with the spike, and Yudo's just ready for 3.
So impressive. I mean, just a bit more of the individual performances from this round on the side of Global Esports, right? I mean, noticing that Ben had the gate crash back into its ramps, they actually went back in to clear that out. So taking him down just gave them so many more options. But at the same time, like you mentioned, Yudotan going so aggressive just to take things into his own hands, right? Noting that they were up around mid. So being able to shut all that down, Global Esports picks up the round and we're tied up 2-2.
Yeah, very heads up for Uniton, but no, we're not gonna have much time to talk about that pass round as we see another fast hit coming in from Talon. Trying to push forward there with a half buy, just 2 stingers, one of them already dropped. And that's a quick shutdown. And some of these fast rushes, it's gonna be tough against the Deadlock and the Cypher and the Astra as well. So much delay on the defensive side of Global Esports.
And information being picked up right now. Taking a look at the map, it's Crystal pushing out, so he doesn't spot anyone on the other sides, but Ban is kind of circling back. Goes for the white step, but Crystal still able to burst him down.
Uniton didn't quite catch sight of Cruz just yet. Cruz is going to close the gap quite a bit. Oh, a twist of fate, Yudo. He's going to back off. This is where he used to shine last week. Smart choice. He still gets taken down, but numbers still advantage for Global Esports. 2 people already on site.
Knowing where they are as well, up around the pillars. Darren is able to get down the first, but Priest still quite deadly with the Sheriff. Now picks up the judge. Full util as well, but Poppy is very prepared for it. If he had got, if he had made it a 1v1, Armageddon online as well, so much delay just on his own. That could have been just a prime example of how Teo shines in that post-fight situation, which we haven't really quite seen yet, right? Not too many plans coming through successfully, obviously, just aside from the first 2 rounds. And so Talon, they'll have to figure out how they're actually going to break through. Using these salvos, if you want to get mid control, how else are you going to make sure that you're pushing in from one of the sides? Whether it's B main or A main, you got to be able to take a bit more control than just sending him Ban alone. And it looks like this time they are going to go for a stack Armageddon online as well. We'll see if it gets used right away. Yeah, first full buy round, true full buy round for Talon, and it starts things off already. Salvos towards the back and in with a dimensional drift just to gather so much information. Some spams against the G. Quite found just yet. The smokes are blocking so much of it off. Ben is able to at least down, but here comes the net, and it actually catches onto a couple of players. They're gonna have to try to tuck in between the smokes to stay alive. Nightfall gets sent out as well.
And you know there was only 1 heaven, so you know that the main force still should have been main, and you're able to reclaim B Heaven as well. Great hold from Global Esports. That barrier mesh really just slowing down the entire team. Banslide to come out from his ult.
Quick mid-round decision from Talon though, quickly trying to kind of transition over onto the A site, and GE does make a good read for it as well, splitting their defenses 2-2.
Yeah, 2-2 is the way you have to go right now when it's a 4v4, just trying to get some more information. You still have some semblance of delay, especially with the C still available from Crystal. But just because of the focus they had, all right, Haunt goes out. You should be able to regroup over by the A side. But they just don't have information. They decide, okay, we're just going to leave Darren on his own. He's just going to have to anchor. Crystal, does he wait or does he go for a timing spam here through the smoke? Just going to hold.
Wait, yeah, for now. Meanwhile, Darren's desperately on his camera trying to spot them out. Definitely finding them. Crystal has to push up a little bit further. Now manages to take down Jit Boys and now trying to stay alive for the rest of the team to get back into the site. Look at Primi as well, though. You mentioned that utility, and he still has a very good opportunity to use it. Just waiting in case they do peek into it, but nothing found so far. And this confirms they are all inside of heaven. But unfortunately crouched down. It's Poppy who sprays all of them down.
Very good awareness from Poppy, because from the movement, it really felt like at the end of the day, this had to be a governor round. Primi, you still suspect that just a bit because they never re-cleared screens entirely. But once you take down Primi, do you expect the last member to have already left the site as well? But they're both low health. Poppy just keeps his crosshairs trained and he's ready for the last kill. And GE now continuing forward with 4. And this is, I mean, Ban had to come out. He had to try to buy time from back of sight. He had to open things up even further after the information. But that barrier mesh, it's an absolute pain for Talon.
Just kind of fully collapsing into them and slowing them down. Still though,
ไอ้มันพุทธังอะไรวะ อยู่ดีก็พุทธัง
พวกนี้ไอพวกนี้ลองของแล้ว
plans to combat that. Early on, they were pretty good. Barrier mesh early, but then they didn't really have the clean mid.
อ้าว4-2 เฉย
In the site. So mesh out, it's just such a pain. It's the same thing with Vice, right? You gotta do something about the shear wall. You can't just assume that you'll be able to work around it, because that's a prime point of information and delay from the opponents on the defensive side.
Absolutely, I imagine what this timeout is for. So needing to kind of draw out a lot more utilities, but at the same time, the pressure, the stakes are rising. You got so many ultimates at play in this round.
That Armageddon still in the hands of Primi. Hasn't really found a good chance to use it on the attack just yet. Obviously, most ideally just to buy time in the post plant. Yoru still just gonna find space and time here in Ramses, trying to push up. Getting aggressive, but he's just showing members. He doesn't expect the swing out off of the Prowler, and Unoton's ready for it. And now you know, alright, and Hatch just what you want. There's no trade-off. You're ready in vents, and then there's the ground, and there's just so much delay.
Oh my god, Annihilation as well, alongside the paint shells.
What
This man comes through Unoton, a showstopper, but it doesn't quite connect. They're trying to push off of the space that they've gotten, and Unoton unfortunately falls to Governor. Governor now pulls out his showstopper, but he's working against numbers.
Oh, it's all alone. I was gonna say, I mean, at the very least, they drew out a lot of the ults from the global side just to try to buy time if they can reset, but Governor was stuck, so the rest of the team of Talon tries to just buy time for him, and now he's the only one left. He's already used his showstopper, down to 86 health, trying to creep into the B site. If he gets a timing against Poppy, sure, but if not, this looks like impossible.
โอ้ยเจอ
He
เจอ
doesn't
มวย
even
ไท
watch
ย
anywhere else because the rest of the team, is watching.
Like instantly you would have spotted out the barrel, you know, Governor went up to check Heaven. And it's just the instant shot. I mean, definitely not kind of the impact you want to have from that coach timeout.
Yeah, I can't imagine what the coach cam looks like after that round. It's just an absolute mess, but really what it comes down to is the fact that G has the read. If they find the Yoru ahead, if they go out for the peek out and there's no trade against Unoton, okay, we're going to make the read that it's only one person, that there's going to be pressure elsewhere, and they're immediately ready to just crunch onto mid with an absolute massive util dump.
That's just kind of what the comp
ให้กำลังใจครับ
truly affords. But now, okay, starting things off, Cosmic Divide.
You've been caught. Unoton, yeah, he's ready for the swing out. I mean,
ไอ้จับนั่ง
you
ตรงนี้
use the
แม่ง
Cosmic Divide, but it doesn't matter. Still, his teammate's going to be able to hear the sound from that grab net. Boys, takes a lot of damage.
Trying to caterpillar through the smoke. However, G are already making such a good reaction to this. Poppy hanging out towards the back, watching the exits of that smoke. Crystal up around the corners with the Outlaw. Unoton from the top of Heaven cut down though. So a slight opportunity for Talon, but unfortunately still kind of pinched into the site at the end of it.
Crystal's Prowlers have been very, very good. I feel like there's always at least one that leads to a kill almost every single round. Even just now, it's being sent into the smoke, and someone's already trained right at the edge of the smoke so that when the Prowler activates, they can switch right away to where that Prowler would be going. They're also just so aware of how this Yoru is going to play, trying to create space and trying to displace crosshairs from the back of sight. And the real big problem is that once again, sure, you take down the barrier mesh, but Talon has yet to really claim control, solid control of one part of the map while destroying all the delay utility.
Yeah, tried to push faster, but clearly that doesn't quite
ขอบ
work
คุณลุง
out.
เซียนะครับสำหรับส
Outlaw
วัสดี
still
ค
in
รับ
the hands of Crystal.
ขอบคุณครับ
He's marking this. Spots out the shoulder and instantly Governor's down.
Just look at how
ตังค์มันคือการ
confident
ด่า
they are as
แม่
well,
ครับ
right? Holding this wider off angle there with the Outlaw. You know it's an eco, and you know that they either have to invest a lot of their smokes ahead of time to try to gain space, or they're going to have to go for these dry peaks. It's a very confident move from Global Esports just to try to continue the snowball.
เป็นคำด่าฟิลิปปินส์แหละ
No answers found so far. Back into mid, you find the barrier mesh as well. I mean, dissipates just in time. Straight into Kelly's. I spotted something out by the mini-map.
Oh, they hear that again, and then there's the paint shells. You know he's trapped. Okay, it's a good fight back, but eventually it's the paint shells. They just have so many variations between Unoton and Kelly, and Talon just has not figured out an answer. I want to say that it might almost be worth it for the coaching staff of Talon to call yet another timeout. I know it's already very late, but if you go into the second half with only 2 rounds, sure, it's split. You know, say what you want. But I just don't think they have good answers in terms of how their util counters the defensive util and the delay util from Global Esports.
It really limits your options. If you go into the defensive half this way, you're really trying to work with the retakes, especially on a composition like this. So, you know, you need to find some kind of an answer. I mean, the previous round, sure, it's a little bit of an eco, but you still don't want it to look like this. And you mentioned the whole thing with Kelly S alongside Yudotan. Right now, it is just so impeccable.
Oh, this is an absolute massive first half already from GE. Obviously, they would like a couple more rounds themselves to really feel comfortable. Then you can really just focus on that pistol. Now it's going to be a 5-man stack. You've got Rolling Thunder. You've got Armageddon. You got to dump everything you can just to even get into the site. They haven't planted a spike in a long time, and Yudotan gets covered with the paint shells again.
Just trying to set up for it now alongside this time. But unfortunately, with their teammates downed, you can't quite do too much with the utility. They're still trying to clear out ramps, and a bit of spam from Darren just to block things off out towards the exits.
And look at the fill onto the site from Global Esports. Because you had this trip over in heaven, they could buy time until someone arrived. And there's Kelly. Yes, he gets one. He plays it safe. Once again, extra delay until he gets more support over from the rafters. Now it's a double angle over on heaven. Talon is trapped right now by ramps.
Stall locked off. Might even be an effective crossfire, but a little bit of an angle, and Cruz is able to take one down, but straight back into the site, and that's Jitboy's downed. All left onto Cruz. I don't quite know how he's going to work around this. The sonic sensor is still there, and Jitboy's right around the corner too. I mean, Poppy, excuse me.
Yeah, Poppy's just going to wait, but once he hears any sort of sound, any util, anything of the spike, it's got to be a creep out. He's going to play it safe. They're not quite sure. He doesn't want to take this 1v1, and this is so heads up from Poppy, because Cruz has to check. It's a 1v3. He needs an extra kill. Look at this angle. It's so hard. He saw the gun barrel, and Poppy absolutely outplayed the IGL of Talon.
So hard. I mean, so many different ways that you could have played it, but knowing that his team had the numbers advantage, right? Just to play in such a defensive spot, knowing that Cruz would have to clear or get the spike planted, right? Dropping down from heaven, for example. But then that would have been a 1v3. So just so incredible movements from a lot of the GE players all together overall.
Cruz, I like that he just creeps into heaven. That was really the only option they had. But at the end of the day, you already lost too many of your teammates. And Poppy, once again, just holding strong over by the B side. And Talon, only 2 more chances to get some rounds in this first half.
Possibly thinking about the next map, but we'll see. For now, just still the gun's not quite truly on their side. A lot of them light shields, so this outlaw still wreaking havoc. Interestingly enough, though, the setup has changed.
Yeah, just a stack onto the B side. GE trying to get ahead of the read just a bit. You have that showstopper, and Poppy is going to get that first kill. GravNet used. Oh, but Crystal takes down Ban. Still no control over ramps. Yes, you took Bin, but GE gifted it to you. They left it open. Barrier mesh still holding on B heaven. So much time bought.
Just so good on the variety of plays, the defensive setups. Still, though, Operator will be able to fire back, so maybe a slight opportunity now. Stealth drone just to check, but Poppy's able to react so quick. Smokes up, and Governor is now blocked off. Has to try to maybe use the satchels to get over ahead of things. Showstopper coming through as well, but Yudotan still able to stop and slow everything down, dodging the bullets up for Crystal to slam it all down.
9-2 going into the last round of the first half. Talon, they looked confident picking up this composition. I mean, I don't mind it in theory, right? I love the Euro when it's paired together with something like the Teo, really supplying those flashes and acting as that half initiator. I love the Breach along with the Teo and the Race. It all makes sense up to that point. But you do have to go a bit all in, and they just couldn't figure out the answer against all this utility. And this time, Yudotan hiding away in that corner. Never was quite spotted by the stealth drone, and they just don't expect that showstopper coming out.
They have tried to go all in on some of these rounds, but Kelly S alongside Yudotan have been stopping them time and time again. Look at this! The barrier! Oh, they managed to shoot it down though, so still able to slip on.
He hasn't checked backside. He hasn't checked backside! No! For Poppy! Poppy's still holding in the back of sight. The panic coming through for Talon Painchels, but he's going to skirt around it. He's still surviving. Crystal comes in for support, and now Talon scattering across the entire map.
Oh, and there's a little gap for Poppy to stay alive in, but still flushed out of position. Jitboy is able to gun him down. He's towards the back now. It's all up for Global Esports to try to come in with yet another retake. 2-on-2, Cruz out from Evan. Unfortunately, Jitboy falls. He swings, and that's Darian to pick up the double kill at the end of it. We end the first half 10-2.
Holy moly. I mean, And on one part of it, when I saw the map draft, I thought, okay, but you did just show your split. So you're going into a map against a team that always likes to cook up some crazy things, a little bit of ante here and there, really try to throw you off. And you're saying, no, we're still confident that we know how to play this map, that we know that we have several layers, especially on that defense, as we just saw, on how to hold you off. And Global Esports, they prove it. And meanwhile, Talon, I mean, let's be honest, we can talk all about the theory, but the viewers aren't really
ได้2เราแรกแล้วก็ไม่ได้เลย อันนี้มานี่แผนแบบเฮลิติกไงปล่อยไก่ก่อน
เดล็อกไซเฟอร์เลส
อืม
ยิ้มน้อยยิ้มใหญ่
ใช้พลังพี่เอ๋ยช่วยแล้ว
defense. You can always have multi-layer trap plays and
just being able to have those double initiators just affords them so much. But right now, at the same time, Global Esports with a slightly more balanced team, perhaps, they get to kind of take their time with things and starting things off. It's going to be the Boombot down mid.
oh, that's already a fault line out though, so still 40 seconds now for Global Esports to make a move, and then you saw the blind side come out too. So the flash gone, that's a big part of one of those trap plays. Now that's knocked out for the pistol.
Wee,
Oh,
shit boy.
boys. Okay, gets 2 out of 3, but it's a big slowdown against GE's attack.
Still though, crazy individual performance.
เออดูทารอนวิ่ง
Like
ซื้อ
the group
ขาด
up
เลย
here from Talon. They're not going to send everybody just because they want to know, are they heaven? Even if they plant A, are they all on site? So they get that information is good, but you have the numbers advantage. So staying grouped up to try to make sure that they can combat wherever the push is.
And also using the drone just for added
ไม่
magic.
ปิดหมดเลยข้างบนก็ไม่มีคนดู
Haven't
ให้
just yet.
อ้าว
Bam is able to save
ได้
himself
อยู่
though.
ไม่ไหวกับพี่บ้าน
Just quick as well. Baromatch to try to fend off stairs, but the salvos are going to
ส่งมา
stall
พอ
and
ดี
slow them down. Everyone from
ส่งมาดี
Talon
จัด
already grouping up into the sight lines being held as well. Yudotan gonna try to play around the timing of it just to watch if anyone does
Bang.
pick up. Yeah,
Bang
still
จัดให้
such a menace towards the back of sight. It's all down to Kelly. Yes, now the paint shell's in his face. Stunned up, able to take down Primi at the very least, but then again comes Ban.
เออคลาสสิก
Got a little bit dicey here and there, but they will just play to their advantage for Talon. And at the end of the day, you just needed that pistol round. You needed that to get some breathing room.
Back up.
Now you've got potentially, in theory,
boy.
another round to go as well. So we'll see how they try
นี่
to
จะได้
slow that
3
down.
นะ
A
ยังเวอ
good
ร์แบบ
flick over from Ban. If they lost Ban there, I think
Think
the
hot
round
เลย
starts to fall apart. But they're able to keep that numbers advantage.
ใจมาก
ได้
Especially towards the back of the site as well. But now on to the next round. I mean, we have seen how Talon started things off not too shabbily, you know, in the previous half, but how are GE able to answer back? Still, this round, all classics.
Oh, and look at the A setup as well. Gate crash into elbow so that if Ban gets first contact, he's still going to fill the site. That's something to keep note of in the future rounds as well. Giving up vents, though. That's why they're continuing to push out from A main. Talon, they just want to make sure that they have a multi-angle here on the red side. So let's go ahead and take the gate crash, actually.
โอ้ยมัน5เลยนะ
These crews all alone, but Ban does get one to even the numbers.
There it is, back in the elbow with the Marshall as well. So huge sight line and
Oh,
definitely spots
นี่
things
เอาไปก่อน
out, goes for the
เออ
rebound.
พี่บ้านสวย
That's a third kill, swaps over onto the ghost, just right
Hey.
master. And this
เอ
could be the end.
อ
It is. He lands and slams
เอาว่ะ
everything down. It was all set up for him. Ban, the unstoppable menace.
Well, I mean, you know, you get an ace, I would
เอามัน
say
ใจ
that
เต็มร้อยแล้วพี่บ้าน
with that sacrifice on ramps just to lay them
นี่
just a bit.
อัปเกรดด้วย
Try
ปื
to
น
funnel them into heaven, of course, peeking out of that window. Nice and calm. We got to remember, Ban obviously used to play a lot of that jet as well. He used to play a lot of that op himself. He's used to playing these long-range angles, and that's something this team needed to try to get back into the game.
Yeah, you gotta imagine it's such a huge morale boost. Not to mention economy as well. He's onto the op this time.
So that op gonna bounce back and forth. Look at the gate crash already set up over on the A side, and it's a huge push out trap play. They want to utilize the fact that they might have slightly weaker weaponry, but we're gonna shove you into the operator's crosshair.
Taking so much space.
โหแล้วหน้า B ได้เฮ้ยอย่าเลย
But GE thinks better than that, just to kind of hold passively around 2 or around mid. Oh, but Poppy actually peeks into the off.
ไปเล็งข้างบนก่อน
From Poppy, holding that off angle close to the wall, because you imagine, okay, if they're pushing that hard out of A, but they're not chasing, where else is the information coming from? This is your bonus. This is where you take risks. So I love the patience from Poppy to wait for that operator. Now that's a big investment gone.
Still though, okay, GE trying to regroup back towards A, but look at what's happening on the minimap, Jit Boys. Quite a bit of information towards the mid side.
And Jit Boys pinching in as well. Wondering when they start to call Governor back over to A, because right now you saw information. You're still seeing just the value to those, so no clear information. But Talon, the comms not quite there. Just said it's just Jit Boys trying to pinch through. So now you just have to hold and see if you can delay on the site and then go for a multi-pronged retake.
คิวแม่งอยู่ตรงหน้าแต่ไม่ติด
Jit
เอ
Boys.
อ
But down onto the side, Primi falls. So Global able to flood down the side now. A little bit of screens pressure as well. Crystal up around the sides. Jit Boys with the Vandal now picked up, trying to create a little bit more havoc, trying to get a little bit more space for his team in with the stars. Bricks a little bit of down. Governor onto the Spectre does a little bit more damage too, and Jit Boy swinging off the attention away, but then shut down by LES. A bit of a spam through the screens, and unfortunately Cruz down the ball, and that is up to 11.
Neat little thing that Yudo does there, right? He can't screen, just goes for spam. Whether he hits him or not, it's going to force Governor to move. Governor actually gets tagged quite a bit there as well, so he's already weak. But a nice little maneuver there from Yudotan. Jit Boys, if they won this round, he would have been the MVP of the round. Gets so much space, gets so much information, picks up the Vandal as well. But unfortunately, they're not able to win that 2v2 at the end. Great teamwork from Kelly's and Yudotan. And that's going to be the second time out from Talon.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds where, you know, from the macro perspective, things looked so good for Talon. They could have actually converted that bonus, but now with that lost, definitely needing to try to pick up the pieces with this time.
เอาหน่อยครับคัมแบ็ก41ก็ไกลอยู่แต่ไม่เป็นไรทำมาแล้วเคยทำมาแล้ว
Juvenile, right, the current head coach of Global Esports, they did face off at Champions when Juvenile was still with Leviathan. And that was a match where Talon looked like they had a very good chance of taking it. But Leviathan, they wake up, they're still able to hold on to that win 2-0. And then, of course, Leviathan makes a pretty deep run all the way into the bracket. So I know that's something that the coaching staff of Talon Esports wasn't quite happy about. They thought they might have had a golden chance to try to break it into the playoffs of champions. Wasn't quite able to get there, but then they shake it off. They say, okay, we're rebuilding, you know, around Primi anyway, right? We're trying to work around Primi as that new addition. Now we go through the offseason. They looked like they were experimenting a lot, trying to really hash out some of the issues they were having. Right now, we're not seeing a good result out of it.
Yeah. I mean, it's one hell of a run back when you think about it. You know, the coach is coming involved as well, but once again, it really is just Primi not quite having the opportunity so far. Hopefully on the defensive side a little bit more, and we start things off with again, Governor coming back in the peak.
Yeah, risky position, but still gets a lot of info, right? No double peeks there. Catches sight of one member over by Ramen. And Governor's just going to be able to try to hold on his own, just trying to delay with the boombot as well. So it allows Talon to still go for a fairly default position. Now you have that trap play ready in mid. You're going to see that fault line potentially come in. Because they've given a timing for GE to try to reclaim control. You know that there's going to be a push and pull. When do they peek out, though? So many smokes coming out. Still no contact.
Just holding. Stealth drone from Primi. Doesn't spot anything out either, and managed to stay and avoid it.
I'll handle this. Oh, the ult just to check. That's 3 members. But they're not quite in range right now for a kill off of the fault line. Good patience coming up from Cruz. How long do you wait?
ไม่เห็นพี่ไซเฟอร์
Trying to push them into heaven, right? You're saying, okay, the Yoru's behind you. Where do you go? But now over in heaven, Governor's able to get that one kill as well. Gate crash. It's gonna be inspired. There's the fault line just delayed. Now you know with only 20 seconds left that GE had to make a choice. They're caught up. There's a gravity.
Now you
ก็
got
จะ
to
หล
worry
วดลง
about
นะ
back as well. GE, yeah, pressure's definitely on them.
ถ้ามันได้ก็เก่ง
Trying to flood
ถ้ามัน
into
ได้
the
เก่งไป
site, but look at the flash and set ready. Pretty holding on the
King
side
by.
lines as well. Elbow blocked
Come on,
off.
King
Into
by.
the site. That's Cruz
King
doing
by.
it. Kill Primi onto the other as well.
Yeah.
And Talon manages to
มา
strike
ว่ะ
back.
So Talon this time, the patience of holding on to things like the fault line really scares GE into, okay, where do we push forward to get some more information? We didn't really get clarity in mid. We didn't see any reactions. They were trying to bait out some sort of movement. Then you see the Euro come out, but you're not quite able to chase all the way through because you've left B main garage empty the entire time. So you don't know, did we see Jit Boys push out? Is he going to go for a trade? We're not quite sure, so let's stick with mid. But then you lose your raise as well, so now you're just caught in mid, and then it's a timing play from Talon, and they're starting to find some footing.
Just a little bit. Now with the guns as well, hopefully able to keep a bit of a streak going. GE a little bit passive though. The alt orb goes in for the swing, but look at that outlaw towards the back.
Oh, lots of members spotted by Governor as well. I love the close range paint shells. And
Boy.
they decided to pile on, and Utah still gets a long range fight. He is onto the site.
ระยะ
Actions, Jit Boys able to come back and refill that space with the judge. And now towards the back now, Cruz unfortunately cut down.
หายแล้ว
Wow, I think that's the first time I've really seen the grav net right into the repeak. Being able to land that shot so easily 1v1 works out for Kelly, yes. Usually we see it obviously some more for set plays and trap plays. He will be able to recover the spike as well. Obviously weaponry not on their side. However, annihilation available. If GE wanted to try to make the play from that point, which I would not mind. You're 6 rounds ahead. I would like to see a little bit of risk taking, because if you use the annihilation, limit them down to a 2v2, now suddenly it looks doable.
Still though, not too much information on where their opponents might be.
เฮ้ย2 คู่หูวะ
Check and clear a lot of the corners, so a bit of a double peek in towards Mail, but it's the setup high-low from Talon to kind of counter them. Jit Boy is able to shoot them down.
มีจิตบอย
Starting to catch up. GE has to remember that they're not quite at 12 just yet. However, once again, lots of ults online. Is it going to be an ult dump on this round? It looks like it. They're set up all 5 onto the A site. You're seeing the pings and where they want to clear. Perhaps over for that deep paint shells to try to clear things off, or they just want to check that cubby. We'll see what the play is.
สแปมไปเรื่อยด้วยนะ
The real question is going to be Talon's response. You're looking at the scoreboard, you see all these ultimates online. They're going to leave A relatively empty. So it's going to be a retake. You have that Rolling Thunder, and you have the Cosmic Divide as well. I like the fast push out of mid. You really just want to force them into one of the sites.
Yeah, G makes a think for it. So straight into the A side. This band kind of leaves it open. So a bit of a retake setup. The off shot does take one of the players down as well. So that's instant
วิ่ง
value
แล้วชิ่ง
too.
เลยพี่บ้าน
You have to hold on to screens because you don't have that barrier mesh anymore.
เฮ้ย เอาเลยเหรอ
Rolling Thunder though will connect into the site.
Will divide
Jit Boys kind of avoids it. I mean, Poppy avoids it for now. So maybe a little bit of an opportunity. Udotan able to spray through as they all try to push out off the Rolling Thunder. Now it's all down to just Ben. And he's got the ult, tries to peek out, but Udotan takes him down once again. It is GE up to that point.
Poppy with the perfect timing on the Cosmic Divide. Completely ruins the Rolling Thunder. Talon wanted to try to wrap into the site ASAP. You look at the angle, it wasn't just for ramps. It was actually saying, we don't care if there's someone on the lurk, we're going to push into the site. But then they all get stopped. They're not quite sure how to peek out of this. And the way the Cosmic Divide, look at this. You peek out of it, you still have to take the 50-50 afterwards. There's a little bit of that distance right next to the wall. It makes it such a nightmare to peek out, and now GE at 12.
สกอร์นี่เหมือนกัน
So unfortunate with that Rolling Thunder not connecting. So now, huge opportunity, especially with some of the ultimates right now. Talon though, still trying to fight back. They take
ตอนนั้นเจอทีมสีแดงๆปะ
See how long they wait though. It's
ใช่
a
แต่ผม
double
จำไม่ได้
team,
ว่า
so
ผ
they
มอยู่
want
สี
to
อะไร
try to
นะ
set up a trap play, but this is what Poppy's been doing the entire map. He just waits. The rest of his team gets information, and then he sees what is the reaction. Is it a push out or is it not? Primi catches sight. I think Crystal did too, given his jiggle. Little bounce back and forth, but now Primi calls for backup. They want to push this out. They have to, because given their composition, they need to fight to take space and get information.
Trying to go in for it. All 3 of them trying to go in for maybe the trade setup as
เฮ้
well.
ยมันล่อซื้อปะเนี่ย
Each other, but the boom bot now comes out.
ใส่ใกล้เลยใกล้
Even more of them back.
โอ้โห
Peeking out of the
ล่อ
cage.
จริง
Unfortunately,
โอ้
the
โห
timing of it
ชิบ
all.
หาย
It's just a setup for
โอ้โห
GE to
ทั้งทีม
react back into the utility that they sent
เอ้า
through.
พิมมี่เว้ย
Tries to stay alive into the corner.
นิดเดียว
ปืนถ้าปืนดีกว่านี้หน่อยนะ
มันอันนี้ก่อนวะ
Jit Boys still
อาจจะได้
holding
3
sheriff
ยังต่ำ
as well. See if he can get a range and pick anything up, but Poppy looks like he's ready to shut that down. Now look at the positions. I mean, GE all ready to just pick
Hey,
off these
good
1v1s.
ปาปี้
Over by
พี่โด
Poppy.
นเองอะ
He's not looking. Jet Boys, does he find a timing? He does.
เอาได้ลุ้น
Now a 2v1. 1v1 down
Ui,
to
nừng, nừng.
Crystal versus
โอ้
Jet
แม่งเดิน
Boys.
ออกมาวัดชัวร์ทรงนี้
กระโดด
Trying to hold her up around the spike. Inside of elbow, he peeks out.
What?
That's gonna be the
Oh,
headshot just in an
timing beat, yeah.
instant. 13-6. Global Esports ends the
มองไปที่แมปหน้า
นับวิ
ตื่นแล้วว่ะ
Just in
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรแมปหน้ายังมีแมปเขาเราเก่งแมปเรานี่ไม่แมปใครแมปมัน
พี่การถึงด้วยแบบไหม
Poppy makes a move B.
ต้องโดเนทเท่าไหร่ให้ไวเปอร์เดมอนเชียร์ GE
เฮ้ย โอ้โหใช้เงินแก้ปัญหาน่ะ
คือเงินน่ะซื้อพี่เอ๋ยไม่ได้หรอก
ก็ไม่มากพอ
ทำไมมากพอ
วันก่อนก็มีคนมาพิมพ์อย่างนี้นะแบบว่าให้พี่เอ๋ยไม่เชียร์ไปเพื่อเล็กจ้างเท่าไหร่
ไม่เชียร์ไปเป็นจ้างเท่าไหร่
แต่อาชีพใหม่ละ
วันนี้ทำไมอุดรธานีมันลั่นจังวะ
อ้าวคุณกิตโทษทีผมกินข้าวอ่ะ ก่อนเลย
โอเคพี่
เดธแมทเหรอ
ใช่ครับ
You put him on your team, and he would have. The pacing of this wasn't right, and when you have an agent like.
อาชีพใหม่พี่เอ๋ยถ้ากับคนเล่นของ what
คนเล่นของ
คนเล่นของ ชื่อยังเก่า อันที่ภาพมันไม่ชัดใช่ไหมหรือผมไม่ได้เช็ดแว่นมา
ชัดนะพี่
ฮะอ้าวใช่เหรอ
ใช่เหรอ
เนี่ยผม
ภาพมันเหมือน
ปกติผมก็เล่นภาพ
480
แบบเนี้ยชัดๆเลยแบบเนี้ยแหละคือชัดแบบสำหรับผมละ
เล่นภาพแบบนี้ จะรู้ว่า
ท่านยังไม่ตื่นเลยเขาอุตส่าห์ทำมา พิมพ์ดูเอลิทผิดคาดอันนี้
ฟลิกฟลิก
วันนี้มันจะต้านทานพลังเจมกินกันได้จริงๆโคตรโหดเลย
โอ้โหเจมส์กินตอนนี้ท็อปฟอร์มสุด
มีสิทธิ์โดนเหมือนกันนะเจนจีอ่ะดูจากฟอร์มของเจมกินอ่ะ
ๆ
สบายแล้ว อันนี้เจนจีชนะแล้ว
พี่ให้ใครพี่พี่ให้ใคร
ก็ยังเจนจีอ่ะ
อ้าว
ไม่ค่อยชัวร์เท่าไหร่
ถ้าไม่ชัวร์ก็แสดงว่ายังมีโอกาสชนะอยู่ แต่ถ้าแบบว่าเจนจี20คอนเฟิร์มอะไรเงี้ยอันนี้น่ากลัวแล้ว
แบบสูสีเลยอะแทบจะ50-50
เหมือนเฮเลติกอะ เฮเลติกนี่คือ งอมเลยเกมแรก ทารอนคัมแบ็กครับ2-1แน่นอน เรายังมั่นใจอยู่
Similarly to what
I'm pretty sure they went back and worked on Abyss. There's no way you're going to let Abyss come through a second time, especially for map 2, knowing that they looked really weak on it. They surely went back, did their
Yo,
homework,
man.
cleaned it up. Talon on
สวัส
the
ดีครับผม
right, they look so inconsistent on this map off the off-season. When Primi made his debut here, they looked fantastic. They beat Team Secret on this map. Primi was in, I don't even think he was playing a duelist, but they've
อย่าลืมซื้อ
obviously
Talon
done
Capsule นะครับ
like
นี่
hard
อยู่ตรง
jet
นี้
on Abyss. I don't.
ฝั่งนู้น
It's
น่ะ
hard to say. Are they gonna
ฝั่งนี้อะ
figure
เนี่ย
out what works
Talon
for Abyss?
Capsule
Are
น่ะ
we gonna get that same Abyss
เห็นไหม
during Primi's debut?
I mean, I really hope so.
Nee, nee,
I
nee,
would
nee,
like
nee,
this
nee,
to
nee,
go
nee,
the
nee,
way
nee.
to map
Die
3,
ให้
to
เนี่
be
ย
honest, but
อ่ะ
I
อย่า
think
ลืม
it's
ซื้อเนี่ย
really hard to predict because
เนี่ยอ่ะ
Frost and the coaching staff there at Talon are not afraid to mix things up. You know, we've just seen it in map 1. They are not afraid
สนับ
to
สนุน
take risks.
น้อง
So
ๆ ตัวแท
again,
น
I
ทีม
would
ไท
be
ยครับ
expecting something different from them. I'm
they've
gonna
changed
expect
their
them to
comp
cook it.
every time in the off season. I think 3 Abyss games they've played, they've adjusted their comp every time. So especially looking at a lot of the other teams, like Gen G, for example, they're playing the same comp almost every game, whereas Talon, they're changing their comp almost every game, and like that's the thing. That's why I feel like this team is so inconsistent. If you just don't have the same stable comps, the same stable roles, it's just naturally going to be a little bit all over the place. When it clicks, it's amazing, but then you have that split attack side, and you're like, oh, I don't know about that.
You're absolutely right. I think based on what we've seen from Frost in his interviews, his podcast, he's always trying to stay one step ahead, keep him guessing a little bit, have special comps to face specific teams. But you're right, it's really hard to master it at that point. Gen G was so good last year, and they never changed a thing. They kept it the same. They fine-tune, they make it better and better. So
it's a Korean approach, you know, just keep consistently ironing it out. They've always relied on the tactics and what's stable, what's consistent. Look, I mean, we already said it was a great idea, but if your players can't execute it in the server, then that idea means nothing.
Abyss.
Well, you know what does mean something though?
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the poll results, but we got our agent picks here.
So again, this is another change from Talon. This is their 4th game.
พี่บอกกูไม่เล่นแล้วดูเอล
We're going the double controller with the Viper
นีออนอย่างนั้นเหรอ
and Primi is on the death this time. For GE, they're also changing. Darion's going onto a chamber. You already saw hopping on Pearl.
มันคอมดูยากๆว่ะ
เอ้ยผมว่าโอเคนะพี่
ให้หรอ
เพราะว่ามันมีแค่จัมเบอร์เดียว
I do think Chamber can provide a lot of valuable. I don't want to say you.
ได้พี่ได้
You're seeing other agent changes as well. Crystal is onto the server. You got the breach for.
แต่ไวเปอร์ด่านนี้นี่โคตรแรงเลยนะที่ได้เห็น
โกเวอร์เนอร์น่าจะต้องเล่นเองชงเองอ่ะ
เล่นกับเนทปะเนทของเดดล็อกอะจับขา
ดูยากอยู่
Thank you very much. Yeah, big changes in the compositions on both sides. Now, I know, you know, everyone in chat, Reddit, everyone's already still looking at Talon and saying, Primi's still not on Duelist. Like, what's going on here? But, well, let's wait and see, because the current Neons we've seen is much more about baiting out those crosshairs, and then the rest of the team is there to trade. So we'll see if that's set up for some of that frag.
Okay, so food critic Chobra is kind of liking what Talon is cooking up here. We shall see.
I didn't say like. I just said that we gotta wait and see.
Gotta wait and see. Right. We shall kind of give them a chance. We'll give them a chance at how everything goes. But I mean, it's that double controller as well. But right now, that impact from the chamber already coming through.
Yeah, and we're just going to get a safe peek out there from Yudotan. He takes a little bit of scratch from that early scuffle, but Crystal's still here as well. And then there's the support from Kelly S. Once again, keep your eyes on the movement of Kelly S, because he has been very busy on that first map and now already in the first round of Abyss as well. Let's take a little bit of time to talk about that chamber, though. The Des touched upon it, but that chamber can gain you so much aggressive space for that extra information. So I'm curious what kind of positions Darion takes.
Especially with how he holds sight lines as well. I mean, speaking of his past experiences as a Jet, it's just right there. And he's able to hold it down again from the back of heaven. Governor down, Poppy comes back in for the trade. That's Primi gone, and you're working against numbers. At this point, Yudotan gets yet another ban. What are you gonna do? Tries to slip through with a ghost, but Poppy swings out after the fault line, and that's it.
ไม่เป็นไร
ไม่เป็นไร
Start you wanted after that first map, but you'll just have to pick it up once you get a chance to get some buys in. Meanwhile, Global Esports, Darion not missing those shots, gets the very first kill with the headshot, and then he's able to finish off the Neon as well. We should note, I mean, it's been a little bit, but you know, Darion, he played a lot of chamber. They touched upon, he used to be a Jet player, he used to be an Opper, but you look at his overall career, it's still his second most played agent. So, I mean, this is going to be like the back of his hand for Darion on chamber.
Sniper.
บอสเลยเหรอ
Especially on the B side of things. Definitely works out.
War Spy coming out from Talon, all half armor, all stingers. It's just going to be a full push in. Okay, going for the very much as well. Go for a full wraparound onto their side.
แล้วเขามีปืนไง
Punish Yudotan. They punish Kelly as well. Crystal all alone. Just
กูมีปืนเลย
gets the stingers. Gets one. Not able to connect.
Massive flood instantly into the site. I mean, Kelly
13 12 11
all that incoming footsteps.
มันเร็วสุดได้แค่
Got
นี้
the last player now. It's just Poppy. And then picking up that garden, able to make it ring. Poppy down with the headshot. So Talon strikes back off the quick.
อุดรธานีนี่คือสไลด์ไปอากาศอร่อยเลย
เหมือนรีแล้วมันก็ไม่สามารถเร็วกว่านี้ได้ละ
one and done force by, but it's a very
ม่วงปะ
aggressive one as well. I mean, the speed that they're able to actually
ผมก็ม่วงนะ
just go through vents, but they wrap around all the way the bend of mid so that anyone in vents doesn't really have an exit, right? You go out there, maybe you're getting pinched, you come out from vents, you're getting pinched, you try to go back to spawn, you're getting pinched, and that's only doable because it's the deadlock and the neon able to block off any sort of fast rotate from the defenders.
I think it's also a little bit that Viper wall from Ben as well.
ผมเข้าพี่เลย
It's impressive. They keep doing the same thing. I mean, you gotta keep an eye on that for the future rounds. But right now, back into B, Darren's already swapped sides over onto the A site.
โดนแท็กหรือเปล่า
Poppy just gonna get pushed away.
รอดได้แล้วนะ
Take damage there. He's able to get out.
ฟ้าเลน
Still space afforded, and now Talon pretty much kind of gets the free sight. It's just classics. Kelly's jumps over, actually managed to land yet another shot. But thankfully, Talon managed to bring things back to their control. So now it's pretty soon. Spike planted. How does GE try to deal with this?
Yeah, I mean, already you've taken too much damage that you shouldn't have, but obviously you look at the creds. Overall, in the grand scheme of things, Talon okay if they're able to wrap things up here and just keep that advantage. Meanwhile, for GE, I mean, barrier mesh, maybe trying to fish for some kills for Darren to try to get his tour de force online ASAP, but outside of that, it looks like it's going to be just going down to the spike is the answer.
Trying to play around it still. Yeah, maybe trying to get the tour de force online. He had the sight lines, but couldn't quite react in kind as soon as a little utility was placed. So quick reactions from Talon again, and now just high-low setup. Crystal unfortunately walks into it.
ตอนแรกจะวิ่งกลับเพื่อนบอกเล่นเลยสู้ วิ่งกลับ
Okay, well, if I have a Phantom, if I can get 2 kills, maybe some extra points over towards my ultimate. Not going to happen, though. Everyone's still a little ways away on the side of GE towards those ults, and I mean, Kelly's wreaking havoc on the site. But right now, Talon, they look a lot more locked in than they did over on Split.
Definitely working a lot better, especially with how they're taking things in their hands right now, being proactive. So keeping an eye again on that Viper wall. It's still blocking off quite a bit of mid, and you can see that it definitely forces G to invest some players into at least playing around mid a bit more.
Deep recon for a very aggressive position. These are the things you can afford to do with that chamber. We saw some of that chamber coming out from the Americas as well, where you're able to take so many different off angles with that rendezvous.
โดนเลยได้ไหมโค้งนี้สวย
โอ้แต่มีคนยิงให้
เห็น
Spots the neon, but couldn't quite deal with the slide, so at least he gets away in time. Yeah, that was kind of dicey. I'm surprised he even stayed for that first shot, just knowing that it's a neon, and you were just barely spotted by the drone, but perhaps hoping that they didn't quite recognize it. That's one of the things that Darren has a lot of experience with as well. Like dealing with neons. He did that at VCL just last year. See if he's able to maybe land some of those crazy shots. Now, we mentioned that toxic screen earlier. Obviously, just as any double controller, it's putting in a lot of that pressure, cutting off some of that rotate, and putting pressure onto Vents right now as well. Trying to go for a deep wraparound. Annihilation is going to catch Yudotan. That should soften the defenses.
ให้เป็นดักแด้
ตันอีกมีโดนแท้อยู่กูต้อง
นี่ไงโดนทัน
Premi holding the angle, reacting kind. Still though, you're taking a look at how Ben is effectively lurking out from the back. GE, they try to push on through. They're still up in towards heaven, trying to make use of some of these sight lines. Crystal, he actually hears Ben, kind of thinking about it, kind of able to swing back to take him down. And there, the final shot for Darren to slam down. GE able to equalize scoreboard.
Yeah, I don't think there was any sound there. I think that's just really big heads-up play in the fact that they have yet to see the Viper. Whoever made that call and said, watch your backs, we haven't seen Viper. That is the calm of the round right there. That's the call you need. Because if it wasn't for that, Ban was able to get a free double kill. But he's just watching out for it because you already have that up. You already have Darren watching the site. You trust in it to get that information. What a good hold from GE.
Just being that spotter for Darren. I mean, Crystal, you gotta love the cohesion on the side of G. And right now, back into it, it's Darren taking that aggressive space once more.
อุ้ยเหมือนจะเลือนะเมื่อกี้พิมมี่จับไปจอพิมมี่ได้ไหมนักคนจับจอ
He's gonna have to back off now.
Yudotan with a good hold, though. I mean, anytime you're playing against these double controllers, it's either you try to push out yourselves or you kind of just have to wait. You have to leave that mid open and try to push out of a side so that you can go for faster rotates and get that information better. And GE, this is something they've cleaned up a lot compared to last week.
มันมีเดี๋ยวก่อน
work with it this time, especially popping into the stars on the site. So he's
สวย
but unfortunately,
มาครับ
Talon this time managed to come in with the flood. 2-3 players all through the smokes, and Poppy wasn't able to hold it back. So a bit of a retake scenario now without the numbers. GE
Save
gonna have to
off
try to at least
เฮ้ยมันเอา
maybe
ว่ะ
some picks. They do have the op, so it might be
เฮ้ย
a
มัน
save
สู้
as
อ่ะ
well.
สู้
Yeah, something to consider because your
ดาวหน้ามัน
defense
มี
all
นี่
over
ป่ะ
the place right
อัน
now.
ติ
The
ไอ้
credit's
แช
not
มเบอ
quite
ร์
evened out for GE. So if you believe that the operator is really, really important for those defensive rounds, which I would imagine you do, given the chamber, I think you got to keep that. So it looks like Crystal's just in position to save, and Kelly S just trying to see if he can get a couple cheeky kills.
Hey.
With the wraparound
Hey.
lead, he wants to punish the op. Finds one. Oh, okay.
Hey.
Got the kill. Knows he doesn't quite have the opening anymore to chase for the second.
A little bit dicey. That is a gun picked up nonetheless. Oh, he's wrapping around.
Didn't spot him just yet. He was around the corner. And given the health, it looks like Governor also just saying, all right, I'll cool off. All right, I didn't spot you enough. Just wait and not really take that risk.
Be able to keep things in control. Definitely a bit of an improvement for Talon, but
Look dick,
nonetheless,
look dick.
being this aggressive and being this
อยากให้อย่าพูดไปให้
active
ไก
and
ล
being
เธอ
able to take those guns away, being able to take the site and flood it through the smokes that way, clearly shows their mentality and wanting to take yet another strong lead onto their first half.
And I really liked, I think that round from Talon just now, round 5, is going to be very representative of just how every round should be playing out for them. Get some information. If you push out, they punish GE, and then they divide them in mid, and then it's a flood with the neon. So now the answer is, let's take them out in mid!
Good for the fight. Down to the tour de force. The first shot down into Governor, and all of a sudden, Talon has to back off.
ก็จะสู้
มุมมันแบบลึก
A
จัด
main already given up, trying to hide away from that drone. Looks like Yudotan might have been hidden. Cosmic Divide. You do have your own to try to counter it on a retake. Oh man, another repeat with the op this time. A little bait and switch. Big risk, but Crystal still holding strong on vent, so they feel comfy on the site. And Talon, they are frantically realizing there's too many members here on the site.
So, bit of a mid-round decision, or at least thinking about it, but they're doubling back.
รอวอลหมด
แต่เขาไม่ยินนะ
Trying
Yeah,
to
low
use
wall.
that little pocket that might have been available on the Cosmic Divide to fake them out, but I don't think, I don't know if G even heard them, because I don't think we saw Gilius.
อย่างนี้
Yeah,
Oh,
now
yeah.
they're saying
Yeah.
it's so surely I don't think they heard it at all.
Oh no.
อ่า
But still, I mean,
โดนหลอก
close enough to the site
Gua
and
chạt,
having
gua
the numbers
chạt.
to possibly make
À,
something
wang,
happen.
wang.
Surely now they hear that Spike
โค
tap.
ตรดี
เอาได้ท่อได้ท่อ
Lead from Crystal,
They
that's going to be
are
big. And
alright.
Jit Boys, he might just let Kilius slip
Oh,
through and
RPD
take out one of his
cannot
teammates.
ไม่มีคนมา
โอ้ทามมิ่งมาช่วยเพื่อน
Position
ทั
a
นห
little
รือ
bit
เปล่า
far too deep.
อืม
While the rest of his team just kind of holds out around the spike. Cruise further
Oi,
back, so that
oh.
marks Crystal.
Timing.
It's
อะ
off.
ไร
Just to throw out the recon.
Ủa, nó
Crystal
không-
kind of
nó
slipping
sai
through.
nào?
Sova versus Sova. It's just down to the gunplay and
Dude,
the
nah.
angles.
เฮ้ย ได้
Crystal,
อยู่
unfortunately,
Ui, dai rồi,
shoulder
mình
spotted
tập
out. And that's then the Cosmic Divide. But do they
Bị
know
đụt
that
đuôi,
Heaven's
đụt
being
con.
held?
They should
ส
know.
บาย
ดูดด้วยความเครียดดูดด้วยความเครียด
สบาย
Spike tag.
Favorite.
Sometimes it's
Oh.
just not
Hey.
enough
Hey.
time.
Hey.
GE will have to back off. That should be another round for Talon. They're on the hunt. They got to get out of the spike radius anyway. And
Ow.
Kilius will survive just barely
Vandal
with that
leg.
Vandal. So once
Ui,
again,
mình
I
nghĩ
mean,
tuổi
sure,
chặt.
you get shut down in
Talon.
mid, but it's the same idea.
Chưa
Right? You're
sụt
still able
chạy.
to push the chamber out. You threaten him to force a rendezvous out. Then you still require GE to try to reinvest a lot of you in mid. That's when you take the chance to flood into A. Obviously, it doesn't work out. To the fake, and then
Long,
double
long.
down on A side. Good call from Cruz.
ลงจัด
ขอวิหน่อยพี่
Being able to hold it from
Did-
heaven as well.
17 ครั้งเนาะ โอเค
ใช่ครับ
เปียวเลย
เรียบร้อยเหมือนจะ
ไม่ค่อยได้เลย
Online now as well.
อย่าบอก
But
นะ
okay.
GE trying to fix things up. Now, last week, it's something that
32 31 30 29 28 27
ผมช้ากว่า
หก
26
ห้า
เท่า F เลย
24 เท่ากันพี่
22 21
อ่า
20
อืม
19ผมช้ากว่าปะ
8ใช่16
เต้ต้องรีเฟซหนึ่งที
5 4 3 2 1 10
โอเคครับ
เป๊ะเลยนี่เป๊ะเลยแบบเป๊ะ
เป๊ะมา
เท่าก ไหร่นะพี่5 4
สี่
เท่ากันเลย
สาม
ตามเป๊ะเลย
2
maybe a sudden push out somewhere. Keep Talon guessing.
That's kind of some of their options available to them right now. I mean, being able to fight for that neutral ground, but at the same
แต่
time,
นี้ดันบุกหรือดัน
it's
กัน
just wondering about how Talon's able to
เขา
work
บอกว่า
around
บุ
it,
ก
or if
นะ
they're holding on the
บุก
other
นะ
sides, and especially again working with that double controller setup that they have. Mid is
โอ้ยโห
always
มัน aggressive เลยว่ะ
kind of in contention. Yudotan being stuck inside of B-Link.
เกมเป็นล่อ
Just a little bit of a fake bait there for the ult orb, and eventually they'll be able to secure that for themselves. And they make it sound like they
โอ้
left.
เหลี่ยม
So it's an absolute trap play here. Jump peek out from Premium with the
กระโด
outlaw.
ดลิง
กระโดดมายิง
โดดทำไมอะ
But now, this is
They don't
the
want.
reaction from GE
Oh,
to try to
don't
come
want.
back in, thinking about a possible A site being leaked open. It is a bit of an eco round for GE, but still tough
ที่
luck.
ใครจะคิดเอา
starting
จะ
things
เอา
off
รอ
that
โดด
way.
มาเช็คมันอะ
Yeah, I don't mind them piling on to me, right? If you get a kill,
I'll
on
not
kill,
check.
yes, maybe even the rolling thunder if
Oh.
time allows for it to try to just win the round
แต่ยอง
out
ก็
of
งงเลยเมื่อ
attrition.
กี้
อุ้ยเรามันโยกหมดอ๋อโดนหลอกอีกแล้ว
Taking any chances. If they get a reaction out of here, they'll immediately go into
Tapi
A site,
Bayern
still
City
creeping
ตึง
forward, but they start to see some of that util come out on B.
อุ้ยโดนหลอกจริงวายวาย
โอ้ยได้ตีด้วยโอ้
Just very baited out.
Oh.
Onto the plant, and now it's just going to be planted on A site. Governor, he's done his
หลอก
job.
เสียผู้เสียคน
So unfortunate with the ults being drawn out.
มันเล่นไม่เป็นมันเล่นไม่เป็น
Finishes back into the A
อย่าหลอก
side.
กันได้ไหม
Okay,
ครับพี่
Viper's
เอ๋
pit
ย
up
นี่
as well,
สาว
just
ๆขอ
ran
มานะ
measure, but now in towards Vents
อัน
and
นี้ทารอนหลอก
อ๋อ
boys holding it.
สองนะ
เอ้ยชิบหาย
นี่ไง
It's a double kill.
อร่อย
ขอแปด
สุดๆอะมุมเนี้ยผมบอก
Now there's
Sam,
not much
ขอ
you
สาม
can
ป่ะ
do. Poppy not gonna be able to
สาม
find
เลย
that kill instantly. Yudotan did pick up the Phantom, but the retake itself looks kind of impossible. Okay, Jit Boys, he might actually get a couple extra kills himself. He's aware of it. No, Yudotan's gonna get him from behind.
ใจเย็นไม่ทันละ
Now Poppy obviously wanting to go down to the
เดี๋ยวก่อน
spike.
ทำไมมัน
Looks
กั
like
ด
he's
เราเยอะ
not
จังวะ
gonna be given the
มันเสียเยอะ
option
จัง
to do so. Just trying to bounce back and forth. He has a rifle himself, so he could just save that over.
เราได้
เราด้านติ
That's
เรา
gonna
ด้าน
be
ติ
the
จริง
choice
จริง
from
จริง
GE.
ไม่เป็นมันไม่เป็น
เล่นไม่เป็น
5
โด
to
น
2
ดิ
I am
lead
the
for
hunted.
Talon. What a choice there. I mean, you talk about fakes like these, especially when you're ahead of the
Good
Eagles,
job.
are really necessary. But just given the
Don't
fact that, okay, we don't know where else they pushed out from, we don't know what the rotations look like, but they should be going for a stack. I don't mind it, especially because it's the Neon, right? You can try to get out, usually a little bit slippery. You're able to buy a lot of time. And Governor, I mean, he baits out the unjustice. That's more than you could have asked for.
ออกอีกแล้ว
So much
ตัวมี
value.
ดักแด้ครับ
At the same time, I made a bit of an eco round for GE, so getting a read for things now, but this is the adjustment. It's going to be Yudotan pushing down mid to
That's
take
cool.
ดัน
down
ลึกมากเลย
And during that, they still have that forward position on A main as well. So yeah, now doubling down on where you push out from. So that way you can get the one and done kill in mid and back off. You don't have to be afraid about holding onto that position. It's still a double stack. So this requires Talon to now use util. But the question is if you have to use the rendezvous, which you will, where else do you push out from again? Does Yudotan push out from mid once more? Because there's still a full minute left on the clock.
โอ้
Just holding for now.
ตันเขาจะรี
GE
แล้ว
pushed back into a somewhat backwards, a
ไม่ได้
default
ไม่ได้
position.
ไม่ได้ยก
Banking
เลิ
a
ก
lot on the stack, and at the same time trust in Poppy to just hold down B. He's continuing to jiggle, so doesn't see anything. It's all down to the stack and how they're able to react to what could possibly come out of the A site.
Yeah, we have to remember the slide is gone from Neon, so not going to be
Kelly
able to really just place
ด้วย
that crosshair as much. But Darian gets tagged.
อุ้ยไม่ใครโดนตัน
ดูบีเดี๋ยวมันขาดตายแล้วแม่งกลัวโดนหลอก
Slip on through with that, the relay
Wait.
bolt now out.
สวยจัด
Kelly is not quite able to react with
เฮ้ย
it.
ไปสู่เฮ้ยได้อยู่
เฮ้ยสวย
Animation not quite up in time. Darren gets gunned off, and that's going to be now up to Crystal. Not from heaven.
เฮ้ยเอ้าไม่โดน
Wrong-sided.
ใจเย็น
Kind of
เย็น
avoiding
ไม่
the
ชิงอะไรอะ
annihilation, which
ชิง
didn't
น็อตเหรอ
quite connect into it. So not too bad for now, but
มันคิดกันอะไร
there's the back of spawn as well. It's been
Wait.
blocked off.
เฮ้ย
Yudotan
ใจ
though
เย็นๆใจ
still
เย็น
able
ๆ
to land a bit of a
ใจเย็น
shot.
Yeah, and sees
โอ้ย
Jit
โอ้ย
Boys
โอ้ย
as
โอ้ย
well.
โอ้ย
Jit
โอ้ย
Boys
โอ้ย
is
โอ้ย
just
สเปรย์เป็นเก็บไลท์โอ้โห
He's now going to have that away. You know he's trapped. And it's a two-man push out from spawn. They got to take out Jit Boys first. That's an easy kill. And the second one, good crosshair displacement for Poppy. And then a repeat from all three members. GE with a nice retake against Talon Esports here in round 8.
ถ้าอูด้งมันไม่
Losing
ฉีกเป้า
players
นะ
initially thanks to the Neon, but then at the same
Hindi
time
wa,
just
Udong.
being able to hold their ground. Crystal up from heaven, the first shot through,
อุดรธานี
and then buying time, waiting for his
Udon
teammates to come
wa.
on through. The crosshair
Hindi
displacement
wa,
at the end
Udon
there,
Thani
just
eh, I think na.
perfect retake protocols.
Yeah, honestly, the site hit itself was very good. I almost thought Kelly S maybe pushed out too far forward. He had the Rolling Thunder. You could have used that to buy time as well, maybe give time for Yudotan to re-peek into mid. But he gets caught over there with the stun, so he's not able to get out in time. But at the end of the day, it's good patience from his remaining teammates for that retake. And now they switch it up, push out from B side with the breach, with the recon. Oh, that's a deep recon as well. You have to give him so much space here.
ได้ยินป่ะน่ะ
Oh, Dario with a nice shot as well, holding that close off angle. That's the toxic straight down. Poppy still anchoring on the site. And this seemed to always be what GE wanted even last week, was just let Poppy do his thing on the A site. We try to take space elsewhere. This time they get what they want.
Anchor works out.
Take flight.
Drawing out the barrier mesh as well, so maybe regrouping, breaking that down, and using the drone to re-clear that space up into heaven gives him more options into the site.
Nice pick out from Cruz, but they have to continue to play aggressive. Premier with a nice hit, but Poppy gonna utilize that rolling thunder to his advantage. They still have ults as well for Talon. Want to make sure they can secure this round.
เราเองนี่หว่าครับขอโทษลุงทีมครับผมลุงทีมครับ
และดึงมาก่อนทีนึงและอันติแม่
เชียร์กันครับผมเชียร์กัน
Sends off those beams. Shitboy is able to hold out the front side of things as well. Poppy still able to fight back, holding the angle. Spike getting stuck. Kelly S gets it just in time for G to pick up the round.
I think Cruz assumed that maybe there wouldn't be enough time, but either way, he didn't get the tag onto Kelly S either, so that's why GE knew they could just stick it. And good timing calculation there from GE, just knowing we have to hold it. You look at the positions they had, Kelly S was never ever going to let go of that defuse because he had a spotter watching out a little bit close, and then he starts to peek out just to make sure he doesn't get swung on. So full faith on the timer from Kelly S, and that's going to be the defuse. That one stings quite a bit, especially with the Hunter's Fury used as well.
At the same time, just so much impact from one player, Poppy, in these rounds on the map for GE. Next round coming through, and they're continuing to switch up their setups. It's Darren alongside Yudotan on towards A now, trying to hold for that information.
Yeah, and that was meant to be a trap play there for Yudotan, just hiding him away with that trademark, but now they realize it's not going to happen, so you just leave the operator alone, trying to go for a fast rotate, but you're already a step late. The Neon starts charging in, grab that launch, and you hold on to sight. Crystal, it's a double team between Crystal and Kelly. It's a double swing. Crystal still alive with 2 kills on the board. He's dancing around, he gets the third, and shuts down the entire entry. Spike dropped on sight.
Thrown out to check as well. He dodges the shock dart, and then it is for Yudotan to come in with the blades. GE equalized the score thanks to Crystal's efforts.
What a good hold. The duo between Crystal and Kelly S. 2 IGLs bonded together. They're on the site. Good trades. Crystal set up for the kills, and a good read as well from Kelly S. GE coming alive now, bringing things up to a tied score of 5-5, and suddenly Talon, they looked so rejuvenated in the beginning, but it's starting to slowly slip away.
Just trying to figure out, what Talon's movements are, slowing down Ben, or at least stopping him in his tracks, really stifles their momentum. And once again, we're back to the same setup.
And this time, it's a bit of a setup for Poppy, right? You're holding out far back on that angle. Poppy not showing up on top of the box on danger, and he's just holding close next to his smokes. They will force Talon to move away. Talon has to start working the map. They've kind of just been spearheading through the moment they get a chance. The moment they get contact, they choose. Is it A or B? The Neon starts to barrel through. Now it's not working, but you have a lot of room to re-clear mid and A main.
Especially mid, though, possibly through vents, but right now, just dealing with Darren to force that rendezvous away. They do it. Crystal, there it is, back in through, and Yudotan just on the timing of it, spots out Ben as he tries to make the movements happen.
I love this from Yudotan as well. He does get taken down, but it's such a forward position to try to get a read. Did they leave A main? That kill opens things up. Governor could continue to be bait. He's not quite checking for having too many angles for him to check alone. He's stranded. Talon, they couldn't make up their mind. Once Governor got the kill, are we grouping up or not? They're kind of wishy-washy, and now they're late on the rotate. Poppy should be ready for this to just buy time before the spike gets planted.
That's why that smoke is up. Another star up by Dangerous One. Here's the hop and sets up yet another smoke, but now footsteps into him. He's able to swing out, gets the kill, and then the spike dropped. 15 seconds left, and Poppy still able to double back to hold down down that site. 6 rounds for GE.
You don't ever assume you can break into Poppy's site. This is why GE can play so fluidly around the map elsewhere, because Poppy is just built to anchor down. That's what he's done his entire career. I mean, Talon, it looked like they were starting to push and pull and try to find these gaps and creating these gaps, but they weren't able to actually thread it through that gap. The indecisiveness really biting Talon there in that round.
เพราะปาปีเขาชูโล่เหี้ยอะไรวะเนี่ย
Really definitely starts to hurt, especially in the last round, first half right now.
ชื่อเก่าเลยนะอันนี้
But then trying to come in with the stack into the B site now, just trying to flood on through with that fast lane. Governor straight into the relay bolts, trying to hide around the site itself. Annihilation does connect into Kelly's, but Yunotan with the what? A second kill, looks for the third. Trying to hold down the angles, goes in for the spray and commits, but unfortunately doesn't quite connect. It's the Annihilation that connects to the enemy as well. So back to even numbers now. Darren on and off.
Last round, so you just go for it.
Ow,
trying to
like
draw
in
their attention, trying to get them to peek. And if not, he does have his teammate Crystal. He's already now arrived at the site. They're ready for it. They realize something's off. It's just the opshots. That's a distraction. We gotta keep our eyes peeled. Darion gets one. It's a good distraction. The timing's perfect for Crystal. Now trying to scout where the last member is. Time not on the side of GE. They still need to get the kill. Tries to jump. Ban gets 1 kill. Crystal just keeps him at bay. He's trying to stick to half, but Ban is not giving him that chance. And Talon will barely tie things up in the first half.
Crazy pacing, trying to swap things around and back in.
Talonสู้ๆครับไป let's go.
Those two players. Yunotan tries so hard to actually hold down the ground, but still, Talon being able to work around all of it.
That was a crucial kill there just to open up a chance even for GE. I mean, the back and forth was great between the two remaining members of Crystal and Darion.
ที่บ้านนี่ก็ยังเอาให้เรื่อยๆเล็งไปหมดอยากดูแมป3ครับอยากดูเยอะๆมีกันแล้วสบายๆป่ะพร้อม
จริง
So much delay.
ทั้งไวเปอร์เดดล็อก
There definitely is quite a bit of work for GE to do. Starting things off though, bit of a stack in towards the B site.
Okay, so mid to A toxic screen right now. That way you can always try to vie for mid control, but also push out of A. When they re-clear, they still have to spend a lot of utility. And look at that A setup. If they get contact, the Neon is meant to try to draw them into a chase, and then there's the Sonic Sensor to really delay. Meanwhile, on the B side, just classic Jit Boys anchoring alongside Ban.
Trying to span through the smoke, but still not quite able to find too much damage towards Jit Boys.
But Yunotan, he's taking so much space. They suspect it. They'll push him back out. That's important. He's gonna be able to give up that space now.
โดนนะพวกนี้โดนนะ
Grab that out as well, just in case he was right around the corner. But Governor though,
วาร์ปมาเสิร์ฟ
A big pickup from Governor there. Just making sure that he's ahead, making sure that they can disrupt some of the positions. But Kelly's, do they check for him? It's a good setup with Yunotan. It's a good crossfire. Yunotan gets the trick, keeps Kelly's alive for another kill onto the side of GE. Now suddenly a 4v2. Talon no longer having any form of an advantage. There's a fault line just to keep the Neon at bay. And Kelly's is just dancing in between these members. Once again with Yunotan, it's 2 kills to each name, 3 on the board for Yuno for the entire round.
So effective at working alongside each other. Being able to hold out from danger, allowing Kelly's to stay alive and continuing to wreak havoc towards the back of the site. Just deadly.
And these early kills really means a lot. I thought Governor did a good job of making sure he pushes Yudotan out. Then he gets control of boxes so that they can start the retake, so that it's not a very oppressive post plant coming out from GE. But then they just get picked off. Kellius is protected on the site. And now we go on to the anti-eco from GE.
Once again, that wall.
รถติดรีคอน
Oh, that's a good hit.
ก่อนมันรีไง
ซื้อดีเจนชิลอีก
Darion just holding at long range as well. They expect some of these
เดี๋ยว
aggressive
เจ้
push
มุม
outs,
นี้
but holding
Ui, Nian.
just on the railing. Chip Boy is
Ow.
he's basically committing, right? He's saying, I'm just going to hold here until I
เดิน
get a
เปล่า
kill.
เพื่อนจะโดนนั่นน่ะ
Is it going to be a double swing? No. They want to even plant Chip Boys. They're really committing out to this fake. I mean, if he can get a kill, it would be great, but do they ever quite peek out?
ไปข้างบนหรือเปล่า
I was wondering if Darion maybe even tries to get ahead of it to peek below from above,
Bang
but
xiang
obviously
jo.
with the toxic screen there, you're opening yourself up when that screen goes down.
เฮ้ย
So far, not really. Jit Boys will
Info
continue to
yang
push
dia.
on
เฮ้ย เดี๋ยว
through.
แล้ว
โอ้โห
If he does spot out anything up or towards Ben, then he's
น้ำบี
gonna
ไม่มี
see
เลย
that.
กลับกลับกลับกลับ
เถอะ
That should be
th-
quite a bit of
พื่อน
information as
เฮ้ย
well.
ได้ขนาดนี้แล้ว
Oh, and this commitment to B, they know they can buy time with the Baramish on A. However, they don't realize Chip Boy is being sent all the way deep for the flank. Nobody there. Baramish will be broken, and the rotate is going to be late before the spike gets planted.
30
Yeah, it
seconds
takes a
left.
bit of time. And in that time, Yudotan sets himself up on top of the boxes. And a little bit of crosshair displacement as well, but back into it. Spikes has been planted for main, so that's where they're gonna hold.
รอตาย
I
บอ
mean,
ม
I
นะ
think you have to just go down to the spike. Sure, you have position. Yes, it's a 5v5, but you only have classics. You didn't invest anything extra into this. No reason to overextend. The only thing will be Chip Boys. He's already on the flank. See if he can get an exit. If not, he needs to make sure that he goes down to one of the opponents, or maybe even just jump off the stage here, because there is no further chance for Talon to try to get any sort of advantage in this round.
Don't want to give them any alt orbs.
And Darion wants some alt orbs.
Still
though,
holding
yeah.
it. Okay, Crystal.
พี่บอย
Okay, he's gonna go forward, try to just get whatever he can. And just with the sheriff, yeah, he'll just go forward with it, but eventually just goes into spike. Nothing really lost there of value, right? Just the sheriff. You're not losing any investment, you're also not giving away an ult orb to the opponents.
คือว่า
Apart from the round loss to
เฮี
Talon,
ย
so
บัฟ
เอา
เก่า
คืน
เหร
นี่
อ
หว่า
so far so good.
พวกนี้มันจะมีพลัง
The
แฝง
weapons in their hands,
Phalang
UG
phèn.
have a chance at maybe trying to convert the bonus now.
แอนนี่คือตลกใส่ล่าง
What they're able to do. I like that they just choose to say,
Man
okay,
ninh
you know, we're just gonna give that up. And now GE up ahead. We are going to see that extra investment come out from Crystal as well. He gave up that Sheriff trying to get those extra kills on that last round, but now on their bonus, he's able to match that firepower. So that's an extra Vandal now in their hands.
There.
Bought up and pushing up through this toxic screen
ได้ข่าวเยอะ
already. And the drone might have spotted out a little bit more as well.
It's a fast hit. Toxic screen completely ignored, and you expect to push out, but Darion not able to really clear the inside of that smoke. Good trade from Kelly. But that's the spike down. Man, he needs to be careful where he chooses to position himself.
ที่บ้าน
He's
ที่บ้าน
going to be open
ที่
for
บ้าน
a lot of
ไม่
different
พลาดปะ
angles.
เนี่ยไม่พลาด
He's just going to have to fight his
ไม่
way
พ
out.
ลาด
Holds
ไม่
it
พลาด
from the close
Ooh.
angle, but ooh, it's Yudotan that he's
Lan
playing
jing wah.
against.
Lan
So
jing
when
wah.
the
Yeah.
spike picked up,
หยุดไม่อยู่
Rachel
เลยอะ
planted onto the side, a full 3-on-3 retake.
อ๋ออูโดนแทนเอ็กนี่เองเพราะว่า
Reclaiming that area as well. He's creating another cross angle. Talon, do they suspect it? Because it's a 3v3.
Position
Do
ในปาร์
you
ตี้แม่ง
imagine? Oh, they spot each other.
นี่อ่ะ
And Primmy's very quick with it.
So now it's out to Yudotan, gets ahead of it at least a little, takes down Primmy, goes in for yet another swing, has the dash anyway, but Crystal comes in to support as well. He spots out the barrel, Yudotan
เอาดิเอาดิ
is going for the
นี่เอาดิ
strike back
Ow.
against GE,
Yeah.
picked up by Talon.
เจอลุงทีม
Cruz always so trustworthy when Talon most needs him, because I was thinking against Yudotan and Crystal, it looked like they were pretty well trained and kind of going back and forth with the bait and switches, but they never quite were able to peek out at the same time. And Cruz just reads it perfectly, says, this is the only chance I get. I just got to win these fights one at a time, and you'll be able to bring one round back for Talon Esports.
Movement,
Very
movement.
quick on that pickup against Yudo, and then he's just ready for it. Obviously, both Silvas knowing the location of each other. However,
ก็จะกระโดดขึ้น
that
คาน
was
ด้วย
their
นะ
buy round.
มุม
So
เบนพอดี
that's where it's going to still sting a little bit for Talon. So you collect some of the half armors, but you're just going to hold on to the creds. It's only one round apart. You got to think for the long game.
อืม
Trying to keep that in mind, but at the same time, defensive setups now. A little bit slightly different.
ทำไมเราจนวะ
Just to kind of pad up the A side a little bit more.
Yeah, I like the Sonic sensors here.
ทีมไหนชนะนะเมื่อกี้
Try to wrap around on bridge, try to really flank onto that back site. There's double Sonic sensors, and Bam would have been ready for a quick
วอล
peek
แล้ว
out.
ไม่สดแล้ว
And
อะ
he tried to hold from heaven, but not seeing anything. Talon trying to get ahead of the
เจ็บ
movement.
นิดๆเหมือน
Drone going to get
วอดการ์ด
spotted on
นิด
A
เดี
main
ยว
at the same time. And so both the Silva and the Chamber know of each other's location. Okay, a little ballsy from Cruz, but
Yeah.
Governor with a nice
ตัว
grab
น้อ
of the
ย
hero rifle.
เอาเว้ยเอาเว้ย
ยูโดแทน
บอสล่วง
Able to
10x
duke out against Min. I mean, hearing that drone from Crystal earlier
timing
before,
ใช้
just
ข
the
อง
oppressive toxic screen again from Ban forces them to use util to re-clear mid.
Okay, with the barrier mesh out, now on that timing, past the minute mark onto A main as well as Talon, all eyes trained onto mid.
Corner.
It has to be a
Corner
flank
นะ
no matter
เก็บสอง
what,
นะอย่างเงี้ย
otherwise it's a wild
ซ้ายขวา
rush in the last
ซ้ายขวา
20 seconds.
เอาร้องเลย
Looks like
อ่ะ
right
พร้อม
now
กัน
it's gonna be that
เฮ้ย
B-side.
สวยดี
สวยจัด
That's a
สวยจัด
double headshot.
สวยจัดเลยอ
Able
ย่าง
to
เงี้ย
control that spray. And now spiked
เอ็
down
ด
as
สวัสดี
well.
ครับ
It should be the
เป็น
round
โก
for
เนอร์ที่มี
Talon
ปืนด้วย
and
มัน
GE. They're
ใคร
already
สามวะ
positioning
ใครสาม
themselves away
มี
to
ปืนตัวเดียวด้วย
see
นะ
going
ดี
for
เดิน
a
มาเจอคนมี
save.
ปืนอ่ะโคตรสวยอันนี้
No other option. That's the best they can do right now.
หัวช้อปปิ้งกันตึงๆตรงนี้
เซฟเลย
Enough for Talon. The setup really works out incredibly well.
And they're able to upgrade their weapons. That's a big part of this as well, right? We realize that off of that buy round in the previous round, they're not able to continue to buy up. So they say,
เอา
okay,
ว่ะ
Thrifty.
ประหยัด
now they get a thrifty for it.
ที่งงเลย
That's going to
ตี
pay
ได้ไง
off dividends for Talon as they tie things up 8-8. This map
ปืนอยู่
has
คนเดียว
been neck and neck.
เอา
And
มา
you know, we got big time over on the desk, always wanting all three maps. He wants maximum Pacific Valorant, and we might be on track
Oui.
to try to make his dreams come true once again here in week 2.
Very, very possible. Especially with
โอ้
how
มันผิดหวัง
everything
ที่ด
has
อกให้
been
หมอ
playing out so far. Talon
เดี๋ยวต้องเรียกคุย เอาหน่อยครับ ใครอีกคนก็ นี่ไง จิมมี่ น้องทีม น้องเก่ง 3 คน คนไทย อีก 2 คนเป็นเกาหลี อเมริกา
hacking side. That's where they're starting to face some I faced before
แมป 2 ครับ แมปแรกโดน
pulling out the double controller setup.
So I was about to say that it would be beneficial for them to try to go a bit more headstrong into one of the sites, right? You're just not going to be able to really win a mid-fight unless you land all your shots, sure. But outside of that, in terms of utility, that Viper and the double controller on the side of Talon is too oppressive for a mid-battle. So going in
แต่มาดูกันว่ามีดอัน
fast
นี้เป็นมี
onto
ด
that B site. Now, I wasn't quite sure if it would be a
Meat
5
อะไร
พี่ยังชื่อน้อง
that
คิว
looks like to be the plan off of the timeout for
เป็นอี
GE.
โต้ครับปลาไปมีแต่สันมีดตอนนี้
So straight on, hit strong hit into the side. Yudotan with the blades
เอาไป
finds that
17เลยว่ะ
whole side's been vacated.
But this is what I wanted to
เน้น
know is earlier if you
ต้
go
อง
for
เน้นหน่อย
4-man
เจอ
hit
ทีมเก่านี่ต้อง
and
เน้น
try to hold them off in mid,
คุณ
because
เคลลี่มีอัน
there's
ติ
a very big likelihood that there's going to be a flank. Now they are ready for it, quickly falling all the way back. You still got that trademark as well, and the rendezvous from Darion. It's a bit of a risky situation onto danger, but he will have one more chance.
Yeah, watching for it.
เรียกกันติมา
Bit
ที
of
นึ
a
ง
roll
ก่อน
of thunder as
ผม
well.
ก็โด
Just
น
by
สูง
further time too. It does connect
เฮ้ย
with so many of the players from Talon. And here comes Yudotan alongside Darren. All that's left now. Jit Boys playing up around stairs has the kind of back off, thinking about going for the save. And Yudotan still making quite a bit of noise.
Yeah, just trying to see if he can get a chase in, but otherwise he'll just pick up that free rifle as he came into the round with the Bladestorm. And this is the GE we saw last week. The moment you get a chance, the moment you get contact, we push in, we go for the fight, we take you guys out. You could argue that sometimes it looks like it's a very high-risk play, but GE made it work in week 1, and they're trying to bring that flavor back here in this round.
This works out so incredibly well.
Yeah, I like that they don't just say Rolling Thunder by time, right? It's Rolling Thunder. We surely had to have hit everybody because of the angles we're watching, and we go in for the fight. If no one's there, that's fine. Then we back off again. We still got extra backup, and now once again a little bit of a hard fight now onto the A side. But Darion ready to try to pick off anybody who tries to gain control of mid.
ตอนแรกผมไม่เชื่อนะพี่ผมบอสปาร์ตี้กับพี่ผมเชื่อ
Continue
ละ
to try to hold for it, but it is a double sonic
ทามมิ่ง
session
ทามมิ่ง
setup on the
กิจ
A
แค่
side then.
บังเอิญเฉยๆ
จริง
คิ
จริ
ด
ง
มาก
อันนี้บังเอิญบังเอิญ
นั่นแหละประเด็นเขาที่เราพี่
Eyes
ที่เอา
to
ครบ
make sure that they don't go
คิดมาก
towards Primi. If they
คิด
do,
มาก
he'll
แต่พี่
notify
คิดดูไอ้
แล้วนะ
เฮเลติกที่ว่าเข้มๆอ่ะพอพี่เชียร์ปุ๊บอยู่ดีทีมมันก็กากไม่มีเหตุผล
know they're coming.
มันมีช่วงหนึ่งที่แบบโหแพ้รัว
Thinking about pulling out the
คนเรา
utility.
มันก็ต้องมีขาขึ้นขาลง
ๆแล้วมันมีครั้งหนึ่งพี่ไม่อยู่เฮเลติกไม่ชนะรัว
โอ้โหอะไรมันจะบังเอิญขนาดนั้น
ๆเชียร์ไม่ขึ้นเนอะ
Pulled over to the A site now.
Yeah, the operator being repositioned, not quite spotted in mid just yet. Darion never peeked out. So this is the whole idea after that timeout, right? Is put pressure on one side. Do they push out of mid? Then Darion picks up the kill. But you're never really going to try to aggressively fight in mid because you just don't have the advantage. Now with a lack of information, GE, they want to go for a fake, but already Crystal taking
ไป
out.
จ้า
นี่
เห็น
ดู
มัน
เห็น
มันไม่รู้
นะเห็นนะ
Looks like he has
เห็น
Utility
เป็น
now.
คนเป็นคนแขนเป็นคนแขนอ้าวตีนได้ยิน
Not
ได้
quite
ยิน
sure if he's still there or
ได้
not.
ยิน
The
ป่ะ
advertise just
มัน
going
จะได้
out the
ยิน
way.
นะ
Then you gotta look for Ban's position closer towards the B
โอ้ไม่
side.
เห็นไม่เห็น
Being such a good
โอ้
spot,
แล้วมา
he
A
wasn't
ดี
spotted
กว่า
or anything, but now GE thinking back to
อันนี้โดนนั่งอยู่
rotate.
ปะ
They heard him.
Bang.
Ban heard them start running. You look at the positions.
Wait,
Talon,
wait,
they're still
Don
holding
Hani
strong.
Manding yang
And Jitboy's just making sure it's not a wraparound
The
through
guy
an
doesn't
A. This is going to be an absolute crash, and they just
May
have to sprint in for the spike.
Wait.
It's only
ไม่
10
มีทาง
seconds
ไม่มีทางที่มัน
left.
จะแก้ได้ ไม่มีทางที่มันจะแก้ได้
สวย โอ้ย
Governor, hold on to the site.
มีโดนเนอ
ไอ้ข้างหลังโดนพี่ยิงหมดเลย
Good positioning from Ban. So there's all this pushing and pulling on the A side and mid, but quite frankly, at the end of the day, the biggest piece of information that Talon
สแกน
has
13 วิ
is
กดดัน
Ban
สัต
has
ว์
that drone, as the eyes and ears, all the way forward past danger over by the B side.
Cheering for all of it.
โอ้โห
Once you're down on both sides, 10 seconds left.
เป้าบอกข้างบนทำไม
The
อ่ะ
only option is to truly go for
รู้
the
เหรอ
kill. Just can't quite get the
มันรู้
spike
ว่า
down
เป็นคนเลย
safely anyways.
น่าจะรู้
So flawless round for Talon now, tying up the score 9-9.
And now this time it's a forward position with the operator on the A side. So similar concept, but it's a much faster rotation because you trust in Darion to be able to get that pick. You're trying to make Talon to get curious. Use a drone. Peek back out. You know you want information because otherwise you haven't really been able to go for those fast rotates.
Deploying drone.
Not seeing anything yet still though. I mean, thrown out towards B side now.
All right, the real question will be, are they aware of
Good way.
Ban's position while they hunt for Jit Boys? Because it's going to be a double setup.
Om.
Ban already gets
Om.
one. Now it's a double on
Om.
the second time. But
Om.
Jit Boy's still
Om.
alive, and he's in position to start to back out
นักบูส
safely
โมกในตำนาน
to regroup. Backup has arrived.
อุ้ย
Jit Boys actually doesn't quite need it. He's going to take down
ดุ้งเลย
Uniton as well.
Somehow
Wow.
inside of the smoke, and now all that's left. I mean, Crystal alongside Darion. At least
สวย
Crystal
ครับ
on
สวย
the
ครับ
side,
ไปกัน
so
ต่อ
maybe looking for some
ผม
kind
ดู
of
เหมือนจะจน
opportunity.
นะถ้าไม่เซฟเนี่ย
Have the spike.
Just trying to see if they can maybe get out some extra util, get a free kill with the operator, Crystal. He's going to get one himself.
อย่าประมาททุกคน
Darion still watching over by
หายใจเข้าหายใจออก
There's
หาย
been
ใจ
a
เข้าหายใจอ
crosshair
อก
yet.
อ้าวโดนจับ
เข้าไปโดน
เรียบร้อย
และรถ
เข้า
ด่
ไป
วนครับ
Away, getting drawn out, Darion. You got to make a choice, but I don't think there really is one. The spike
ปาดเข้าจังหวะ
in
นี้
the middle of
นะค
enemy
รับ
territory.
ครับ
No,
It's a
keeping
move.
themselves
ครับ
inside
Don't
of
cheat ball
cover
up.
as well. There's no
Oh.
chance
Chạm
whatsoever.
Nè.
Darion even getting clipped in
Mấy
the
thon
back
lầy,
as
mấy
he
thon
tried
lầy.
to cross on over
Mấy
to
thon lầy.
safety. Talon truly trying to find and extend their lead right now.
Yeah, first time they've reclaimed the
เริ่มตึง
lead
ครับ
since round 10 when GE tied
โอ้
it
โห
up
พี่บ้านจากนี้คมมาก
5-5. Catching a bit of a break, but it's not much.
Ui.
You know, 10
จังหวะ
to
เข้าสโมก
anybody's
พอดี
game.
สมกบังตาพอ
This
ดี
time it's a good hold from Talon. Great double team between Jit Boys and Ban. All those smokes really working out to their advantage.
Especially for Ben as well. I mean, thanks to those smokes, able to peek wide outside of Rafters. Next round coming through now, and the adjustment is going to be a 3-stack on the B side for Talon.
Yeah, with the operator as well. Oh,
Mm,
and
ไม่ได้
he
แดด
takes
ไม่ได้
it
แดด
before he
จะมา
takes
แห่
flight.
ใส่
กูเจอกันแบบ
Shutting
3
him down.
ผ่าครับผม
To it as well, and thanks to the smokes,
Mấy
being
hè
able to
xảy
still
ngay-ngay như thế
hold
đó.
the ground, especially with that op again.
It's just going to be a reset from GE. They don't really have information anywhere else, right? This
ไหว
was
ครับ
all
ไหว
in,
ไหว
especially
เกม3 ไป
not really a strong buy. You just had that stinger in hand, and then the sheriffs. So they just hope that the silence is going to bait out Talon to reset, which it does,
เสีย
but
งนักพากย์เหมือน
Talon's
โค้ช
not
ทารอน
missing
เล
out
ย
on much either. They still have an operator, they still have the numbers advantage, and they will just be able to regroup, still leaning heavier towards this B site.
ไซบีปล่อยพิมมี่ยาวๆเลย
The numbers, why
แกน
not?
3 วิ
ไอ้ยไซเอดิ
ทีม
Safe enough on the A site, so
แกนตึง
straight into it. Global trying to sneak on through with the smokes. They've managed to keep themselves
Hey.
towards backside. The wall bang not quite connecting. So at
Hey.
least one goes down.
Wait,
Crystal
what?
long range with the sheriff as well.
Who
Still
did-
Classic.
connected.
Oh, you don't want to give these 1v1s if you're Talon. Using that
Oh,
cosmic
why?
divide just to try to get through. There
Ooh,
comes
Anti daw,
Sentry coming out from Crystal. Is it going to be able to? No, it's just going to buy time. Not really doing too much damage. Ban now already on the side.
เรียบร้อย
That's a good catch.
ชนะ ชนะแบบขาดลอย
And Crystal all alone just has to go for the shock darts. He'll get some chip damage in, but someone
Oh.
already pushed
พี่
up.
บ้า
He's
โดน
to
ช็อ
go
ต
for his troubles.
ตายให้
But
ก็
the
ได้วะ
round
แม่ง
will still be going over to
โดดไปเอา
Talon.
เพื่ออะไร
Man, I mean, you know, giving those 1v1s Talon, I love the fact that they were much more careful, though. Yeah, they give one over to Crystal from long range, but even before, if we look, Cruz was already pinging. We left that side open. They might be in the corner. He sends a recon as well to make sure they can group up. They have the confidence that if they're able to set up,
Whoa.
they should be winning these fights. And then you commit the Cosmic Divide as well. Isolate that long range from Crystal, clearly keeping that number advantage.
ยิ้มแย้มแจ่มใส
ยิ้มบอกเริ่มมีรอยยิ้ม
Down by Talon right now.
Right here.
ตายแบบ tactical หรือเปล่าอ๋อสิ
Thinking about how G might be able to fight back,
เอ
but
อว่ะ
ว่ะ
ตั้งใจตายใช่ไหม
not quite working
เรา
out.
เห็นพี่
แต่มันกู้มันก็ได้ตีกันนะ
How the Viper Spit comes up.
เอ้ย
Viper Spit on
พลาด
top
ได้
of
ไง
the sonic sensors. That's a rough sight to get into. So the only thing you should worry about is going to be that flank, and Primy's ahead of it. They know they gave up some mid control. He's up on heaven, waiting for that vents door to break.
เอแมน
Sonic
ตับตอน
sensor
นี้
as
เอ้า
well. And a nice catch from Jip.
เล็งข้างบนลงออกข้างล่าง
They're all over the place in mid, just giving up
มัน
these
จ
free
บ
kills.
แล้วมันจบแล้ว
เออ
He knows that Chase has
Nobody.
enough work, 'cause otherwise GE they would have to wrap all
ได้
the way
แล้
back
ว
around
คู่ต่อไปเลยครับ
Zion.
เต็มที่เลย
And that's the only place you can
ยัง
get from.
ขอแบบ3เหรอพี่เอ้า
แบบ3ก่อน
Viper's Pit.
เดี๋ยวละ
Yeah, at this point, there's not too many
Mà chộp léo.
options for GE, right? The Viper Spit in his face, and if they
Nah,
do
yeah,
double
bẻ
back
bẻ
in
bẻ
towards
léo.
mid, you're thinking
เข้าไม่
about
ได้
the
แน่
op.
นอน
Just what are you going to do? 50 seconds left on the clock. The only option to try
ล็
to
อกอีก
kind
ชั้น
of
ความมั่นใจ
save.
เฮ้ย
I mean, they'll just wait. I mean, they were trying to go for that
Yeah, nah.
Voltorb sound and then the run away with the fake, but
โพซิชันที่บ้านแม่ง
for Talon to peek out. Now, I don't blame GE
ถ้าแน่มี
just
เอาหัวหล
because
บเบา
the
ๆพี่บ้าน
Talon team on this roster they
พี่บ้าน
have
เทค
done
ยังไงหรอ
unnecessary
ยัง
moves
ไล่หลบกระ
before.
สุน
Like all last year, there have been some
30
overextending,
seconds.
there has been some overheating.
จังหวะนี้
So
ต้อง
I
ปิด
like the
อันติ
attempt at a bait, but that's the most they could have done. Like you said, especially now with this barrier mesh, they really just have to wait for the
แต่
time.
ที่บ้านฝั่ง
and
พี่
go
เอ๋ย
for
เฮ้ย
the
แล้วดูแบบว่า
solution.
ชิลขนาดแบบเอายกมือขึ้นมา
At that point for Talon, one step away from taking
ปล่อย
this
มือจากเมาส์เลยเหรอพี่บ้านไหม
upload.
เฮ้ย
Alright.
นี่ไง
ติดยิง
Talon. Still though,
มันจะได้อันตีเอาอันนี้
affording at least the kill in towards GE. You never quite know what that might turn out to be. A couple of players close to their ultimates now.
Oh, I
As
love
the round close to an end.
I love the patience of Talon because if you went for extra kills
Love
here
that.
just to ruin the economy, you might have actually
IGL
accidentally over two big power ultimates to Poppy and
น่าเรียก
KS.
เพื่อน
So
มาหน่อยเมื่อกี้
even keeping that
ไม่
in
เชื่อ
mind
เจอมันจนแบบ
to
ใน
make
เกมอย่าง
sure
เงี้ย
you're not giving any extra chances over to GE.
พี่บ้านบอกอยู่ดีแม่งก็มีชุดความคิดให้กูทำแบบนี้วะ
เชื่อเรา
มาจากไหนก็ไม่รู้
Gets him at point 9-3.
อยู่ดีกูอยากปิดอันตี
เออมันปิดทำไมวะเดี๋ยวต้อง10 วิ
Way back into this
จะต้อง
map,
10 วิ
given the
เขา
fact
หรอ
that your economy is not too great. It's going to be those Guardians and Light
สง
Shields.
สัย
Terran in with a tour de force.
Yeah, it has to be Darian, quite frankly, right? A lot of the macro hasn't been working out for your favor. So they're going to try to hold them off on A. See if you can bait out some of that extra utility. Maybe force him to think that it's a chamber on this side. But that toxic screen again makes picking out that aiming so easy for Talon. You just take it step by step. And Darian, he's just going to look for these rotations. But Talon, do they even commit to it? I don't think they need to. You've already pushed out far into A main. Now a slow creep towards B as you hear the drone coming in. But you never were meant to fill the site. Look at Jitboy's
นี่เอาไปก่อนหนึ่ง
he just wants to hold on to the
แล้ว
site.
เสียทรง
This
แล้
is
ว
all GE has. It has to be the B site. Spike planted now
มี
at
อั
the
นติอะไร
very
เล่นไหม
least.
อุ้ยแต่เขามี
They're
สอน
gonna have to try to hold it so far
มีอันติ
back.
บีด้วยดิ
Back in towards Nest, back in towards
Yeah.
main. You're watching for the potential flanks and in for the floods through stairs
ไหล
as
ว่า
well.
ไกล
At least
เกิ
the
น
stars are
เหลืออยู่
up. Poppy's trying to work
เหลือ
along
พูด
the fast
ได้อยู่
lanes.
ได้อยู่
His face.
ได้ฟังเสียง
Darren
ไกล
has to watch his back.
อุ้ย
อุ้ย
Darren
หลอก
also
ไปหนึ่ง
gets
ที
cut
หนึ่ง
down
ที
by Shit Boys now though from stairs.
Oh,
Poppy
Joe Wall.
doing his best to try to anchor on
Ow.
the side. And all the timing of things. That's when Cruz comes out from the back. Poppy got down. Crystal, the only one left, and he's way too far from the side. Sends out the recon, but Shit Boys is sticking the defuse, and there it is.
บังด้วย
TLN closes out the second map, 13-9. We are going to a map 3.
ไปกันต่อครับทารอนเก่ง
เก่งนะเนี่ย
จริงๆแล้วตอนไอ้ราวนี่แหละนี่ที่บ้านมีเสียงในหัวปิดอันติอะไร
KNTC อ่ะ
มาครับ พี่กล้าทำไมแรงพี่
อะไรน้อง
พี่กดกับผมไม่ได้เลย
อ๋อแรงไม่
แย่แล้ว
อ๋อพอดีว่าพี่
อย่างนี้ผมโยนพี่เล่นวาโลไม่ได้แล้วเนี่ย
ก็ครั้งล่าสุดก็ตอนนั้นแหละน้อง
ตั้งแต่เทโจนะพี่
แต่เจโฮเลยครับ
มันรีมาก็ไม่ได้เก็บเลย นี่ครับทารอนบันเดิลแบบตึงๆ อย่าลืมซื้อนะครับ ของดีๆ สนับสนุนน้องๆ ในลีก จิตบวยสักตาไปเล็กแข่งพรุ่งนี้ครับ ผมใส่นี่ไงมันเดินทารอนปีทั้งเก่าและใหม่ไงตึงมั้ย
Match found.
ดูสกินสวยๆป่ะน้องสวยไหม
เฮ้ย สวยครับ
Deathmatch. Warm up.
ยังไม่ซื้อเลยดิพี่
ยังไม่ใช่เหรอน้อง เราไม่ค่อยได้เล่นใช่ป่ะหลักเกมนี้
ใช่
เข้าใจ
ไปเล่น
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Fight.
Through the calm, I see.
จังอะ
Remove. Sova removed. Eliminate. One dead.
ไม่ได้2เลย
ชื่อ
Rest.
วัดแม่นป่ะน้อง
Good attempt. You fought well.
Dominating.
Yet peace.
ได้ดีก้อนเป็นทอมบ้างของดีเลยว้าบูสปีด
Dominating.
สวยมาก
Return to dust. Unavoidable.
โอ้
10 kills remaining.
Enemy removed. Enemy down. One dead. 3 down.
5 kills remaining.
นี่ไงโดนกูดิ
Dominating.
เฮ้ยไปไหนกันหมดอ่ะ
1 kill remaining.
Holy shit this guy
อุ้ย
แบบนี้ได้โชว์แล้ววะ
ว้าว
ว้าว แต่พี่บ้านเดดล็อก
ได้เล่นตัวยิงละ
ได้โชว์
ทำไมมันหมุนมาของผม
สอนเล่นบิวดอกเมตาหมายถึงบิวอะไร
แบบก่อนหน้านี้มันไม่ได้โลแบบว่ายิงอ่ะ
จริงเดบิวต์แล้วนะพี่
นี่แหละ
3 เซน
ครั
ติ
บ
เนลเหรอ
ภาพเดบิวต์เลยนะ
Kind of explode with
ดี
this.
3 เซนติเนล
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
ตัว
ไอ้บ้า
เห็น
กันไปไหนเนี่ย
โอ้ my god
โนดูเอลิส
มันจะบุกยังไงวะ
ยอน
คอมทหาร
But that's a
โนดูเอ
plan.
ลิส
I mean,
What the hell?
the Death mentioned it. Talon's been 13-0 on this map before. Now, I also want to bring up the fact that Talon, this is the composition they played when Primi debuted in VCT Pacific last year. This is the composition where they said, all right, Primi, come in, just frag out on Clove, right? Just go out, and he comes in, he gets a 4K against Team Secret in that very first round, and then they were able to win 2-0. So going back to a bit of a classic comfort pick, comfort composition for themselves.
I just love that they still have that 13-0 spray on them on the Talon side.
อ๋อทารอนคลาสสิก
They'll never live it down themselves. They'll never let anybody forget.
That's what you always kind of feel like when you're the one in the driver's seat, but right now, you know, just a little bit of space
That's
towards
my
B
favorite
already.
thing,
Prowler to
though,
clear outside of Mound.
And just taking B first and then trying to make them guess, is it B or
อุ้ย
C?
กัดจะเนียน
ไม่ทัน
จะรักไก่จะรัก
Get
ไก่
a cheeky little hit
ไม่ทัน
as they peek around the barrier mesh, but Global Esports not taking any chances. They already have full robo control, and then on C site, that sheer wall is still there. And this is why this Vice is becoming so popular across all the regions, across all the different maps, because if you don't ever activate that, it's so much information. But if you do activate it, I mean, there's so many different trap plays as well.
So at least just being able to lure and draw all of that out. I mean, it's already
ขยันใช้ของ
walls from the side of G that are drawn out. Now the salvos as well, and it affords a lot more options for Talon as they do commit back in towards the C site. So no sheer wall available, it's just the guns for Talon right now. They're able to track Governor down, popping out to the backside. Jit Boys able to fight back. Now into the site, and that's where the Barrier Mesh comes
อ้าว เหงาเลย
Waterfall, the spike will go down in favor of
เจ็ดเล
Talon.
ย
Yeah, Crystal's just going to be stuck there on his own, but he will be able to survive as Talon not taking any chances. They're going to back away from the barrier mesh. They don't want to take any unnecessary fights. They're looking for the flank, but they realize it's not going to be there. All three coming in from Waterfall. Is Talon ready? Salvo's online once again.
Ooh. Jit Boys inside of the smoke though. They
Oi.
don't expect that whatsoever. Darren able to trade back now. One on two. He's got the headhunter, but can he really connect all of them?
เพื่อนเล่น
It's
ว่ะ
gonna be the classic that undoes him. Talon picks up the
คลาสสิก
pistol.
มันแรงยังเลย
I
เอฟ
mean, full
แรง
face
มาก
man there with the
อย่าลืมซื้อ
absolute bait and
อุ้ยอะไร
switch from Primi. Just jumps around and then says, it wasn't me. And Ban's there to pick up the kill. It's a good pistol round. What I really want to give credit to Talon is you mentioned it. They drew out the walls. They drew out the salvo. They drew out the razor vine. All this stuff that is going to take so much time to get through, but it also things like the salvo that's on a 40-second cooldown. And then they find that opening.
This is where you really start to think, you
No
know,
need
we
to
saw
go.
triple duelists way before back in the day. Now we're seeing the triple sentinel. Is this overcooking?
Oi.
Maybe not yet, because Darren is here and ready to play. Instant shot into Ban, but has to back off. Rendezvous already used.
ที่บ้านกูรับกรรมเหมือน
Takes
กัน
a bit of a hit, but not really gaining too much value outside of that. Yeah, you take away the deadlock. That's going to
ได้เอรับโบ
weaken the post plant just a bit, but not able to recover any weapons, not able to upgrade anything, not
ยืน
able
ล็อก
to
อยู่ใน
keep
AFK
control
ไปแล้ว
of C-mount either. So Talon, they'll leave Governor alone. Now, he does have the Phantom. That always worries me a bit. When you leave the rifle alone, you never know when a nice headshot's going to take you
แอม
out.
เล่นหน่อยไหม
But he'll just hold these off angles, see if they get curious,
นัดเดียวก็
push out
ตาย
for
แล้ว
extra space.
Being able to keep it around at least, but right now, Talon still with the guns, able to push out a little bit more effectively. They are doing their due diligence of clearing out a lot of the potential angles at the very least.
Yeah, now there's so little information that they might just consider going into B to go for a pinch alongside Governor. It could have spelled trouble, but G got antsy. They started moving, which gives a little bit of space, but can he get out? It's just outside the range. And Jim for the cover as well. Everybody gets taken down by Jim.
ทำไมมันพิ้วจังวะ
Actually bypasses a lot of it with the shroud step 2 down in towards Darren. The
Ninja.
last one left. He's the one who only got the kill against Ban. Gets a second, not too bad. But has to continue pushing up, and this is where you're starting to think, are the retakes really possible in GE's favor? They continue to peek out, but Permi in with the outlaw just really makes it not a possibility whatsoever. 2-0 to start.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage with that headhunter. Now Darien 3 away from the tour de force as well. That's going to be very important. You mentioned how good are the retakes going to be when you're having this tough of a time, but outside of that, I mean, it's going to, he gets right behind him with it as well as Governor trades for him. That's a good little maneuver there. But outside of that, once you get that tour de force, once you get the operator, hopefully you're not really pigeonholing yourselves into this 5v5, 4v4 retakes.
You really do have to come up with some possible trap plays, or at least the guided salvos to block a lot of it all early on towards Rubble. Not too bad. Governor gets away with at least one. Now tries to hang back. Prowler comes in for support.
สวยครับ
Note that Primi still hanging out by C as well. He's watching down with that outlaw. Doesn't spot anybody pushing up. The one way now gone. And he'll be able to start to re-clear some space. So Talon should still make some noise on A for the time being until the barrier drops. They'll slowly pull away and try to inch towards C site.
Fan here still not spotting out too much. He's trying
ตอน
to
นี้พี่บ้านกำลังแบบเรียกร้องความสนใจสุด
No footsteps whatsoever.
แบบนี้เลยพี่บ้านเนี่ยแบบนี้
Slowly into B side. That Prowler though
กำลังแบบสุดเรียกร้องความสนใจแบบสุด
calls for a bit of reaction. Crystal starting to think back.
อ้าวแล้วไปเปิดแผล
นี่ล่างทองพี่บ้าน
And there's a barrier mesh as well, so no one
หายละ
to funnel in
ต้อง
through
ระวังแล้ว
the
เนี่ย
Uton. I love this position. He has to get ahead of it. He has to get
อ้าวเดินมันเหนื่อยแล้วมันเหนื่อย
Quite expecting them to just not fight him at all. Governor with a free kill himself. There are the salvos, but they should be able to get out. Lots of damage taken, so bad. Now takes it upon himself to make sure that they can secure
เห็น
the
แรงเราเยอะ
Very likely bonus now, but Kelly has hearing the hops.
มันเขี้ยว
I believe Ban has spotted him out as well, so at this point, just kind of jiggling along.
ชมรมคนรักบ้าน
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much secured the bonus round already, but if you're able to carry forward 4 rifles with the credits they already have, Talon is looking solid. And I mean, the Des talked about it, we mentioned it, but GE, this composition definitely seems like one that's going to need some rounds on
ด
the
อนมันเอาเยอะ
defensive
แล้วดิ
side.
แมปแรกอะ
Some.
มันเหนื่อยแล้ว
Yeah, I mean, the Vice Lock duo has been so dominant, right? I think it's like on a 7-win streak on Bind alone, and it's been quite dominant and impressive across other maps as well. Very popular. And one of the reasons is, especially on the defensive side, that you can constantly bait out this information. If they trip the shear, now you put the barrier mesh on the other side, things like that. The reason it works on Bind is because there's no actual mid, so it's somewhat more one-dimensional in terms of the push and pull across the map. And yeah, a lot of it is choke points. But on Lotus, I gotta see a bit more. Now, the Des mentioned it, Chamber, pretty good on this map. It's one of the ways to counter the old meta comp, so maybe that's the way you plug those gaps, but we're not seeing it just yet.
Not
แรง
quite.
แรง
Apart from the second round where Darren got a couple kills,
พันไม่ยังไม่เปลี่ยนปืนเลย
down into it again. I mean, we're looking at another
ใช้
potential
ยาว
Grafnet Salvo setup. Just to control A once more. Oh, Salvo's a little bit further in now.
Yeah, ready to just fight on Rubble itself
ๆ
as
มัน
a
ยืนหน้า A
threat and
รัวๆเลย
push
ว่ะ
forward.
เขาไม่เล่น A ดิ
They're not going to find it, so it's just a barrier mesh instantly for the rotate. Now, this can be fairly written. I mean, Primi already sees it as well. This is something that Town's been so good at. They're just waiting to see, all right, is the barrier mesh used? Where's the shear wall? They want to draw out all that delay util, and they're getting it generally before the 40-second mark, which is amazing for Talon.
Stuck and held. Stealth
เฮ้ย
drone.
เฮ้ย เฮ้ย เฮ้ย
More information as well, but here comes Uton. A second kill and a third from Crystal now. All sheriffs, but it's still able to ring out thanks to the information that they're getting. Primi, though, in with the outlaw, knowing that they're don't quite have the shields. He goes in aggressively for it. A bit of a wallbang into Uton, but the instant trade from Crystal rings back.
ชิบหายเลยอยู่ดีก็
That
ชิบ
is
หาย
disastrous there. What a triple setup here from GE. So GE, if this is a call not just on the eco, but something they picked up on from Talon, it's a great adjustment because they realize, okay, they're just constantly baiting out our delay util. They're constantly trying to make us use everything before the 40-second mark before they actually make their execute. So now we go out and fight. We go and fight. We have things like the salvo. We still have things like the gravnet. We're able to take control of at least one fight, 2 or 3 times around depending on the cooldowns. Now they have upgraded rifles, and this is a bit of a stack here. Governor, I mean, the creds are fine. If he can make the showstopper, that'd be a win for him as well.
10 seconds left.
For it, but yeah, it's just quicker reactions on the other side. Just when you thought Talon might have been able to find a huge lead, breaking that bonus, GE comes back and answers this way by fighting.
It's just a huge double kill from Unoton there. Keeps him at base annihilation. Primi, a little bit of his solo Q antics coming out there. It was a good anti-flash, but not able to land before he's able to get that outlaw out and ready. And so now the operator in the hands of Varian, and then they'll have the tour de force as well. So he gets 2 chances to show us why they picked the chamber.
Does have a good sight line at the very least.
Brings
into Unoton.
It's a nice forward position. Obviously, we've seen that evolve over the course of 2024. Jit Boy's already through. Poppy's ready for it. That smoke can't just go out of it like that. Instantly striking on the other side. Good adjustments on the macro round between the 2 teams. This time, Talon really brings up the speed. He's just digging deep into enemy territory. This is already a save.
เครื่องมันแรงครับ
Go for it, so nonetheless, just makes it work.
หันไปทีเพื่อนหายหมดเลยเลยย้อน
that can be done. 3-1. Talon's gonna hold.
It's just gonna be that save here from Darian. Just keeps his back covered with that trademark. And he'll just wait to see if he can get an extra kill. Now, on the side of Talon, I mean, for sure, you'd see if he can go out hunting. Well, maybe not hunting with the knife out, but yeah, just seeing if he can close the gap there. Now they have that information, and Cruz is the one that you want to try to get this kill. Get that nightfall ready. Get that snowball rolling on the attacking side. But he can't leave the spike just yet. You just never know. So he's going to stick around. That's just going to be the hold. It looks like all the way to the end. Once the timer gets close, Cruz will peek out. He's not going to take extra chances. They're okay with how things look going into round 6.
11เลยนะ
But right now, I mean,
โอ้
also
สแกน
seeing some of the adjustments into how the Talon might want to deal with that early A rebel control.
อุ้ยตัวที่ 2 ยิงใจเย็นจัด
Yeah, the Rays can still get ahead of the Gravnet. That's something that maybe just not quite calculated. Maybe GE expecting Talon to respect that combo because the salvos take some time too to really land behind, and they're trying to get kills with the salvo rather than trying to block them from getting behind rubble. So it hasn't quite worked out. Holding onto the util for now, Kelly S. He knows something's wrong. He knows that the From the Shadows is here. He has to find a way out. He'll escape just in time.
Yeah, backs off into its waterfall. From the Shadows as well. I mean, it's just extra annoyance for the side of GE. But this is, the full side granted over for Talon. They get to kind of hold even more space as well. I mean, look at how they're able to push further in towards spawn alongside that one-way. Stealth drone does alert to Jit Boys at least that there could be a push coming out. But look at how Steve comes back in just to stall with the paint shells. Already got it too.
Yeah, Jit Boys doesn't really have an exit there, but Primi refills here. A triple kill off of the nightfall. Primi holding strong in back of sight. GE falling into pieces as Kelly is the last one alive. He goes back up for Primi. Another 4K on bonus for the Thai rookie.
Doesn't matter what agent he's on or what role he's playing, he's still able to frag out. Just reading the game and putting himself in the right situations to make it happen.
10-1-4 for Primi. He's just been allowed to explore the map, go out for frags, and run free. Make sure that they're able to take flight all the way towards Masters Bangkok as they play their opening match in the second round of the upper bracket here in VCT Pacific Kickoff. Still hasn't not dead yet as well, so he can take some more risks. That's been sitting in his pocket for quite some time.
This could work out effectively, knowing that Possible chamber or advise on the other side. So straight into the smoke.
Ui.
Over to the right place as well for cover.
แฟนทอมไม่ใช้ด้วย
Bearmatch instantly up, and once again, another C-side quickly taken by Talon.
Yeah, I love the switch into the classic there just to make sure that you're using
3
it as that
Sentinel
shotgun. And you hear the knives coming out from Crystal trying to break that barrier. So you know there's forces in Waterfall. This post plant, it looks solid from Talon. They're just ready to fight on the site itself, not allowing GE to try to gain space. Only thing you're concerned about is that flank, but man, he has his eyes set.
Not much
High
to
skin
get out.
of
They're
Hong
working against the sheriffs as well, so needing to stay tucked inside of cover. Ben will at least draw a bit of information out. Actually takes the duel against Yudo Thompson as well.
เดินด้วยนะเมื่อกี้
Towards Waterfall, and that's already gone. So the only last one left has to be spun, and that's when the Boobot comes out from Governor. Does spot out a couple of sheriffs at least, but that's when the spike's about to go off, so the rest of them being able to back off just in time. But Kelly S still taking down Governor, so not too bad. A little bit of something for GE.
Oh, the triple sentinel on the triple sites, but really not able to utilize that. So much disrespect for Yuto coming up from Talon, and it just seems like Talon perhaps has had a lot of experience playing against the Vicelock combos. I don't think we've seen a team yet in all these matches with Vicelock where they're able to just draw out and nullify all this Yuto before the 40-second mark. It's honestly impressive.
ดูจะไปซีอีกแล้ว
Blast back in, especially covering in that way.
ถล่มไม่อยากจะเทคหน้า A เอาไปเลย
I mean, you need it because
กูตีซีพอที่ครุ่นคิด
รอยยิ้มที่หายไปแบบแมปแรก
โอ้โหถ้าเข้าไปเจอนี่เจอทีวันไหมเนี่ยมันเลย ท่านเปิดสกิลนักล่ารอยยิ้มบิวโอ้โหไม่เคยเล่นบิวนอกเมตาเลยครับเล่นแต่บิวเมตาบิวนอกเมตาเคยเล่นอยู่แป๊บเดียวคือไอ้อะไรนะกระดูกเดี๋ยวไว้เจอกันเซียน2
You hear a phantom, but a little bit iffy. Because the only place you should really be going out is with that operator. So barrier mesh used to even bait it out, but they still send a second round. I mean, Talon has the lead on this for sure.
แมวบุมบอดทุกอย่าง
Has been, you know,
โดนเอาของไล่รัวๆ
so far. So of course trying to make another op work once again, but it's already been drawn out. However, it is the Vice this time with a sheer wall to work.
วางของตรงนี้เลย
Elias can do anything with the setup.
It's not really well positioned for him to try to get a kill off of it immediately. They will now set up the smoke as they see that util come out. So that smoke should let you know that someone is watching out here to try to get the kills, and they hear it. So Cheryl already taken down before the 40-second mark as well. Now the only thing you really need to worry about is where is the deadlock, where are the sonic sensors, but Jit Boys hears it. It's a setup on the side.
That's more information being picked up by Talon. Kind of fully aware of what G's setups are right now. So being able to flood into the C-side from the back lines takes a shot into I mean, this is just textbook. He's seeing the paint shields for the sonic sensor. Shipboy calls it. It's thrown from long range right as it pops. You send Governor in. He's passed. He displaces the crosshairs. Then you're ready for the trades. I mean, Vice, Deadlock, Chamber, none of them are getting value out of their utility right now.
ไหวดิเจอทีวันต้องไหวแล้วไม่ไหวบอกไหวก่อน
Talon are able to bypass it, and now with the spike planted, everyone holding out from Mound. It's a bit of a huge firefight. They have the ultimate to work against potential incoming retake as well, but thanks to the economy, they have to opt for
ยังไม่ตายเฮนตีเลย
And I mean, Talon right now, yeah, they have a Denlock, but again, they don't have a hard Sentinel, but with GE's comp and the way they've been wanting to play around their own defensive util, they're not able to abuse that either, right? There's no fast
ใครอะไรก็ตามแต่ตอนนี้ใครเจอ EDG นี่ต้องแบนเฮเว่นไว้ก่อนเลยยังไม่ได้เล่นนะบอก
sprint from site to site to site. and chain util or chain destroying all the util, baiting out the chamber rendezvous, things like that. The fade, you only need to worry about Prowler for the chamber. The raise, only the paint shells for the sonic sensors. And then the sheer wall, whoever's there, you just jump peek it way before the 40-second mark, and you're good to go.
That's been the whole game plan. I mean, everything's being bypassed. So we'll see if, maybe G continuing to switch up their positions does give them a bit more variety, a bit more of an advantage. But so far, has been Talon's game all throughout. Now back in towards C-Mount.
Primi just accepting that, okay, you know what?
Move.
นานเลยนะไอ้นวดหนามเนี่ย
I'm just gonna stay here, not give that information. Try just to
โอ้
check for the
เบรกดี
chamber.
จัดของ
So because of that aggressive Razor Vine, they were suspecting that the chamber might be pushing out. Once again, that it might be a setup, but not finding that, trying to just fish out for that location.
ยังไม่ได้ยิงออฟเลย
Trying to get ahead of things as well, and just continuing to press onto that. Door doesn't spot anything on the other side. And Kelly spots a bit of a barrel and goes straight down, but Jitboys pushes back in just to find that trade. Darren receives a bit of contact in towards the A side as well, so fires off a shot, but actually that Prowler forces him to rendezvous even further back again. But it's still a wraparound. He's ready for a cruise. He's not quite aware of that off angle. Crystal, can he get two? That's the spike stranded. Two members of Talon separated from each other. Spike down.
เฮ้ยแต่บอสมา
These
มีอันติ
1v1s.
นะพิมมี่อ่ะ
Spends one more, but there's the paranoia. He needs to survive the stun, just trying to buy time, but it's too close range, and Primi will close the gap.
ปืนนั่นแหละ
In
คือ
with the
คำตอบ
shorty. So that's the spike retreat. Now 20 seconds left. The Baron Mesh comes up just in time. So it should be a really clear C hit. And the only one here to fend it off is
ไม่ตายโอกาส
Poppy.
เดียว
But
โอ
you're
กาส
not
เดียว
dead yet. Primi has to be the bait. Primi has to go in, try to draw that fire. It's a high low.
เข้ามา
Drop down
มา
fire.
จากไหนวะเฮ้ยเอาเลย
What happened? What happened to the annihilation? Tiny still gets the kill, but the spike has been
หนี
planted.
โว้ยหนีโว้ย
Not yet used.
พิมมี่
Now
ก
he's
ลัว
on the
จัดโอ้มัน
timer.
กลัวพิมมี่
He's
จัด
just buying a bit more time off of the spike for Jitboys to hold his position. Primi now pushes up for the move in towards Waterfall, but doesn't spot quite anything. Jitboys has to try to step in, maybe a smoke to come up, but it's planted for stairs. So it's a little bit tricky for him to play against. Working alongside Primi Smokes now, but hearing the footsteps, Darian in close range with a hit hunter that shuts him down. GE manages to find one round after a long while.
Yeah, it wasn't clean. It wasn't the way you wanted it, but right now you'll pick whatever scraps you can get. If you're GE, you just got to try to get to 5 no matter what it takes. Keeping that operator in hand is important. This was a big kill, trying to deny them tripping that sheer wall, finally getting use out of that smoke on top of the Vice utility. But really it comes down to Crystal digging deep, recognizing that Talon's just been pushing and pulling across the entire map.
Now watch that impact found, truly. Crystal being able to find those 2 kills and putting up that salvo to buy a little bit more time. So despite Talon getting the spike down, round not quite there. Darren now being able to buy out the op. A bit of a higher setup just to throw things off in terms of positions, but still being able to thwart it by Talon with their utility.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt. You wanted to pick out that raise before Governor was able to land and get space, but he's not going to land the shot perfectly. They got a little bit of chip damage while he landed, but that's going to be it. A good scan. But that really only acts to keep them tied up in A main. You've already given up that space, and now you have to reset if you want to react again with your sonic sensors, with your shear wall over on B and C.
And that's really what they've got with this composition right now. So holding a lot of this the passive ground outside of pillars. They don't quite have the utility to come back in and re-clear. The drone's already been used. So Crystal just staying stuck inside. Maybe work alongside some of Poppy's smokes. But then you're back in towards, again, that defensive utility with sheer wall sonic sensors.
I wonder if they just go for an all-in, flood over the wall. You do have the paint shells, you do have the annihilation as well. They're very close. There's the annihilation, and they actually catch the ice. He's just gonna get drawn out. Poppy, can you break it? It's too many targets. Now on the side, comes up and lines him up for Yudo. He's good for 3, defending the site on his own. Working around the barrier mesh, finds the point, not able to land the shot, but so much time bought for Global Esports. Crystal, he wants this fight so bad and he gets it. 2v1. Both coming from opposite angles around the site. Governor skirts around the salvo. There's only positions he can be in. He gets spotted. It's a clean shot with the headhunter.
Such a huge round thanks to Yudotan's efforts, but down to the end as well, just being able to come in with that pinch, and even with the salvo to flush him out of position. Tiny sliver, and Darian connects the shot.
Oh, what a hold from GE. It looks dicey. I mean, the annihilation was so good. Poppy just couldn't quite make up his mind. Do I go for this or not? It's stuck on the steps. Maybe it's a chance. But Yudotan, they buy just enough time for Yudotan to arrive. And the Shearwall still activates because the Vice hadn't died just yet. And Talon gets caught, lined up for the shots from Yudotan.
So off to the next round now, and we're starting to see where maybe some of the scans can really push and pull Talon across the map for G to set things up. It's a bit of individual performances from players like Yudotan, but hopefully being able to keep that forward. Darian now onto the door with the off. Doesn't spot too much out. It's covered over the showstopper to create a little bit more space for Talon.
And just trying to make sure that they don't get caught in a trap play. Doesn't hold too much value. You're going to hold close. Governor continues to push them away. This time constantly creating space towards A, so anytime that A to B rotate could happen. But look at G's position. They've changed things up. They're trying to group up a bit more to try to fight back. This is the new GE way, and Crystal will instantly get the re-clear.
Continuing to hold down the baby door. Still though, Talon looks for an opportunity, some kind of an option into the A site. Yudotan snipes down the first, Darian for the next. And as they continue to try to find a bit more, everything's being blocked off now. Crystal still holding the same position.
Primi trying to find these 1v1s, but they're not going to give it to him. 5 members left alive for Global Esports. Finally, some breathing room where they can just hold angles. GE waking up and remembering, hey, in 2025, didn't we tell ourselves we're just going to take the fights? We're just going to go for the re-clears. Crystal, ready for it. Spots one. He's ready for the second. That's a 3K for Crystal as he brings the 4th round win for GE.
Talk about the spray down to the last round of the first half, and it still is GE finding the adjustments all throughout. You had that drone, you had the guns, and they're able to make all of it work.
Yeah, I think this adjustment, it might be a bit too late. We'll have to wait and see. But to say that, hey, one side we just kind of leave empty, right? We get the information. If they get in, they get in. Let's not worry about it too much. I mean, I can only imagine, being one of these team owners, team managers, watching your team play when you know it might be doable. Oh, they're trying to bring it back. Okay, the attacking operator this time from Ban. Because now they recognize there's that counter aggression, and he sees it, but Darian's good with the crouch peek. Shuts him down. Once again, some breathing room gained for GE.
Finding a bit of that duel. No rendezvous available now, so he's just holding it. Be looking for the baby door to escape, and that just could give Talon a bit more space to creep further up. No one's holding up the stairs either.
Sonic sensor broken on C. Draws out another smoke coming out from Poppy himself. But off of that, GE, the idea has now been the same as that previous round. Just ditch one of the sites. If they're on C, if they don't go for the fast hit, let's just ditch it. Maybe reset. Darian gets another pick. This should let you know that there was still a lot of presence towards that A site. So no further movement needed. You still have a Sonic sensor to delay on B side as well.
And Crystal continuing to jiggle too. He's got all the utility and the Armageddon, so just kind of setting up for it. As soon as he hears a bit of a tell, and there it is. Armageddon sent out. It's all lined up for him. Still though, Governor tries to get underneath him and won't be able to strike against Crystal. Gets the second shot. No! Kelias denies that opportunity. Primi now going on the offensive in with the shorties despite his gun being taken away. Tries to pull it up just ahead of time to hold. But 15 seconds left is all that he's got. Takes down Yudotan, but Poppy up to the other sidelines. GE will be able to strike back to end the first half with a 7-5 scoreline.
Honestly, given how things started, I didn't imagine we'd be able to get to a 5-7 scoreline. I would argue with the composition. Sure, Talon still looking solid, but GE looks rejuvenated. They've rediscovered what their flavor was, what their characteristics were coming into this year. We praise them so much for that hyper-aggression the moment you get contact, the instant re-clears, the instant pushes in, and they were able to remember that just in time to stabilize and stem the bleeding in the first half.
สถานการณ์เป็นยังไงครับตอนนี้
started gaining his footing a little bit with that operator. Can he keep up the heat? What a momentous win it would be for Global Esports if they were able to make this upset happen against Talon.
Truly. Buys up on the Headhunter as well, so maybe looking for some of those opportunities now. It's definitely not going to be easy though. I mean, thinking about a lot of these sight lines, and Talon, a bit of attention brought over to the B site.
Yeah, it's just a full B execute ready, but here's the C's play. The C's need right off the pistol round. Okay, I like it, Talon. We'll see if it pays off. Getting a hard read, saying, where else are you going to go? The Rubble fight's not good for them. We don't see them in C Mound. And now the Prowler just to check it. Will get cleared away by Crystal from far distance.
Holds and yeah, nothing there. G playing safe enough. Comes back in just to try to do what they did on Split from before, right? A couple of taps in, maybe someone peeks out, maybe they find a shot through. Very mashed that way, but Talon smokes it off to play safe.
All right, clearing out tree with the drone as well. No tags just yet. There's the sonic sensor. There's the grab net band. He wants to go in for the kill. He gets one. He's trying to play it safe, but he knows he's surrounded. Needs to try to get two. Oh, just barely not able to land the headshots.
Still, yeah, just a bit of damage done nonetheless. Trying to hold it. That will be the spike for GE now, trying to play out from stairs with the boom box. Get ahead. The rest of them all playing from the back of tree. Surely with the Prowler and everything else being sent through, Talon sees that there's no one on site.
It's a good flash to try to reposition here for GE. They're trying to hold on to tree. Poppy gets taken down, but now both of them in the smoke. They have to separate on the site. Goes in. Brave spearheading the site. He catches the site at the last minute. Get taken down. It's a full wraparound retake here from Talon as they pick up yet another pistol round here on Lotus.
Has the assist for the pick-me-up for the speed boost as well. So just goes in for the swings through the smoke nonetheless. And the whole team able to collect and through onto it. Gotta credit with Poppy just trying to get ahead of that paranoia a little bit as well, but unfortunately it's just not quite enough to fend off so many players from Talon being able to read the whole situation in kind.
Yeah, and I think a big one was that boombox play from Governor, right? Swings out as soon as it gets the tag, and he's able to take out the chamber, which would have been a lot of danger for his team. Talon double outlaw.
Wow.
I don't mind it though.
You know they don't have mobility, right?
Yeah, they don't have mobility. They're not able to really force you off of those positions either, other than the magnetic salvos. So now he's just going to try to snowball this 2 rounds in a row.
Boy.
Oh, and there it is. That's one. There's the Peachos as well, and the push down, and Talon says, no way you're not getting into any of these sites. Spike dropped. Only Darian and his Headhunter.
Cruz with the crouch spray as well. I mean, what is Darian gonna do now? He's maybe thinking about Cruz pushing out from the back.
เลยยอนมาดูเสียดายตังค์กับการยิงเฮดฮันเตอร์นะมันไม่ค่อยยิงซีซัว
That is all that they can write, Governor. Everyone flooding through Mound that way. What else can you truly do?
17, 6, and 5 for Premi. Again, it just really gives us a little bit of a throwback to his debut match. Able to just run free, pick up the frags, and be that menace on the map as that Clove really seems to suit him like a glove here. And Talon now trying to get ahead once again, 9 to 5, 4 rounds ahead, getting both pistols on this map just as they did on Split, the map they took in the very first map.
เขาวางได้แต่เขาไม่ฟอนด้วยไง
Starting things off with a bit of a wallbang opportunity.
Hey, the Haunt recognizes that somebody's here. Governor takes a bit of a risky fight. I think just because of that first win, he got the tag on Jaren. He wanted to stick to it, but not able to fully get it, but they are able to push him away from Rubble. And so now, GE, they have to work a lot harder to regain control of that. They have to use util combos to really reclaim side of A. And so look at the rotations. Talon now sending Jip Boys all the way back over to B and C.
And Global is just
ไม่ตียากเลย3 เซน
back over onto the other side as well.
ยากมาก
Just hold outside of Rubble for now.
อุ้ยได้เจ็บนะโอ้ยเจ็บนะหลายเจ็บเลย
Trying to work away from that stealth drone. Peeks right after the Ghost as well.
Huge value found.
Just insane value off of the Outlaw into the Ghost. Now Barrier Mesh trying to block off any further rotation. Spike should get planted, but needed to stay alive. Extra value. Now it's a 3v2 in favor of Talon.
tried to catch him off in the rotations, but without the numbers, it just doesn't quite work out too well. Position not quite favoring him either, so down to it.
หัวแตกไปอีก
With
หนึ่ง
the angle takes down Crystal.
มันสัมผัส
It's
ได้
all
ส
up
ด
to
นี้
Yudotan.
ไปกับเพื่อนดีกว่า
Might be able to at least get one, but still into the sights. Can this Phantom really do all the work that is necessary? Continues to hold out from stairs, but now he's smoked off. He goes back to heaven. That's a little bit too clear.
บ้านบอกกูไปกู้แล้วกัน
And tries to re-clear through the smoke, but does he know that Jitbo's on the other side? He anticipates it, but the spike is being stuck. Ben, he gets
เก็บส
the
ติง
round
เกอ
on
ร์อีก
Oh, the plant positioning just inside the box, and he's not quite able to get the spray. He doesn't have the bullets to do so. That hurts.
เรียบร้อย
Honestly, I like the way Yudotan thinks so. He takes the high-risk, high-reward play to just peek out of the smoke instead of dropping down all the way around heaven. That seems too obvious. I just have to win the 1v2. And he goes for it, but at the end of the day, it's not great positioning. And honestly, even if they won it, it would have been off of heroics, right? At the end, it's still Talon really able to keep the number advantage throughout the entire round. So much all throughout for sure. So Outlaw still being kept, but there is that Odin now in play on the A site. She tries to go for the quick B hit instead.
อันนี้อะไรอ่ะ
เริ่มใจร้อนเริ่มใจร้อน
นี่เหมือนจะเป็นเลสป่ะ
ไม่ไหวแล้วนี่ไม่ไหวแล้ว
มีเลสป่ะโดดดองๆเลยนะ
But I imagine it's a timeout in the next round, just because now that you've heard the Odin as well, what are your answers? I think you don't have many chances. It's going to be 11-5 after this round. And you're going to have to make sure that you do not let Talon get to that match point. You have to regroup and consider, okay, what did we prep when there's an Odin coming out? What did we prep in the future when an operator comes out? You have to think ahead many rounds in a row now. Yeah, but when you're down against this many rounds, it's just tougher.
Odin.
Without the numbers now, G is slowly trying to creep forward through the area, maybe trying to sneak into the A site.
อุ้ย
Draws a little bit of fire, trying to create an opening on the B side, and it's going to work.
เฮ้ย timing
Primi showing his back.
ดีนะมันไม่ออกมา
Just yet.
ดีนะมันไม่ออกมาเมื่อกี้
But with this much time pass, I think Talon starts to just hold, right? There's no reason to start to go all the way towards A. Ban finds them as well. Down to Darian. That is going to be what creates that opening.
นี่ไง
Still down to the one-on-one.
เรารู้ไง
เราวิ่งแล้วโอเวอร์ฮิลเข้ามา
There's that pickup now, trying to go a little bit more aggressive alongside Jitboy's flash. Set through. Primi gets
เรียบร้อยมืดมัว
And down to Jitboy's taking that door against Poppy as well. Flushed out of position thanks to the flash. Talon still being able to keep it through 11-5. Primi and Jitboys, the duo coming through strong, winning those 1v1s each on their own. And Primi taking out Darren was so big there, because otherwise you have the numbers disadvantage and the position's not great either. But now, G duelist in the world. G break down things like the Odin.
กระโดดจากเจอร์มาตรง
ถือลูกซองด้วยนะ
Glimpses of what Darren can bring to the team, bring to the table,
They
right?
got
But
him.
still, in terms of the macro, it's just not quite there on these agents. Looking for the sight lines and everything, but the Odin just being oppressive with.
เล่นไว้กับใครไม่ได้เลยได้ในช็อตสำคัญนะพี่บ้าน
ๆเหมือนจะเป็นการทำเอามาเพื่อชมหรือเปล่าใช่ไหม
ขอชมกันมันเล่นดีเกินว่ะไม่ไหว
เล่นจริง
อดใจไม่ไหว
เล่นโหดเกินไปนะอันเนี้ย
พอนมาบอกเฮ้ยคิวยิงน้อยๆหน่อยไม่ไหวเดี๋ยวอีซี่ไป
เดี๋ยวชาวบ้านเขาแตกตื่นกันหมด
Talon, they've been tightening with that outlaw. I mean, we don't see the fade holding that close every day, so we'll have to see if G's ready for that type of adaptation.
น่าจะพอแบบว่าไอ้โดน3 คนแบบอย่าให้มีครั้งที่2นะ
Talon, though, off the timeouts as well, also getting proactive on it.
ถ้ามีครั้งที่2อย่าให้มีครั้งที่3
You want to play? Let's play.
And it's just going to be the full global commitment, and then Poppy on the lurk.
เฮ้ย
เดินแรงมาก
There's the hot. Oh, Poppy wins one. He knows he's in trouble. He needs to get multiple. There's the sheer to keep him alive. Oh, that buys him so much time and space. Cruz, he gets taken down as well. And GE trying to turn things around here in round 17.
นี่อ่ะครั้งที่2
Being able to shoot them down. Poppy, sheer wall as well. Now continuing to hold the back lines, knowing that that's where they are coming from. And at the same time, you do have Darren on that tour de force marking down the baby door as well.
ถ้ามันรวบปาปี้ได้นี่
pretty much
แก้สวย
at this point.
คือเมื่อกี้เซตอัพดันมาสวยนะมี
Just going to
สแกน
hand
แล้ว
back all 5 members left
Papi
alive.
เวอร์ไป
Now you have those ultimates online as well for global esports.
เดี๋ยวพี่
One
บ้าน
more
เก็บ
chance
5
to try to continue things. And we'll peek out. Okay, he wants to destroy the economy as much as he can. Doesn't matter if they finish off one extra ultimate. Got the wombo combos. He's only going to be good for 1. GE now climbing up to 6. Still 5 more rounds to go if they want to tie things up.
This all starts off with a bit of a morale boost right now. Being able to flood in through the A site, hearing those footsteps towards the back, and Poppy just having that huge potential to anchor and hold down his ground.
Yeah, and this is another part of the Vice Lock shining through, right? The shear wall will always activate. It
นี่ไง
cannot be
พุทธัง
destroyed. So it
พุทธัง
works
ไปเกม
as
แรก
that sensor for
ไม่
your
ได้
flanks. It actually keeps
ก็เลยไม่มีแล้ว
from the pinch. It's a good read from GE of the potential pushes out from Talon.
นี่โดนนะ
They'll continue to play that same position. Meanwhile, the rest of the team tries to push on up. Darren this time with a full operator.
Now with this, if they can try to push and pull around A, and then if they want to go for a rotate, they can even still go for a B and C pinch as well if they take control of B main. But right now, Poppy already gives up that position. Looks like it's going to be an A hit.
มืด
เซตอัพ
Darian
เข้าไป
and Achilles kind of
อ้าว
stuck
แล้วโด
here.
นเน็ต
That's a good paint
เอา
shows
ว่ะ
right in the corner. Darian, he
เดี๋ยว
needs
ยิง
to
เข้าไป
open things up, but they're just not giving him an opportunity. Nightfall at the ready, and they hear the entry start to happen.
Still Garden was ripped through as well. Unfortunately,
มันโดนล็อกขาใช่ไหมเมื่อกี้มัน
players
ถึงโดน
from
เน็ต
Talon on the A side closer to it anyway. Bit of a trip for info. Does spot out
นิ่ง
Jitboy. So the
เอ้าแล้วโดนเลย เอ้าแล้วทำไมมาอยู่นี่อ่ะ
All the way through the shroud
ไป
of
ยิงช่วย
Semtex
เพื่อน
behind the wall.
เท่
So
โค
they
ตรเท่
are
อะ
able to save him. Counter
เอาไอ้คนหลังรับกรรม
Ban gets 1 kill. Darian for the trade, but it's an absolute mess as we see Crystal being drawn all the way to his death. Poppy,
โอ้ยปาปี้ปาปี้ปาปี้ปาปี้ปาปี้ปา
can
ปี้
he
ปาปี้
shine?
ปาปี้
The clutch master. He hasn't had many opportunities today.
30 seconds left.
กูจับ
But this may be the most important one. Spike in range, but only 20 seconds to look at Jitboy's position.
น่าจะเข้าจอแล้วตอนนี้
Him off.
so much to consider, but if there's any time to make it happen, 1-on-2 is the time. 15 seconds, and he's going for the quick sprint into the C site. From the shadows from Jitboys, though, in towards Mound.
Gotta go for that safe plant. But Jitboy should give the information of exactly where this is. Cruz is ready for the spray. Poppy gets it! Jitboys down to 36 HP.
ยุ่งแล้วดิ
Poppy finally ahead in this clutch. 1v1. Going round and round. Jitboys tries to smoke it off. Keep him guessing. Keep him locked in around the spike. Jitboys, he makes the wrong assumption that it's CT and Poppy. The clutch master once again. 7 rounds now. Only 4 apart. A complete momentum shift.
ใจมันมาแล้ว
Down to the 1-on-2, and he's still able to make it happen. Peeks out as soon as the spike was planted. That's just Poppy.
I mean, that's when you know you've made the right pickup in the offseason. Like, this guy has been bringing them so many impact rounds. Week 1, now week 2. This one round may have been everything. GE now ready for their own trap play here. It's going to be Yuta holding close, but there's the far range from Poppy once again. His shots have been good. I love that they trust in that. He's on fire right now here on this Lotus. Now trying to see if there's any sort of push out. Is there a Prowler, maybe even a showstopper all in from Talon to try to get to match point? But okay, nobody bites the bait. Talon says, no, we just got to wait. Right? We're not taking any of those extra chances.
A gift.
So close to it. Down when things are this tense.
Bring them down.
Then it close and safe, and now the Prowler being used to retrieve information.
Now only 1 gun fired, but it's still going to be enough for Cruz to just say, I got to bail out if we want any chance. It's going to be with the team. He's just going to hold on the smoke. Try to get extra range off of this execute. Goes for a little bit of spam. But Poppy's already got the flank under control.
Being able to watch that at the very least. Now with things being planted out closer towards main, they're able to hang back. where Talon will be forced to make a move to break through.
Just
given the guns.
And just lining up together, waiting for the spike to go off. Ban will be trying to position himself for a bit of an exit frag, maybe a cheeky little kill. Does have that Bucky in hand. Eventually we'll have to go through that baby door to go down to the spike.
That's kind of what they have to do, so just being able to hang back for now.
Darian just choosing to go down to the spike. He just wants 1 or 2 extra kills to try to get that turret of force, but nobody will peek him in time. Just the Outlaw loss. Still lots of credits on the side of Global Esports. I like that. Min-maxing as much as you can, because that is exactly what you need in this situation. Looking at the ultimates, Cosmic Divide online for Poppy. That's another execute that you can do, work around that ultimate. But slowly, Talon starting to back up their ult points as well.
วันนี้ทารอนแล้วครับอีก2วินจะปิดเกมละ
Closer to it as well. I mean, possibly being able to push it over the edge to match point now.
Showstopper still online. That's got to be the big one for Talon if they want to try to secure match point. Combo used on A. Rubble erased in favor of Talon.
And G kind of swaps on over onto the other side's scan, but not quite finding anything too much. Just Darren marking the angle in with the off while the rest of the team tries to kind of poke and prod through to the C site.
Here comes the Prowler. Oh, it's a nice wide swing as well. Knows it's going to be the re-challenge. That's a big kill. So much of the map now given over to Talon. They have so much control. You still have Jip Boys holding on to Rubble. B main completely under their control until the re-clear comes in from Poppy. It's all up to Poppy once again, but for now the main force looking at C site.
A little bit unfortunate, right? No rendezvous, so now backed into it through the smokes, and Premi's able to take the first shot.
Poppy's got to win this fight. He needs to open an extra option, but he can't. And look at Cruz. He knows he just doesn't have to give up that kill, but meanwhile, Cruz will get one, but Kelly not able to get the trade. There's a showstopper to push that away. Lands right at Crystal's feet. And Poppy, yeah, you had one clutch, but will they give you the opportunity? 30 seconds left. Gets one. Spikes down. He has a chance. There's a 9-1. They just want to draw time. And Jit Boys will not miss that chance. 12 points on the board. 1 round away from ending this best of 3.
Having those numbers, putting up
ท่านบอกแล้วกูก็ตื่นขึ้นมาไง
just so tough for Poppy to make it happen. Down to it at the end. I mean, look.
ผมไม่จะเอาฮิลันเตอร์มายิงเลยเหรอใจมันเด็ดเกิน
just to give them so much more space taking down their end.
Yeah, and I love that talent. Like Cruz just not giving that fight.
ปิดเสียงเลย
Things like that, where you just understand. Okay, the win condition. It's just don't fight Poppy. Don't give him a chance to open up the map even more. Don't allow GE to start to regain control around the map.
โดนซิกเนเจอร์เพลย์
This
นะ
time, trying to weave in between.
อย่าออกไป
Right, you heard the Vandal take it out, but you gotta imagine just the way that GE's been playing. There's that He's ready for it. What a setup for Talon. And that may be the bells ringing against GE. The final draw, the up drop, over once again, trapped in B main. Here come the paint shells. Here comes the Paragon. The absolute chariot of Talon pushes through.
As the dust settles as well, the last 2 players. I mean, running out of options, but still trying to keep themselves in the game. Knowing that there is that potential op that's kind of rotating over across the map.
ขออนุญาตไปเจอ T1 นะครับ
Utility on the C side as well.
I mean, yeah, what do you do to break this? Yes, you have the Cosmic Divide. They might want to use that, but there's no reason for Talon to budge. There it is. Premi gets ahead of it as well. There's a refresh on the smoke. Okay, not fast enough. Kellius gets it. The flash is ready. He antis it, but he turns just too fast. Gives him the full flash.
Now maybe a bit of an opportunity to get the spike down at the very least, alongside the Governor gets ahead of it, pushes alongside the wall, and gets the quick flick shot into Poppy, all down to Kellius. Comes in with a point blank range, still makes it happen. Talon closes out the map.
There were a lot of questions from a lot of fans in maps 1 and 2. Why is Premi not on Duelist? Why Governor looked so good on that Sova? What was going on there? But now in this map, they prove we know what we're doing. Governor, stop it.
ลบ500 อ่ะ จินบุย GG ครับยอดมากน้อง
ซื้อน้องทีมเท่ว่ะ
โจวี่นี่มาจากทีมอะไรดูต่อครับเจนจีโอ้อย่าเอาเจนจีลงไปสายล่างเลยตอนเนี้ยแค่นี้ก็ลำบากพอละ
Great fight, but this one, Talon, everything on the line as they try to take one step closer towards Masters Bangkok, trying to play in front of that home crowd. Quack, you and I were both there when Ascension happened in Bangkok. We saw what it meant for the fans.
แต่ถ้าเจนจีลงสายล่างก็เท่ากับสายบนมันมีเกาหลี2จริงครับถ้าเราไปยันรอบชิงอ่ะ
Now imagine if it was Talon, but that said, we do have the winners interview, so let's throw it to the stage.
ผมว่าไงมันก็เจนจีอยู่แล้วคิดว่านะไม่น่าพลาดพูดต่อไปใครครับให้สกอร์ใครกันบ้าง
เจนจีครับผม น่าจะอาจจะ2-1ได้อันนี้
RRQ ครับ
2-0 ครับพี่
เจนจีครับ
เอาเต้กี่ช็อตเดียวเนี้ย
ถ้าลอนเจอทีวันอีกทีเดี๋ยวดูตาราง
น้องทีมหล่อจัด
เดี๋ยวคู่หน้าต้องไปแข่ง TFT ก่อน น่าจะมาตอนปลาย
พี่แข่ง TFT เลยเหรอ
ๆใช่
แข่งจริงจังเลยเหรอพี่
ที่31สิ้นเดือน
ไอ้นี่ของเขาเรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะ
ของไลออน
ของซูปอ่ะเอาแบบว่าประเทศนู้นประเทศนี้มา
ว้าวแล้วพี่เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยเหรอเนี่ย
จริงๆอะเต้ต้องแข่งอะ
ไอ้ผมไปได้ผมไปขำๆได้ไปแบบไปนี่ไงเยื
ตลอดแช
อน
มป์ครับ
เวียนเก่า
อ๋อยี่เป็นโรงเรียนเก่านะ
ใช่ครับ
เก่งมากครับน้องๆอย่างนี้ถ้าเจนจีมันชนะก็ไปเจอกับ DRX โอ้โหคู่มันอีกแล้วหรือจะเป็น RQ ที่แบบส่งเจนจีลงไปสายล่าง แล้วก็
ถ้า
ส่ง
คุ
DRX
คุ
ด้วย
ชชี่มันฟอร์มเหมือนวันก่อนอะได้ลุ้นอยู่นะ RQ อะ
เฮดช็อตแมชชีนนะพอๆกับไอ้เกโกะเลยปะ
โคตรโหดอะ
ไอ้นั่นก็ยิงแต่หัว
หน่อยพี่เจอบอลระบบพี่ไม่ไหวคิวอ่ะ
เจอบอลระบบเลย
เจอบอลระบบ
ของจริงเจนจีมันบอลระบบ
เจอบอลอโมริมเข้าไป
เฮ้ย ระบบเหรอ รับไม่เอาด้วยช่วงเนี้ย
หลัง3
หลัง3กลาง4 หน้า4 โกไม่มี
แผนฟีฟ่าบอกว่านะ
โกไม่มี
แผนฟีฟ่าบอกว่าต้องหวังพึ่งอามัดอย่างเดียวอะตอนเนี้ยบอกเลย
อย่างนี้ถ้าเปเปอร์เล็กชนะ แล้ว DFM ชนะไปเจอกันเลยมันแต่ DFM ไม่น่าจะโหไม่น่าจะพลาดป่ะ CG
ลุยดิเฮ้ยน้องข้างหน้าเฮ้ย โดนกูเข้าไป
บายทารอนแคปซูลครับ let's go
โดน
PRX CGRS อื้อหือเปเปอร์เล็กเซต้าน่าจะโดนครับเซต้าน่าจะโดนเปเปอร์เล็กกำลังแบบกระหายสงครามกระหายชัยชนะสุด
Match found.
จริงๆ GE มันจะไม่แพ้หรอกถ้ามันไม่มีปูตัง
Enough training. It's time.
It didn't have to go this way, agents. You didn't think I could have been one of you. Fight.
Show me a target.
ปิงมัน5เล่นข้างเครื่องเสริมหรอ
เจ็บลูกชิ้น
Need danger. Shock and scoop.
เราลองกดเราพี่
ยิง
แม่งเลย
Break you down.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Grounded. Reloading.
โอ้แม่งมันอยู่คนเดียว มันอยู่คนเดียวเลย
ผมเกมขอดูเลยครับอย่าสนุกอยู่คนเดียวจัดไป
10 seconds until stage change.
Satchel out.
อุ้ยมันโหดกันจังเลยนี่กูเล่นอะไรอยู่เนี่ย
Show me a target.
I'm out of here.
3 ตัวมีเกาะอีกตั้ง5
Destabilizer.
ไอหมอนี่กัดอีก
You're finished.
นั่นเลย
Got one.
I got myself.
Reloading. Reloading.
New stage in 10.
Coming through. It's grounded.
That's one rampaging raise. Stage 3.
Three. Reloading. Satchel out. Enemy kill. No peeking. Go, go, go.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Who else? Focusing.
It's a rampage. 10 seconds. Final stage.
ก็เจนีนะก็เจอใหญ่
Target down. No.
เฮ้ยจะมา
Reloading.
It's you and me.
น้อง
Show me a target.
You fling. Nailed them.
15 kills to go.
Have one of these.
10 kills remaining.
4.
Take this.
Stand aside.
ใช่อ่ะ
เฮ้ย
Get out
เจ็
of
ด
my
มันเข้า
way.
ชาร์จ
รู้ได้ว่ะ
5 kills remaining.
Here we go.
Not enough.
Down. Got him.
Neutralized.
I'm out of here.
รู้ได้ไงอยู่เนี่ยสัมภาษณ์คิว
เฮ้ยฝั่งจีน EDG โดนทีอินนำไปแล้ว 0-1
ทีอีพี่ไก่ บอกแล้วรอบชิงโดน GG อ่ะ ทีอีมันอัปเกรด
เฟดมันฝั่งลากอยู่ซ้ายแล้วพี่ ไม่เดินแล้วว่าผมโดนมันยิงไป4 ตัวแล้วเนี่ย
ชื่อรีเฟก
Match found.
ยูแมนเหรอ
Just take a seat. I got this.
กูอย่างชอบทีมเลยว่ะเดี๋ยวตอนนี้ทีมเราไม่เอาจัด
จริงพี่
ระยะเจิมที่หน้าจินจี20เรื่อง
เนี่ยฝั่งลากเล่นฝั่งลากเหรอ
ทีนี้ต้อนรับเข้าสู่รายการไม่เล่น
Match
แล้วกดมา
found
ทำอะไร
Just take a seat. I got this.
มันมีอยู่จริงด้วยเหรอพวกที่เล่น EDPI 101ขยับเมาส์ยังไงวะ แบบ โอ้
โอ้โห
เป็นล้านเลย
อุ้ยโอ้โห มันกระตุก
ยิง
กดออกแล้วมันไม่ออกให้โอ้โหเฟดยามืออาชีพ แม่งเอาสุดอะตัวเนี้ยสวยพี่ผมเอามาให้
เอาเว้ยตามทันอยู่
พี่ไม่ไหวอ่ะ
ทันอยู่น้อง
ทันนะพี่
Reloading.
เตอร์4 คิว
Reloading.
ไม่ชอบฟังเสียงมันลง
Reloading.
ที่ไปป๊อป
นี่กับตันแจ็คสเปโร่
เล่นฟังเสียงยากไม่ได้
จริง
กดแถบมันรู้เรื่อง
ก็แทงมาลุ้นเลย
Watch your eyes. Can't use that yet.
ตอนจีไม่เคยเล่นกับแฟน
โคตรสนุก
Destabilize.
เรียวายเอ็กเกอร์แมนมัตเตอร์
Reloading. Reloading.
ดีครับมาเลยรีไวก็แมนเหรอวะเห็นชื่องงเลย
สู้กระทืบรัว
ดีไว้
That's a kill. Watch your eyes. Grenade is live. No, you don't.
โอ้มันยิงไม่โดนอ่ะสอง
Enemy down. All missiles launched.
ชอบเจ็บก่อน
ๆจริง
Reloading. Going up.
ๆยังไม่ชินเลยเหรอลาปิดเนี่ย
Reloading.
They got myself.
เฮ้ย
They're super dead.
รู้สึกพี่ไปปรับคอนโทรลปกติดีเพราะมัน0.5ป่ะ
Reloading.
คอนโทรลเหรอ
เออ
มันไม่มีใช้อะไรเลยมั้งคอนโทรล
อ๋อพี่ไปเอาออกตอนแรกมันเป็น0.5เว้ยใช่ป่ะของเราพี่ก็เลยไปใช้0.5เดิมแบบปกติป่ะ
แต่มันก็เอาอันนั้นออกถ้าพี่ไม่เอาอ่ะมันจะขึ้นเป็นเลขอ่ะเลชั่นพอยต์อะไรอ่ะ
มันจะเป็นเหมือนสีอื่นเลย
ใช่
น่าจะปรับถูกแหละ
Reloading.
10 seconds until stage change.
Joke's over. You're dead. Target down.
แต่มันนั่งเร็วจัด
Sorry, bro.
มันไปเล่นในอีกเกมนึงไม่ไหววะแม่งไปติดคอนโทรลรัวๆเลยอะแบบดีๆวิ่งอยู่แม่งนั่งเฉยเลย
It's you and me.
โอ้
เกือบแล้วไอโซ
Flash.
มีเพื่อนมาอีกไหม
Over there.
Cranial.
Hi! Piss!
Going up. That's 3.
เท่าไหร่
New stage in 10.
Watch your eyes.
เฮ้ยกินเอาดี
ดูจิว
ขนาดกินข้าวไปด้วย
เฮ้ย
Careful now. One down. Rain is down. My ultimate's ready.
โอเวอร์
โอ้หัวแตกด้วย
Neutralized. All missiles away. Executed. Going up. Ultimate orb spawn.
Enemy down. My ult ลงกันให้หมด
Can't use that yet. Make it interesting. No distraction.
เอาเฮ้ย
Target down. 15 kills to go. The hunt begins. That's great. Target. One suppressed.
You and me
Rampage.
Stopping fire.
Joke's over. You're dead. What? You're out. 5 kills remaining. Careful now. Got them. Target down.
ไม่โดดเลยเว้ยโอ้โหมายังครับแมท
Reloading.
อุ้ยโหมาแล้วเหรอสกิน
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
Never show weakness. Ever.
Fight.
Try not to die.
RRQ ที่พอกันเลยนะ4/4
ไอ้ชิบเป้าดีไม่ได้จริงว่ะมันหมดยุคแล้วเป้าจุด หมดยุคแล้วครับ
Don't get up. Killed them.
What เลี้ยวยิงแบบโยน
ออร่าออร่า
มาแล้วแม่เอ้ยมาแล้วเป้าทำยังไงเวทีมันเปลี่ยนสีไปตามธีมของทีมป่ะจีนแข่งเร็วครับเดี๋ยวติดตุจีน
10 kills remaining.
นี่มันห้องอะไรวะเนี่ยนี่เกียร์เดือดใช่ไหมล่ะคน
5 kills remaining. Let's go ออกเดี๋ยว
Kinds of random stuff.
Oh, you guys do that too. That's
เป็นจีนี่ครับ
Remind them of what they can.
จะได้กุชได้ถากกุชมาแฟกเจอร์ว่ะ ชีสไม่มีคอม
the
ใหม่
only difference being the fast lane is going to be a little bit more chaotic on Monyet. Texture favoring the Rays, so the paint shell's really going to be helping a little bit to break some of the KJ util here and there and break some of those setups around stairs, but not really cypher trips or anything like that.
Yeah, I think both Xfero and Foxy9 are very happy that the other team didn't pick Teo. They get a nice little ease into the game without getting their ultimate destroyed every single time.
I just think texture on Rays facing off against Monyet on Neon is going to be so much fun. They give each other crap all the time, and I think it's hilarious to watch. Anyway, we're going to go into this match because we're super excited for it. We're going to go into our casters, RRQ's unofficial biggest fanboy, Chobra and Quack.
Thank you very much, Desk. I think we can all agree on one thing. When these two teams face off, it's an absolute banger. Like, we like to talk about only bangers on Split, only bangers on other maps, but it's only bangers when these two teams face off. I mean, you saw the record. Gen G 5-1 in this record against RRQ, but 4 of those maps, or 4 of those matches, were not 2-0s. They're all 2-1s, whichever way they go.
Yeah, and there is that, at least there is that one. There is that one for RRQ.
But I will always put a disclaimer on that one because that was the one match that didn't matter, right? Because the results were already determined for the Stage 1 playoffs. And I know the RRQ team felt the same way where it was like, wow, we finally got it together, but it was when it didn't matter. So maybe it's a pressure thing, maybe it's some other things you need to consider. But as the desk, hammered home, it's Gen G always blocking RRQ's path. Can RRQ finally break that wall in 2025?
If that win didn't matter, this one does matter, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's definitely still going to be that question of can RRQ really break it through? They looked pretty darn good against the FM last week, so I'm hoping some of that performances can carry over. But looking at the composition, I mean, you got Monyet back on the Neon, right?
Yeah, so I wonder if there was, because as I just mentioned, neither of them really played this during the
I mean, that's not something you see.
It's not something that Gen G was really a big fan of during the offseason, but Neon Nerfs come through, so we believe Neon is still better on Fracture. We should be able to overcome them. We'll see what the game plan is, as Gen G will actually be starting on the attack.
Yeah, so far a little bit split all throughout, but also, I mean,
Gen
this
G
is
มันก็อยาก
a
เล่น
map
โล
where
ตั
you
ส
definitely want to have a lot of that early A-main pressure again. I mean, especially with some of the smokes they can throw off, and there it instantly is, to allow Monyet to kind of creep in further through.
Oh, right off the bat, we're seeing those cross-map recons come in. That Silva becoming more and more popular ever since EG popularized it 2 years ago. It's a good hit onto Nomad, trying to go for a chase, but instantly the pitch. RRQ knows they have to push out. They need to isolate these fights, and Monyet's going to slide out. He doesn't see it, but he's able to do an absolute 180. That's 2 kills to 1 in favor of RRQ.
Just to swing back, right? Protection does find that trade, and also already into the site, so everything's already smoked off, and now you're getting the spike planted. It's for a main. You're going to have to hold further back, but your players are down a little bit low. Texture has to hit the good first shot. He does, but Monyet instantly trades. Now Munchkin, Karen needing to kind of fall back. I mean, where are you going to go? The side's not quite safe. And on the other side, Jemkin is marking out from defender spawn as well. So hearing the footsteps inside of A main, Munchkin's trying to hold, trying to play around it. The smoke comes up in time, and that's when Xfero peeks out Jemkin from the back. It's the incendiary as well onto the spike, working against them a little bit, but still nonetheless, RRQ picks up the kills.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Karod just trying to buy time, trying to make sure the double coming in from A main, not able to get onto the site, nor the spike, but alas, he gets picked off through the smoke as it comes down. Munchkin and Karen didn't really have many options, right? They didn't really have any other info about the other parts of the site or the defender spawn. So Munchkin close angle, I don't think he can really fault him. It's the only thing he had going. He just wasn't able to get that one-shot kill with the right Texture with a clean shot,
ตอน
but
นี้
I
ไอ้
love
เจม
that
กินไปไว้หนวด
Cushy also goes out. He already only has 5 HP. He says, I'll be the scout. Then you get the trade. And RRQ, the fast push out with Manyan as battle cries come out, is successful. Share a spot up from Gen G.
เดี๋ยวเจอร่าง
Some
มอนเย็ด
half armors as well.
2021
See if that maybe bites them even going in to their buy round next
ที่มัน
round.
แลบลิ้นใส่กล้องว่าพี่อย่างนั้น
at
อะ
least, I mean, it's gonna be a bit of
แต่เราก็
damage.
แพ้ใช่ไหม
Been known to make those things more, but right now, just kind of splitting themselves across again, right? More respect towards that A-main pressure, but this time, you're looking at RRQ kind of having those defenses up, set up towards B.
Okay.
ไปเลย
So
ครับ
he recognizes the judge.
ปืน
I
นี้
love
ไม่
that
สู้
they're trying to get this information. They go for the ult orb as well. They recognize it's a judge
ขึ้น
up
มา
in
ทักทาย
heaven.
เฉย
Either you go in with util or you
มันจะ
just
หนีเลย
don't
นะ
go there at all. Just keep him tied up there. That's one person you don't have to worry about. And Gen G, they do want to group up. So what's the answer towards this killjoy? You can't nullify any of the util, but it looks like it's going to be a trap play to force him into uncomfortable positions. Lineups at the ready. You've got both the Silva and the Breach over by Arcade as well.
Trying to set it up at least,
Right
but
here.
RQ will respond in kind. Smokes
Nah,
just to
Nike
delay a
Joe
little bit
looking,
further as well.
Jemkin has to play this so well. Xpharaoh just going to be able to hold onto Heaven alone. He goes for the spray. He gets two. He's ready for the third. Trying to bounce back and forth. Eventually gets taken down by Foxy 9.
Just to kind of flood on through, right? Nanostorm's on the site as well, so just to make things a little bit more
Hey, but-
difficult. But onto the judge now. Xpharaoh onside, able to fight back. Munchkin gunned down, and RQ makes it relatively safe enough. Estrella does pick up the Spectre.
Yeah, so all weapons carried over for RRQ. Not too much damage done. Gen G, 3 members with half armor. So they will be starting a little bit weak on their buy round. I love that Jemkin tries to be heads up, but eventually still gets traded down. But it's a good wraparound from RRQ as well.
Yeah, still able to kind of swing back into the site just for that retake against Gen G, who were able to deal with the judge a little bit. But that's it, down into the next round. That judge does carry on over. This time it's in the hands of Manyet.
Yeah, and I was wondering if maybe we see an outlaw, but that's not going to be the case here as RRQ choosing to just go for these fights, given the nature of Fracture. So we see that Vandal being bought up to match the firepower. That's 3 rifles, a Vandal and 2 Bulldogs against, of course, all 5 Vandals and Phantoms for Gen G. Gen G, I mean, they recognize it's a bonus round. We don't know what kind of crazy they'll do with the Neon. Let's just hold, and then we can go for our set play, because hopefully they should be split in their default setups.
Pretty much still doing that, but with time passed, right, you're not seeing anything from the Neon on anyone else. So this is where you're starting to wonder, what are you going to do truly? Thinking about where this Neon possibly could be. Or maybe even the judge again.
It's an interesting setup from RRQ because you're actually just giving up all 4 lanes. You're literally only hoping to stop them on the site and get those kills. And if it doesn't work out, I mean, it could be disastrous. But if it does work out, chaos ensues, and you at least do a ton of damage, right? Maybe you're just dropping 3, 4 weapons. The spike maybe doesn't really get planted. They just have to finish up the fights, things like that. So we'll see how it pans out. Already only 30 seconds. That's the Molly. Lots of time bought. Still another smoke as well.
A little bit of a gap through the Molly, so still Texture being able to slip on through, but the fault line does connect. Estrella able to take down Texture. Then the judge gets spotted. Manyet goes in on the offensive. Able to trade that for a bit of a rifle as well, but onto the side, Jemkin will fall. Manyet sends the relay as he spots out another player. The spike gets planted down just in time, and Manyet picks up yet another Vandal for that collapse onto Munchkin. RRQ, being able to chip down all that time, will be able to pick up the bonus round.
A really well intricately set up, basically site trap play. RRQ says you come to A, we got the Nanostorms to alarm bot, and we got 2 people high-low setup. You come to B, we've got a fault line that's able to cover the diagonal across the site. We're holding close with a Spectre and a Molly, and then we have a judge up in heaven. So no matter where you come from, no matter what the set execute is, it's just going to be we pick up the first entry, and then we take you out one by upgrading our weapons. And Manyet, a great decision to slide out there, and it works out for the bonus.
Just so incredible. And now it's everything being upgraded up. Gen G, a little bit desperate. It's down to the Sheriffs and the Guardian on the side of Texture. Still looking for some kind of an opening into the sites.
Now these are the rounds you have to watch out for Gen G. Pilsky mentioned on the desk, it's still the same core 3 members. They're all so good with those one-tap weapons. And you can see RQ giving that respect. The high-low doubled up, making sure you don't get both taken out instantly. We'll see if it pays off, as we do see Foxy 9 creeping up over Dish, trying to gain some attention.
Still being able to hold effectively, right? But kind of walks into the setup, so nonetheless gets eliminated.
Oh, yeah, and that allows Monyet to go for the foul. Oh, a nice pick, and this is what we were talking about. You gotta watch out, you gotta respect him.
Just because it's texture. Such a quick reaction. But now RRQ with the information, still able to kind of hide back and hold as well. Cushy kind of lines up to the sidelines and gets at least one. Estrella coming back into support as well, and that's the Sky Smoke just to block off Gen G while Xfero moves into place.
Yo, man.
Opening the door, just forcing RRQ to now have to look at multiple angles. They will, in fact, go into Sands, but already crosshairs trained. And Yo, man, he gets spotted. Estrella is going to jiggle back and forth. You still have the high-low. Yeah, Estrella doesn't have to greed for this. You can trust in Jemkin, and they spot him right away. Estrella actually getting both now one away from his Rolling Thunder.
That's tremendous value being found as well. So it all kind of pays out. And now economy's starting to hurt a little bit more for Gen G, just buying up all of those light shields.
I mean, just knowing that it's just a Killjoy peeking up first, it's Nico. The immediate rotation was good. Yeah, I mean, texture, he's still got it. He's still the same texture, so you got to give that respect. But it's a very, very quick fill into the site from the rest of RRQ to be able to block that off. Munchkin does have his Rolling Thunder, though. He was only 2 away in that last round. Fills it up, and now we'll see if they use it right away for a set play. B main already cleared.
Yeah, pushed out.
มันขึ้นมาได้ไงวะ
Relay bolt, so a little bit expensive, but
ไอ้ส่งมันขึ้น
still
มา
is a lot of information. Being out that Rolling Thunder now, but inside of the site, Estrella kind of goes for the track, not quite connecting onto it. Jemkin will fall alongside him.
Oh, not being able to snipe him out. Meanwhile, Munchkin, he's ahead of him. Monyet doesn't expect him to still be watching the flank from out far. Still 2 members alive, but it's looking like it's going to be a tough position as Gen G has 4. Texture only down to 18 HP, but he pushes out. He's a scout, but Xfero gets both Texture and Foxy 9. Suddenly, a retake seemingly possible. Yo-Man takes damage from the shock dart. He peeks ahead. Ooh, he's trying to displace the crosshairs. Charon, good for that trade. Xfero needs to take the 1v1s. Where does he take him? He gets close, but it's just too frantic. And Charon, as patient as always, will be able to get their first win for Gen G.
Yeah, just kind of panicking and sprinting straight into the side, teammate falling off to the sidelines, and at that point, you know, you're just kind of running against time straight into it with the Phantom.
Xfero does get some nice kills here, but as you mentioned, the time, the space, all the positioning starts to get dicey, and we see a little bit of that panic mode come in. Meanwhile, Charon, just as sturdy as he always has been ever since he debuted just last year. Now the Rolling Thunder available for Estrella, but we do have some power ultimates 1 point away from Gen G, so they should be working those orbs. It's going to be that arcade orb right away.
Being able to
Ooh, a fast take.
set up for more value. Boombot will get spotted out, so Xfero kind of anticipating some kind of push out now coming through. Additional support from Cushy, but the flashes come out. It just throws it off just a bit, but still being able to drag the crosshair across. Yo-Man will be able to strike back against Monyet, though. Now trying to get a bit of timing into her spawn, but no. Strikes back.
And Foxy9, he was just waiting for information. He was waiting for the lineups, but none of it. The calls don't come through. It's just silence on the other side. And now all alone, 1v3. In all honesty, this could be where he shines. He loves to do it. He's talked about it even in some of those Gen G vlogs that, you know, they come fight me. I love that. But with the positions they have, and you have to go hunt for these. Yeah, there's the fault line, and it's just well set up. Jemkin able to clean things up, now 1 point away from his own orbital strike.
So in the round, just trying to go for a quick paced hit. Arcade orb and straight into the V side, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out. So just RRQ being able to respond quick enough, despite the flashes and everything. Cushy just finding that value alongside his teammate on the site.
And Cushy has been so impactful for this team ever since he joined, even in those off-season tournaments right away. A lot of people agreed. If I didn't know about Cushy before, I believe in him now. We'll see if he can keep it up for this entire match. A true And so to try to at least tie it up, get those 5 rounds to even things out for the second half. Solo and HSK already so successful, and then as players as well, but then they... So Perry now joining his old teammate and his old captain in Solo, back when they were on Neutron, back when they performed at Masters Reykjavik, now coming in as a coach after his tenure at D+ Kia in the challenger scene. See if we can notice any of that impact. People were wondering, does Perry maybe do some one-on-one coaching with some of the rookies? You know, where does this come from? But so far, it's RRQ really forcing Gen G's hand.
Yeah, bringing their own assistant coach in the form of Warbirds as well, but right now, still just controlling that A main, right? Early information outside of it, and as soon as they get a little bit more in towards B, they're sending that utility through.
Okay, the multi-bash just to try to get some scratch damage onto Gen G. It is another Sheriff and Guardian round, another one you have to respect. Sphero just keeping his distance. He's positioned to be ready to bail out as well. Finds him, gets the shot onto Texture. That's a big one, just a little bit ahead. And there's the Rolling Thunder to pinch through Cushy. He's good for 2 right away. The recon just to be safe, and there's the push out. Cushy for 3. Still maintaining that Unjusturi, no need for it just yet.
Just had the perfect setup once again. I mean, you start things off early on. Monyet pushes out his A, calls it clear, and everyone is kind of already anticipating some of these potential ultimates or whatever that Gen G might have. And you can see Xfero's holding it. Instantly swaps on over to the shorty as soon as he gets contacted by the fault line. The Rolling Thunder to top everything off to allow Cushy to push up to collect on those kills.
So now back to the rifles, only half armors, but you have the lockdown, you have the orbital strike, you have the Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of counters on the other side, but Gen G, they gotta push and pull a bit more because like you said, this A main, it's been a thorn. It's just so much free information. Door opened. It is a crossfire set up from RRQ. And you have that fault line support ready by Estrella as well, up by the rafters.
Comes down to a little bit of contact. Sky Smoke comes out. Monyet spots all of them out. That's the fault line being sent through. Is he gonna push? No, he doesn't fall back because the push comes out from drop instead. Cushy though with the Hunter's Fury will connect into 2 players from Gen G.
He catches both after the fault line. So in fact, it's Monyet being the bait, and then they're able to just back out into sand, still holding that line of scrimmage.
Just holding it up even further off, even though the spikes planted. Pressure is on for Gen G. Thanks to the new updates. Yeah, they're going to have to try to spray through the smokes, but even with the overdrive, Monyet just kind of keeping them at bay, adding that pressure even further on for Xfero to come up with the flank from behind. The double kill 2. It's RRQ who are looking so unstoppable right now.
จริงแล้ว RRQ จะเข้าไปเป็น Korean Slayer.
The whole time you've always just sent Monyet alone. You set him up after the first 20 seconds, 30 seconds. This time, Jemkin watches with him. You've got so many ultimates, and after the fault line goes through, you tag one, and then you're able to chase through. You tag the second as well. He instantly recognizes it and finishes off the double kill. That was huge because it allows everyone to just say, all right, let's back out in sands. You know, Spike already planned, it doesn't matter, give him a main, because now we've got the flank coming in from Xfero as well. Very, very patient and calculated from RRQ.
And now they're still cycling on through with those ultimates. Orbital strike and lockdown on the next.
Gen G
has some ultimates of their own, just the gun's not quite there. Monyet in with the relay bolt, pushing out into it. And now, holding out. The pitch comes through, pushing on the back.
I mean, the tempo changes as well. RRQ playing with full confidence. I'll be very honest, I don't think we've ever seen RRQ just adjust so well round to round ever in any of their matches. But right now, you can tell by their movement, by their reads round to round. It's against an eco, and you still say, let's go. We haven't pushed out that far yet. It's already round 9. We're up 7-1. Let's go for a fast push because they won't have strong weaponry. They get one kill, and then they back off. They have the pinch, and they say, Spike dropped. We don't need to overextend.
Now they're just kind of marking every single entrance that Gen G is looking for, hoping for, down through the dirt. And it's being spotted as well.
Yeah, Estrella catches sight, so they know one sewers. You don't really have to worry about anything other than ropes at this point. Turret set up to watch the flank from Dish. 40 seconds. This could turn into an all-out brawl, though. I am a little bit worried as RRQ has put all their eggs in one basket, but Jemkin gets one. Estrella for the trade, and surely this should be the round over as Monyet wraps it up, building towards another overdrive.
Having that advantage. I mean, this is a fully confident RRQ down to the last 2 players. You know, spotting them out by tunnel. Once they get that bit of contact, they continue to swing. I mean, look at how Monyet was just selflessly kind of swinging out alongside with that play. So the whole team's just being able to flow in this form, and Gen G, you know, even off of the timeout, not quite able to find the answer.
with the weaker weapons as well. I mean, you have the stun and you have the neon. Those one shots maybe not going to be as effective. Monyet is having a time of his life right now, but it's Cushy with 11 kills and only 2 deaths.
13-1 เลยดูทรงละแมตช์แรก
Still sitting comfortably for now. Gen G, this time just a little bit more hidden movements into it, but spotted by the drone.
Yeah, but look at the switch up, right? Killjoy no longer here in Gen G. They're still of that setup. Still sending some of that util. There's the paint shells. Monyet, he wants to get ahead of it, and he knows exactly what it is. He'll take him out, but it is a trade. It opens up heaven, and then the site as well onto the B side.
นี่ถ้าเกิดไอ้เทคเจอร์มันไม่ขึ้นจริงมันหลอกที่เสียทรง
Still around the corner, trying to stay alive, waiting for his team to kind of get back in. Uses that smoke while they clear out that turret from the back. Foxy9 looking to hold. Able to get that first flick against Gemini. Fall Light comes through, but he evades just in kind. Next Pharaoh will be able to fight back. 3-on-3. Cushy now pushes out, takes out Karen, and the relay just to spot things out, but Yeoman kind of avoids for now. Pushes himself into tunnel, and Cushy knows where to look. Munchkin, the last one left. Onto the site, evades the rolling thunder, holds the ground with a fault line being sent out. He took down Cushy already, just needs to do a little bit more. Down to the last one left, it's just Estrella who swings out, still takes the duel against Munchkin, has enough time for the defuse. RRQ are still making it happen.
I mean, we were all thinking the same thing. Munchkin doesn't lose these. He even got the double fault line there at the end as well, and it looked like it was all lining up once again for one of the clutch masters on Gen G. But no, it's Estrella, the other IGL that fights back. Monyet understanding his mission just to make them weaker as they come into the site. It was all about the flank. RRQ going for a different setup, then wraps around. It did look dicey, but Cushy. I mean, we got to get this round to him. He just takes out so many members and pushes them all out, just limiting only Munchkin on the site.
มันเดินไปยัดเขาแบบมั่นใจ
So much value. The new addition to RRQ, and there he is. I mean, 13 kills now. Xpharaoh onto 12.
RRQ นี่แหละ Korean Slayer
Now the setup's kind of swapped up a little bit more. Less pressure out towards A. Well, that sky smoke is out outside of B.
And now the Killjoy setup still not scouted just yet.
เอาลูก2เราไป
Now Swarm on the drop. It could spell trouble. That's the core of Gen G. Once again, another pinch. You still have Estrella standing by. You still have the orbital strike as well. Where do they go? It's down into Sands. I love the pinch. They know Sand has been very important. Jemkin does get the trade, but eventually Gen G will push through. They will dominate that area.
In with a showstopper as well, but now looking through it. Monyet will be able to take down Yeoman.
Yeoman.
Oh, special delivery through the ropes right now, and Monyet.
The
It's pretty
Monyo.
much just up to him. They've got so many ultimates as well. You got to go fast. Gotta get those 1v1. Spots one. Goes out for a Cushy. Already gets another kill. The lockdown just to buy time. You gotta try to eliminate Karen. Monyet's just gonna go in with this before he expects it. Cushy gonna drone to see if Foxy9 has widened the angle. Meanwhile, Monyet, he's already through. This is not looking great. Foxy9, he's not in a good position to stop this defuse. Half already done. And he's not gonna be able to get the kill. Monyet! Running through the lockdown, eliminates the orbital strike possibility. What a hero play!
โรลินอ่ะโรลินนี่ต้องยกให้นี่กันเลยไอ้
Do something
เจน
like
เทนเมด
that.
อ่ะ
No
รัว
slide
ทั้งทีม
available, but still thinks of sprinting through with the shorty out.
I mean, this is pure heroics.
อุ้ยจังหวะอันนี้ตัดสินใจดีจัง
And then the drone as well to make sure Foxy9s are not already holding the angle. Wow.
Sigma boy
And he's just chilling. We gotta see more neon from RRQ after this. I mean, Monyet unleashed right now.
Has the overdrive online. Thinking about a potential push out in towards B as well right now. Last round of the first half, and things are looking this comfortable, this confident for RRQ.
ยี่มีเอแข่ง
Another pinch
อีกทีวันไหน
onto B as
วัน
well.
ที่
It's a
30
high-low
นะ
setup on Arcade, and then the immediate push out with the neon from the other side on Dish.
They've got the KJ utility to mark the outside of B main as well, so just to go in for that high-low, and it works out perfectly. Jemkin, what is that double kill? The utility to flush him out, but Xpharaoh is there to trade back in kind. Dodges the Hunter's Fury, and the push-out comes through to mark the spike. Lockdown being deployed.
And then holding close with the shorty, they have to push you. He knows, okay, Foxy9, he is gonna be able to break it. But lots of time bought, and as you mentioned, Spike already stranded. And you know where these members are. Yo Man hasn't had much impact. We haven't had a reason to shout his name.
Yo Man
Can he prove it? Only 30 seconds left.
Just a bit of util. But is it
Yeah,
going to be enough?
ma.
Foxy's so darn low. Look at Monyet marking
Wait,
angle, but ooh, a big swing. Foxy takes him down, but
low.
unfortunately that's not going to be enough.
Monบอกเรา
Down
เพื่อนๆเลย
inside the tunnel still, and Cushy will be coming
11
on to
เลยเหรอ
kill the last round of the first half, going to RRQ.
1-11 Wow. I don't know if we've ever really seen this. I mean, even though RRQ did win that one best of 3, I don't know if it's ever felt like RRQ was entirely on top. It always felt like a grind and a struggle. Obviously, the map's not done yet, but the prep coming in from RRQ, the way they understand Fracture, the confidence that we are going to understand this map better than Gen G. What a good map pick. So
ที่เอ่ยเอาให้
into RRQ, but prepared and ready to go. But so far, maybe they just didn't see the fracture. Maybe they just weren't quite sure what kind of power Cushy brought to this team. 15-4 with 4 assists.
So far, could this be a different story for the first time in a while? Starting things out now, Gen G on the defense. They're slowly pushing outside.
Destroyed.
Oh, he's waiting for them to check for ropes. Goes out, doesn't get the kill, but now you have to start moving. Xfero is trapped. Vault line gonna keep them at bay. It's a nice trade. Monyet still able to push through with the frenzy. He's trying to draw Crossers away, just barely skirts out. Xfero eventually falls, and that does open things up for a retake.
Straight up for B main, but yes,
Spike planted.
bit of an opportunity for Gen G outside of Arcade, but needing to work alongside, yes, the spikes, and with that wraparound through, Yeoman with the recon.
And we'll see if Monyet gets sight. Where does Estrella go? Does he push through? It's a relay boat to try to buy time. He's stuck now, but Cushy already good for 1 kill. They're buying time for Estrella. It's all for Estrella. They have no idea. He goes over beauty. He misses so many shots. And he absolutely blunders that wraparound.
Now it's down to Cushy. He's got the recon. Shock dart sent through already, and the spike continuing to tick away. Unfortunately, though, the recon doesn't find anything, so has to push through the smoke. And Karen's just sticking it all the way through. Yeoman gets the shot at the end of it, and Gen G gets to stay alive.
The lack of confidence. When you have something like the Frenzy, when you have something like the Stinger, you just gotta spray him down. You gotta move and spray him down, trying to just go for that headshot.
มันได้ยังไงวะไอ้ช็อตแบบนี้
Unfortunate for Estrella. The full setup from his teammates. That one hurts because this could have been a quick wrap-up to the very first map.
Still, though, having that many rounds, you gotta imagine they have to just shrug it off. But it could be a bit of an opportunity for Gen G now. Look at the buy-ups. Everyone on an upgrade.
ยากๆเลย
And like you said, lots of rounds. RRQ not gonna go for any type of force. They're just gonna wait with the classics, build up for one big round, try to get to that map point. It is a stack, and now just wrapping around sewers on the B side from Sparrow. But look at this. It's not just A main, it's the entire spawn taken over by Gen G. The turret setup is gonna let you know that he's waiting for someone to push out of B main. He has no idea how close people are. They're just gonna have an angle.
So if Xfero receives contact,
มันอุตส่าห์ปักป้อมไว้
just surely send it into the side. That's exactly what they're doing right now. But do they have it enough time though? Foxy9 still kind of lurking up around the sides, up around Canteen. And that said, as soon as they sneak on through, the paint shells, everything, Munchkin able to fire back. Down to Jemkin inside of the smoke, and Foxy9 spots him out.
RQ would have loved to do some more damage, and it looks like that's what they wanted. Holding by the spawn, seeing where else other members are. They just weren't quite sure how many people exactly were wrapping around. So they had to just get whatever picks they can. It's only going to be one, not the damage they would have hoped for. Meanwhile, Gen G starting to see that they still have that window of opportunity. This team, this core, they never gave up last year. And they could be a scary force if RRQ is not able to close things out anytime soon.
Possibly. But here it is, a chance for RRQ to slap it down to 12. Full buy round.
Deploying drone.
Big drone spots out the neon. So you gotta assume there might be some setup there. Even with the relay boat, the neon usually gonna rely on some sort of setup to occupy that space. So it draws a lot of attention towards A main. Meanwhile, Xfero's still waiting with the same setup, trying to bait them into checking ropes over by Arcade. It's gonna be that B hit. Everybody committed to this. They expect that they've bought enough time on A main, and they would be correct for now. But Gen G, when do they get a sniff of this? Well, that's gonna be the signal.
And as soon as that shock dart goes off, Monyet now trying to sneak on into sight, but against Karen, Jemkin actually takes the duel. Now off to Foxy9, and he's maybe looking for the timing, but knows that the site is too hot, so holds for that save instead and waits for his teammates to get on through for spawn. Xfero hears the footsteps though, and now has an opportunity to hold the angle, takes down Texture, and that might have just thwarted the entire retake. The fault line though from Munchkin will work out so far.
พอยิงนัดแรกไม่โดนไม่ปล่อยจอยเลย
Okay, Yoman's gonna wrap around. It's a good double peek. Another drone. You need a couple more kills ever since those ping nerfs. And now time already ticking down. There's the molly. It looks impossible for Gen G. Looks like they'll have to give it up. Fault line at the ready here. And yeah, that's going to be no time for Gen G on the defuse. Yoman draws him in, but that's time gone, and Jemkin will just go for the kill, get that extra orb.
Match point.
Nice little kill as everything lined up, but yes, I mean, still is that round for RRQ, and Cushy with his performance so far now has the Hunter's Fury next.
And I mean, this time the stun definitely wasn't cosmetic. Munchkin very calm on that one. I love the assist from Yoman as well. But alas, it's just too much. I mean, this has always been the case with Fracture, right? You have that Brim on the other side. The Molly comes through. It's so much time bought, even with the ping nerfs through the smoke. And now a different look. Back to pinching onto A. 4-man stack onto Dish. Fault line at the ready. Texture, he gets spotted, but instantly traded. No fault line needed.
So they get to save that up and continue barrel on through to the site. Oh, bit of a miss there.
ช็อตหัวมุมไปที
Just to try to draw some of that aggro. Allow the main force to get in. It's a good wraparound. Monyet can't get that kill. Sand's still in control for Gen G. They push through. It's a double team onto A main. And now numbers advantage for Gen G.
Starting to feel a little bit claustrophobic for RRQ as they're stuck into it.
Oh no.
Pushes out of the smoke. They found Foxy9, and this is a quick transition over onto the B site.
They're going to get orbital strike as well. No Molly, but it's going to be a good post plant. And Estrella's still waiting. Does Munchkin get a read onto this? He has an inkling, so he's going to wrap around. Meanwhile, Yoman already sprinted forward. He gets the kill. Nor over to strike ready. Estrella, no ult. He does have that fault line. He does have the aftershock, but if he fault lines, this location will be given. He wants to swing out and isolate. Oh, he catches off Munchkin. Must have heard him across. There's the aftershock to push him away. And Yoman wins it, keeping Gen G in the game for our very first map.
โยแมนมันยิงได้ด้วย
Reading
ก็
the
สับฝั่ง
aftershock, still stuck inside of the animation to swap back to the weapon. That's when Yoman swings out for the kill. I mean, good effort from Estrella, but still, Yoman now really starting to show why he was added to this Gen G roster.
Slowly waking up, but how many more chances do they have? See Texture trying to get back in the zone. Things not quite going his way on Gen G. Meanwhile, RRQ, still 8 more chances. They won't rush for anything. They have a couple, I mean, they could build up all their ults, right? Obviously, Gen G will get their ults as well, but go for something special prepared. For now, it's going to be a fast push out from Gen G. On to B main, constantly erasing one part of the map. Xfero just holding by, might get a timing on the re-clear.
Now looking for it at least, while the rest of the team pulls the aggro back into them, out towards the top of halls.
The position's not great for Gen G. You're allowing them to close the gap a bit, but Texture still holding just below the stairs to make sure he has that distance advantage. Monyet gets one, but he instantly gets picked off. That's the spike stranded. And Xfero, just on the other side of the map, see if he can get a pick or two. Well, Foxy9's ready for it. He hasn't really been able to group with his team much this map, but the kills have been racking up on the scoreboard for the new Sentinel of Gen G.
โอทีเลยมันจะมองไปที่โอทีเลย
Still is RRQ slowly starting to cycle back up through ultimates online for the next round.
Yeah, but the real question is can they make sure that they get ahead of Gen G or pass Gen G's ultimate turn? Because Gen G, I mean, they're no strangers to long games. They might just be able to constantly get the read. Munchkin's very good at that and match ult for ult. Gonna be that cross recon, but this time onto Sands, immediately taking control. Smoke, Magnet, he gets through it, he spots one, the judge out, but it's just too much chaos. They're able to just branch out, but Foxy9 already gets rid of the neon. Gets through, but Charon never quite cleaned up. Now he's stuck, but Spike stranded. And it's just absolute chaos as it continues. There's the showstopper. Cushy trades again. 2v3. They're circling around. Gen G trapped on their own site, trying to protect the site. They have no idea. X-Feral's lurk. It's coming from the other side, and he turns around, gets one kill. 1v2. Good for one. He's ready, but Charon swings out in time for the headshot.
Just having the numbers
ประโยชน์ของการกดคลิกซ้ายคลิกขวา
chaos and pandemonium, but it still is Gen G being able to react calmly, collectively enough to thwart the efforts of RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, this really could have gone either way, but I think the big thing was Charon just holding true, trusting for Foxy9 to get a bit more information, to get that first kill, and then he's able to swing out and slow things down, and that's the spike dropped. And now they know, Xfero, 2 rounds in a row, 1 eco, 1 buy round, flanking from the other side of the map. That's something that Gen G will be looking out for.
Xfero with his lurks. Constant presence all throughout the map, but at the same time, at least in that round, RRQ was able to flesh out or draw out a lot of those ultimates from the side of Gen G as well. So now at a score of 6-12, the timeout being called to try to look for an opportunity to close.
ใช่เหรอเพลงนี้ไม่โดนเลยดิปิดไว้ก่อนก็ได้
Setups. See, last choice, because if it is with the lockdown available, that looks like it's what it's going to be. RRQ just hasn't really taken that choice yet. It's a 5-man stack. Do they go for the lockdown first, or will it be used against the retake?
Is the question right now. Starting things off with a little bit of pacing, RRQ already branching out.
Oh, the wraparound under sewers. Gen G's ahead of it. Texture, he's ahead of it. He swings wide, but he gets taken out.
Uh-oh.
It's a 5v4. Alarm bot at the ready. RRQ holding to see if there's any other information.
Not going for the lockdown just yet.
Now, Charon does have the orbital strike. That bought them time to get that ult orb. So this lockdown will be eliminated instantly, and RRQ getting a sniff of that.
Well, Spirit continues to hold. If someone does peek out, he's 1 kill away from the Rolling Thunder. Gen G still keeping themselves defensive, continuing to hold. I mean, Karen's positioning outside of Arcade as well.
If they're going to go to A side, I wonder if RRQ uses the orbital strike to clear the site, because you have 0 information. You're trying to draw a lot of attention onto B. Magnet just going to be the bait. He gets 1 kill. He's still alive. Chaos ensues once more. He gets a double kill. All eyes on the B side. Foxy9 panicking on the A side. What does he do? What's the call? We still do not know where the spike is. But no more movement on B. Foxy9, he's ready for it. He needs to get multiple. He's stunned up. Can he do it? He tries standing flash. He only gets 1. Lockdown now opening up the site. Orbital strike will break it, but the spike still going to plant safely in the corner.
Hops on over onto Heaven to try to look and clear. Slowly isolating the angles, but the Rolling Thunder at the right angle. And Magnet swings out.
My. ไปแมตช์เลยครับเดี๋ยวไปเจอน้องก้าเล็งแรงผมตกเยอะมากเลยเนี่ยเชื่อสงสัยต้องเก็บแรงบ้างแล้วแหละ
Match found.
โดนยับไปหน่อยครับ
Enough training. It's time.
end of training
I miss you so much, agents. All that suffering.
ไก่มาละ
Fight.
Focusing.
เอาวะ
Not enough.
what
Ultimate orb spawn. Decoy.
Who else? Focusing.
10 seconds until
มันหัวกูดักหลัง
That's a kill. Refreshing. Reloading.
stage 2. Anyone else?
Next.
เฮ้ยลิขสิทธิ์ขอร้อง
ลิขสิทธิ์
ละลั่นเลยมันว่าเสียงใครวะ
เกีย
วะมึงยังเดินอยู่เลยไหนลอง
Stand aside.
Drop in a stone.
I got ISO. Show me a target.
แต่ถ้าเรื่องเดี๋ยวเนี่ย
นี่กูปิดไมค์ก่อน
ไม่หยุดเลยที่ผมปิดไปแล้ว
ปิดไปแล้วอ่ะจะโดนนะเมื่อกี้ไม่มีแคปย้อนหลัง
New stage in
ทำงี้ทำไมเฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
Breaking them.
Time to jump. Stage 3.
It's you and me.
Head.
พูดเยอะเลย
Destabilizing.
Here,
Show me. Ultimate orb spawning. You're done.
Cutting their vision.
อะไรวะน่ะใครก็ได้สโมกเมื่อกี้
see ya.
You're finished. 10 seconds until stage change. What now? Got him. Let it begin. Got 3. Final stage.
Get out of my way. Refreshing. 3.
Back off. My ult is ready. Got 3. Raiders on a rampage. Focusing. No distractions. Die. Contract complete.
Be faster.
Utilize 15 kills to go. Rampage.
นี่กินอะไรดีพี่เอฟก๋วยเตี๋ยว
I'll handle it. Charge your ults. Kills remaining.
Oi! I'm pissed.
5 kills left.
My ult's ready. Watch this.
เดินไปเลยเอาปั่นจักรยานไปเลยลีกจีนเป็นไงบ้างครับ PE40 ก็ดูจีนไปด้วยป่ะได้ป่ะโดนป่ะมันต้องระวังรอดีวะ
所以主动求变，call 一个队友啊，call Simon 过来帮一下。
โดนป่ะปิด
不过要注意到，其实站在 Looking 的视角来说，他也很谨慎，他的位置挂得相当靠后。
看看这份的狙加点位很保守。
因为从存款上来说 ，EDG 也陷入到了很危险的阶段。相信无人机看到对方中路的一个人，但其实拿到的信息并不够多。
默认时间防止对方前压，然后再来往 A 点做提速。现在 A 点其实是恰巧的一波弱侧。
这一分 ，Nobody 有大的。这个狂烈之怒只要在点后挂着不吃意志的话，想进点 TE 是很困难的。
但这个位置的话，可能
有点危险，
扎到包厢上，
直接提了，
飞了，
直接提了，
隔断烟
，Nobody 想用枪啊，混烟，
混
到对方的小开 ，Nobody 在点后和球球两个人一左一右，但现在 TE 也在发力 ，TE 也在发力，球球是选择先求稳，并没有冒险去找人，因为球球很清楚现在人数优势是导向 EDG 这一方的。
2打3，而且康康也
27秒、26秒，来不及转点了。
要等这个烟散吗？
看到了，球球有点好奇，被发现有狙啊，没有烟，被狙掉，安眼推，想去再救，知道你就在附近，
只有9秒钟
，9秒、8秒，下包，
有人打断吗
？Smoky 要去看，3秒钟不够了，来不及了，这一分已经结束了。
จะทันด้วย
极限时间好像
3.9秒。
นี่จะพัง
这一分理论来说到3秒那个读秒的阶段应该就来不及了。
对，但是好像卡的刚刚好，非常的极限。但因为你就算把包低下了，你的位置也已经是没有办法去换了。康康有巨刃可以直接从空中飞过来解决战斗。这分其实最精彩的一波还是在近点过程当中，球球下落的那个时机，钻到眼里，正好2个人都在丢技能，完全被抓到。
其实 TE 这一分针对对方的前顶战术已经做了非常长时间的默认了，但是包点那个隔断烟真的在侧点位和队友的协同和拉脱做得很好。
没有办法，点内烟雾太多的话，会导致 KO 的闪。
ไม่ใช่กูมาตายหลังคนจีนตอนนี้ก็เริ่มแล้ว อยู่นี่อ่ะ
Thank you very much. Map 2, RQ leading 1-0, but this composition, this map, this is where Gen G was always turning things around in 2024. Pretty much the whole time in Pacific, but even quite a few times internationally as well.
บอกแค่ถามว่าลิง
So
กินไป
strong.
แล้ว
I mean, same
แต่ไปแวะไป
comp,
ดูมาแล้ว
slightly different players, and this is where we're all waiting for it. I mean,
มัน
truly,
จะ2-1 อยู่
back on that
ดี
race
จีน่าจะ 2-1
against texture.
See what Jem can do, taking things a little bit on the second
36
line there on that first map. As that Brimstone, now he has to be
ลี
that
จีนมัน
spirit
เบียว5รอบชิงแล้ว
for RRQ. Manya back on to that omen. He can still be a little bit of a trickster, but it's going to be a straight-on fight. A jump on Cushy. Both win the 2v2 over by A main.
เท่าไหร่ละ
That's going to be the Razor Vines pop just to buy time over by B.
เอ้ยเท่ากันละ
Able to hold the angle, but yeah, there it is. Slows it down a little bit. Texture can't quite break through, so continues to try to come, land a couple of pot shots, but nothing found truly. While the rest of the team, or well, I should say that the last 2 players try to re-clear rubble again.
And I love that RQ is just waiting on B, because if they're going to rotate onto A, we just fall back, we go for the retake. But did they leave anyone else? Is there any movement on B? Now Texture just trying to buy time. He's tasked with the impossible of buying attention, but also ideally
ถ้ามัน
getting
ล็อก
1 or
มง
2
แล้วได้มา
frags.
2 ทีม
And eventually, they'll push them off of A site as well, now trying to regroup.
Oh, and Flash comes out as well. Oh boy, Texture trying to hide back behind the pillars alongside Yeoman.
Oh, they back off? Yeah, they noticed that.
แล้วตอนนี้ Gen G ทำยังไง
Okay,
กัน
well, they've regrouped. That's fine. We can regroup as well. Making sure to keep that numbers advantage. A very new and refreshing look from RRQ.
Refreshing. I mean, it's what they've got, so trying to work alongside that advantage, right? Jemkin not really extending too far out, while the rest of the team, the trio, truly staying up by Baby Door. Spike will go down on the site at the very least, though, but this is where you want to see that retake happen. Jemkin does have the paint shell, so he's kind of saving that for the right opportune moment.
Yeah, Estrella is quite far out, though, and now trying to bring up the rear, trying to clean up rubble, but the rest of the team already has it cleared up, so he should try to just sprint up and try to gain information that way. Meanwhile, the entire team of Gen G on the site. It's a double, and it's a nice jump peek. Cushy with the trade, but Charon still holding strong on the site. 2 members left of Gen G, 3 on the other side, but Jemkin is they've already taken damage. Jemkin, can he win this duel? Charon's ready for it. Jemkin, there's the paint shells. It's going to force Charon to move, and Sparrow will clean up the site.
That was lovely. The paint shells, the way that he threw it, but at the same time, truly, the way that RRQ came in with that first initial point of contact on that retake, jumping over like that, yo, Gen G were kind of stunned up by it.
Yeah, you know, some things just never leave you, right? You join Paper X once and that's how you game. The jump peaks out. I mean, it just doesn't ever leave, but this was a huge 2v2. The fact that you take down the Killjoy, even in the pistol, it just forces Gen G to have to move as a group. And then RRQ being patient, not overextending. I mean, God, yeah, look at what you can get with that.
Wow. So they get to buy up 2 Guardians and 1 Bulldog, 1 Spectre. Manyan on the Ghost. Still is Gen G on those shares, though. Quite deadly.
Yeah, and the idea is still going to be the same. You swapped out the Vice for the Killjoy, but it's really the Sentinel plus Viper delaying so much on C-Site, right? But now you have an extra Flash. That suits RQ a bit more, a team that likes to fight. Curious to see if Gen G, just like Talon, will be able to draw out that shear wall nice and early to make sure they get those rotations. Uh-oh, spotted by both of those. Good hit onto Cushy. He actually gets the kill, but Jemkin with the cleanup.
Still, though, not too bad with that kill. At the very least, a bit more information for Jemkin, so trying to work around his teammate now, just up around Baby Door, thinking about a potential B push.
ทำไมเดี๋ยวนี้เชอรี่ Gen G ไม่น่ากลัวเหมือนก่อน
just yet. No intel so far. More thinking about the A side.
ก็ขาดทันพ่อแบบนี้
Comes back in to investigate. Ooh, spots him.
Yeah, you saw him calling right away on that cam briefly, just making the call that there are members on rubble. So now the weight shifting over, holding that blue room. you're not going to overinvest. Jemkin's still going to be alone on the site. We'll see if he can hold on to that rifle, because a rifle given over could spell danger for RRQ. Xfero's going to be there for the trade. Jemkin gets one. Xfero immediately peeks out. It's a good double team. Jemkin gets a 3K.
So good, you know, just being able to work around the map that way, reading Gen G's movements, and if it's back into 8, we do have the positions and the crossfire set up for it, so Jemkin being able to hold from the side, Xfero from the stairs, just being able to gun and spray all of them down.
Now, of course, that was your anti-eco. So meant to win it, not losing out on too much. Cushy, the only one going down there, and Jemkin just holding strong on there, even despite being paranoid.
RRQ มันก็เดือดที่ไหน
But now we'll see Gen G with the bomb.
So though, this is a chance, possibly, for RRQ to fight back and convert that bonus. And Gen G will head back in towards Mound. This time, the buy setup not quite there. Our might have been broken.
Yeah, looks like Xfero's still holding on to it. Not used just yet, because no trap play used over by Mound. It's just the sheer wall. If they try to trip it, you can try to get a cheeky kill. But for now, all right, popping the Razor Vines as a measure to make sure that you can catch whoever is actually over the wall. That is a lot of utility already spent just from the jump peak. But now they have the arc rows there on the C site. So really, it comes down to Magnet. How much time can he buy on Rubble? How much information can he get? And more importantly, can he get out alive?
Yeah, you got to think about the possible TP, but there's only one of it now, so it's going to go straight into Baby Door. There it is. Into the smokes, trying to stay alive with the off angle, but he's been spotted out by the Haunt. Paint shells will get sent through as well, but he manages to tuck himself neatly away. However, that does mean that the site is pretty much open. Cushy tries to go into the smoke, but unfortunately spotted out by Texture. Look at how proactive he is.
Huge kill, making sure that there isn't anyone still lurking around for a fast flood onto the A site. Meanwhile, over by the C side, they did hear Foxy9 rotating late, so RRQ now knows that it should be everyone over by the A side. What's the retake going to be with only 4 members? No fade, no info. You just have to trust that the setup is good. There's the flash on to drop. Now going by on both sides, trying to catch out Texture, but he's tucking away. Yeoman has him covered. Everybody covering a different angle, covering all bases from RRQ. It's a double swing on a drop, and they both get sprayed down, lining up for Yeoman. Bit of an unfortunate timing there. The spacing not as good as it could have been. Magnet still going for a third, but there's gonna be no kills. Flawless for Gen G.
So clean. So flawless. And just a beautiful way of how they're kind of working across the map, you know, baiting out that utility from RRQ at the same time, right? Back into C, you deal with that wall, which is something that they are going to need to do a lot more often. But at the same time, you know, just kind of spotting out Magnet and going so quickly into the site Texture, getting really put quite a bit of pressure against RRQ's numbers.
Now the Odin comes out for Xfero. So the Vice going to start to set up here by the A side. Toxic Screen still able to delay Razor as well. Bot spots him. You know the Odin's there, but are you aware that it's going to be a 2-man stack? There's a sheer wall trying to make sure that it's not a full flood. Estrella gets spotted! Not quite sure that his elbow was showing. There's the showstopper. They know the Odin's still in. Gen G well aware that there's at least one more member. Texture, he's weak. If he swings out, this could spell trouble. But the gun swapped the timing! Gets some damage onto Xfero. Now he's trapped, drawing out Util. Avoiding the seas, there's smoke, there's too many members. Meanwhile, Jemkin does come in from behind. They're able to clean up at least one hit. But look at the position of Munchkin. Hiding in that smoke by stairs, just keeping everyone at bay. Cushy now trapped in drop. Jumpkin has to help him. Jumpkin has to go through. There's a good paranoia. Gets the kill out of the smoke. There's the paint shells. He's getting caught from both sides. The showstopper shut down by Charon. Cushy, how is he still alive? Magnet finally finds an opening, and he will save his team from another round loss. Now RRQ leading 3-1.
So chaotic and a lot of things happening, but at the same time, RRQ being able to actually work off of a lot of it. You know, it might be that kill that comes through, or just unfortunate for Xfero, who's like trying to swap on over to weapons inside of tree. But as Jemkin pulls out the showstopper, right, pulls so much of the attention away into him. It's just one guy. And that allows for Magnet, alongside Cushy, to kind of find those split angles to work their way back into the site. So RRQ, not too bad. You know, they get faced with adversity, but it's not too bad for them. They're still able to adjust.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering that you spotted Cushy on the drop, but you just didn't have Util left to draw him out. because you use it all trying to get Xfero over by tree. Now the sheer wall coming up late.
ด่านนี้คือขึ้นชื่อว่า Gen G เคยเก่งที่สุด
You'll use it, set it up to go for that delay. Texture just trying to scout things out. Straya not quite in position to get that early kill. Sheerwall still active. Haven't quite cleaned it up. The smoke right outside of it, so they're not even able to just get a cheeky little jump peek.
Sheerwall still online as well. As you go back onto the other side of the map, you got Monyet up on top.
Now Cushy gonna clear that. It's an instant swing. I love the bait switch, Cushy!
Wow.
I mean, when you have an initiator like that, you can go for these risky plays.
So sharp with how he's able to swing out to get that shot. And this is now Gen G without the numbers. You know, maybe Foxy9 sneaks through, but no! Jemkin's on the other side and he's ready to receive. As you head on over to see the off angle's being held, you got Xfero in for additional support.
You gotta save.
Yeah, you gotta save. There's no option.
And one thing that Texture would have noted right there before the smoke bloomed is that the sheer wall a bit away from that gate, so that when the smokes come up, you can't just safely jump peek it. You actually have to go in. So if they're holding from the box, they could still get that kill. If they're holding from the pillar, they could still get that kill. That's something that Gen G will now have to consider when they decide when do we take that sheer wall out to make sure that we're able to get through that C site.
Yeah, so slight adjustments, and that's kind of the impact of it all. You know, Gen G can't quite find their way against that sheer wall, right? And at the same time now, you're thinking back into it. How do you come back into re-clear A when you got this player here? I mean,
Cushy is
ตัวหลังไม่ใช่นะ
it's ridiculous, quite frankly.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's the word to really describe it all.
I really think he's in the running for the most impactful pickup in the offseason. I mean, just because he's really transformed what RRQ is able to do, because they're able to work around him as kind of this carry, but here's a fast hit onto Rebel. Texture not able to get on top. He has to push back. Texture is still spraying through. Picks up the kill against Jemkin. The rest of the members of RRQ, they've already committed, but now they have to back away. Toxic Screen buys him time. Monyet safely tucking away in tree. Not damage taken on anybody else. Meanwhile, Charon quite low with only 11 HP.
Yeah, so maybe a way for RRQ to kind of strike back against Gen G if Charon is down low. But that said, wanting to kind of set up towards Rubble, not quite being able to do that does hurt RRQ quite a bit. So now they're kind of having to keep themselves anchored down into the A site. Watch the exits of Baby Door, especially where Xfero is. But this does leave C a little bit open, so you're kind of banking on that sheer wall to do quite a bit as well. But right now, Gen G still biding their time.
Yeah, they'll just hold. Now, I imagine that Foxy9 will have to trip this sheer at some point for it to work. But Yeoman getting spotted in Rebel. That's unfortunate because you wanted to hide all information before the sheer wall is tripped. It's tripped now, but there's no movement from RRQ. They already saw that the fade was here on the A side. And they're still holding by. Straya still gets one kill. And there's the crosses. Straya doesn't get both. Thankfully for Gen G, Spike is still alive.
Okay. So Karen's able to kind of deliver that over onto C. While the rest of the team, though, working as a duo, trying to get a hit to cut off those rotations. You still have a 3-on-3, so this is possible. The Prowler goes into clear. Cushy is ready. Look at him. Able to gun down Munchkin, and Foxy9 has to back off. The arc roast to throw off his crosshair placement as well. Look at that peak. So quick, so smooth, so clean. It's down to Karen. He's 11 HP, but still maybe able to make it happen. Cushy with the spray to end Karen's game.
What a great performance by both of these players. Charon, the Rookie of the Year last year, but Cushy gunning for that spot already in 2025. What are these shots coming out from the new initiator for RRQ?
So incredible. Anticipation on top of it all, just to think that, hey, the spike got planned a little bit early. I got to use my Prowler to check and clear spawn.
Yeah, and then still going immediately because you tagged one with the Prowler, so it's still a 1v1. Foxy9 not able to have the confidence to just really swing out. You hear the confidence in his voice as well. And that's a timeout.
Gen G บอกกูยับยูยี่เฮ้ยเจียวเมื่อกี้ดีจีกำลังได้แมปอวิทแบบ 11-7 หันมาทีทีไม่จะชนะแล้ว
ใช่เหรอ
คัมแบ็กเหรอคัมแบ็กที่สัตว์กูเจิมเลยเนี่ย 13-12
Okay, it's just a fast hit onto Rubble again. They still want to focus on that A side, but it's Jemkin staying still alive right under that one way, and then once again the trade from Cushy. The timings, the comms, it's also good for RQ, and now once again Foxy9 all alone, wondering where his older brothers have gone.
มันยังแบบเมตาเก่าอยู่เลยจริง
They disappeared. It's a magic trick from RRQ, and they got Avada Kedavra.
I mean, unfortunately.
The spike's down, and I mean, he might be able to kind of pick it up. No. The angles do not work against him. High-low setup as well, so he peeks out, and that's just the headshot. I mean, this is like a potential swing round pickup timeout from Gen G, but RQ gets ahead of it. You saw that paranoia through, and Jemkin, instead of, usually it would be like the Shrouded Step, but Jemkin blast packs in ahead of it, alongside the Haunt as well.
Yeah, the timing and then just the trade ready too. So as long as Jemkin stayed alive, the fight
เหลือ
was
เชื่อ
always
มัน
going
มี
to
ค
be
นซื้อเกาะ
RRQ's.
รีเจนในโอเวอร์ไทม์ด้วย
แต่ละคนน่ะ
Oh no!
KTK กูกุมคำรับ
Not liking what he saw. Now, something that we noticed in that last round was also the Vice setup was different on C side. It was a lot further behind, and now this time Vice coming back over to that A side with the Odin, trying to keep them at bay. Texture gets hit by the Haunt again. No one's clearing that Haunt. Good pick. This is what Foxy9 likes. Come to me, fight me, because I
สัต
can
ว์หมดไว้ชิบหาย
1v3.
อะไรนะ
1v3 he does, continuing to
ผม
tap
กล้า
up the
ช้า
door
ล
as
งปะ
well, just being able to push on in towards the B site.
กล้ากี่วิแหละ
Estrella trying to keep them on their toes, but
เนี่ยช้า
the
3 วิ
numbers,
เลย
it's not
กด
too
พอดกูด้วย
likely.
Yeah, give him the creds. You
but
imagine
Talking
maybe
about
some
goal.
damage trying to be done, but with the
13
Odin, perhaps
อ้าว
Sparrow
วางแล้วเนี่ย
just going to hide out, see if there's any overextensions. Meanwhile, on the
3
side of
วิอ่ะ
Gen G,
เรา
you
หน่วง
can't
กัน
really
อะ
afford anything lost here. So they're
อ๋อเหร
all
อ
holding close angles
ผม
on
ช้ากว่าเหรอ
site, ready to
ใช่
trade
เหมือน
off
กล้า
each
จะช้า
other.
กว่าวัน 2-3 วิ
อ๋อผมแค่ไม่พูดเฉยๆพี่
So ready.
ผมเรียกชั่นช้าไปนิดนึง
High-low on the box.
แก่แล้วอะ
Fox
แก่แล้วนิดนึง
right
โอ้โห
there.
แลบในอะ
Even with the Odin, I mean, what are you
แล
gonna
บ
do?
ใน
Drag
มัน
across
ง่วงจัด
our
อะ
Not gonna
เฮ้ย
happen.
มัน
Foxy9 looking for
มัน
that
จะเอ็ดแล้ว
edge.
เนี่ย
มันจะเอ็ด
He's already gotten the fourth.
See if he can get it. He only has 450 credits, so he's getting antsy. Probably asking for permission. Munchkin, can I go? Can I go get this ace?
Somebody help bait for him.
He's been given the free reign. Oh, can he go?
บ้า
Shut down. Unfortunate, but Foxy9
เวลา
proving
ที่เราตั้ง
when
ใจ
he
เกินไปมันก็
shines,
จะไม่ได้
where
อะ
he shines.
อย่ามาตั้งใจ
He's
เลย
talked
ปล่อยไหล
about
ดีกว่า
time and
ใช่ปะ
time again. If they would just fight me, I would love to fight. But when he has to start creating space and work the macro with the team, that's something he's still trying to pick up. But man, yeah, when it's just like in ranked, it's 1v2, 1v3, he's ready as always.
Such a strong player in that regard. But somewhere on that stage, Texture's mind, he's chuckling away.
Oh yeah,
it happened to you too.
That would have been great if Texture actually just went out and stole it from him. He's like, not anymore. Well, 2 rounds now for Gen G. Still too early to celebrate on this attack on
คิ
Lotus.
ดว่ามันเยอะดีว่ะ IQ เนี่ย
Now, I will say Gen G, they've always done
แต่ยัง
very
ไม่ดี
good on
จั
the
ด
defense on Lotus, so I don't think they'll be too worried if they can even get up to 6, maybe even 5. But we'll see if they can even get there first.
Needing any advantage possible, truly. Alright, not quite able to hide from that boombot in the thin little column, but still back into it. Gen G now retrieves a little bit of information, but not too much on the A side. It's still a lot of space being afforded to Gen G.
Yeah, you have that Seal Garden if you want to use it for the retake, but Lockdown also available for Foxy9. Now, something I think RRQ recognized from that boombot was the fact that it wasn't shot by anybody else, but it activates late towards pillars. So they're just assuming that it's a lurk, whether it's Foxy9 or not, and keeping their eyes trained on a bit of reach positioning from Gen G on the A side.
It's that reach positioning, though, very key, right? The Prowler just coming in to clear out the top of Heaven, And Gen G is kind of dwindling down that time, playing a lot around these positions. The lockdown gets deployed alongside the Steel Garden as well, and this is where now the contact starts to happen. A bit of kills, a bit of trades already through, and Jemkin trying to sneak on into the site to take that fight in towards the back of Tree, but it's so far back safe enough that these two players from RRQ will get detained. Cushy, though, comes in for that support, takes down Yeoman, but inside of Baby Door, a bit of a spam, and Karen will find his contact. On towards Monyet, and a quick swing on the conversion into the double kill, pushes even further on into the last minute Viper's pit, and Munchkin will not survive.
Unfortunate, because what happens is Monyet gets detained, so he actually can't trade immediately. And I believe that fakes out Gen G to thinking there was only one at Baby Door. He sees the barrel, and he goes for it, but behind that was Monyet detained, unable to do anything, and they just don't expect the second swing out. I mean, it all works. He's laughing because he knows it shouldn't have worked that way, but it does. Sometimes fate is funny, and it favors Monyet today.
Is fate truly setting this up for RRQ right now? We shall see as the next round plays out. Paint Shell's already through Hunt as well. Jemkin kind of thwarted by that Hunt. Now in for it. It's Karen with the double kill. Estrella quickly strikes back outside a tree, but now thinks about Karen, who might just be around the site. Viper's pit goes up, and Estrella tries to stay in.
All right, he just wants to keep one side open, but with Xfero getting caught. I love that Karen gets ahead of it too, right? They see the pit and you're like, okay, you're trying to buy time. Doesn't look like it should be two of you on the site then. And he's looking for that second one. Estrella now all alone. Credits, of course, flowing for RRQ. But Yeoman, one away from the Nightfall. He's going to want this kill if he has a chance.
Viper's pit was a pretty good ult as well, but now, just kind of walking through, maybe trying to find something or work around the exits and save.
I mean, I think if you don't find anyone soon, even though your creds are fine, they can still buy up as well. So I don't know if there's really any point in potentially giving away this Nightfall. Yeoman's closing in. Yeah, and Estrella starts to back away. The call has been made to go for that save. Not give away another power ultimate. Because right now, RQ at 7, given how things started, they would like more in this first half.
Nobody มันยิงไป33ตัวมันลั่นแบบลั่นทุ่ง
So still pretty darn good round for Gen G, being able to fight for that rebel control now.
And I love what Karen does here, and the entirety of Gen G. They know that there's always trades ready for that Rumble fight. So they wait for the initial trade, and he just said it right there. See, I told you I'd get the timing, and he's able to jump behind and get the further trade on Cushy, just proving that it was always going to be much more a fight of positions rather than simple reactions.
Hence why now they're looking to kind of repeat those same successes as RQ tries something a little bit different. Okay, still is Jemkin alongside Monyet. Gonna work around the Viper walls. Delayed paranoia though against the showstopper, and Monyet shuts down texture. Jemkin's showstopper will get flooded through, but it doesn't quite connect enough. So Munchkin and alongside Foxy9 will be able to swing out off of the explosion. And all that's left is Monyet alongside Xfero.
Yeah, a bit of a mishap with that showstopper going too deep, but because of all that chaos, they just completely lost track of Foxy9, who was able to creep right behind Rubble. Now, down to a 3v4, still doable in terms of numbers, but Gen G, they'll wait, and then they have their pickings. They could still go for a late push onto that C site. They can still group onto A. They wonder, whenever you give them a chance, RQ, they've always overextended and overheated. They'll wait for that chance, and they start to move at the 40-second mark.
Slowly moving. You do have Estrella right around the door, though, so if he does hear something and times it just right, might be able to clip someone on the way back.
This should be a sheer wall and then Razorvine activated, and Estrella might open the door for a spray down, because at 20 seconds, they all have to try to jump over. They're actually just going to use the Razorvine, so they can't actually speed through it. It's going to buy so much time.
Estrella?
Only one gets through.
And not the spike.
The spike's not through.
Throw it over, throw it over. There it is.
เดี๋ยว
Should get planted.
โอเค
Monyet
สแปม
trying to spray down, doesn't find the hit. Estrella will draw out a lot of attention, finds one target, he gets taken down, and that is the retake opportunity.
อารอน
Denied.
เหมือนจะมานะตอนนั้น
Dicey, but Gen G just brings it across the finishing line just in time. had the setup for the back of that play as well.
Yeah, great timing with the Razor Vine, but now Cred's starting to get a bit iffy as we get prepped for that last round. So Xfero, I mean, you can buy for each other, but the chances just aren't there. Yeoman still doesn't have that Nightfall, so you just say, you know what, we won't greed for this. Xfero will back out all the way to the other corner of the map. Going up to 4 rounds for Gen G. If they can make it 5-7, I think if you're a Gen G fan, you have full faith on their defensive setups on this map.
Pretty much. Oh, Yeoman.
Yeoman wants it. He wants that Nightfall.
Yeah, we're good.
Wanted that ult, but he won't get it. Obviously, you have your pick of ult orbs from that attacking side.
Still, though, as you go into the last round of the first half, I mean, right now, just thinking about that same A setup, because Gen G has been able to break that apart from RRQ. You know, Cushy dies really early on because of that.
I was wondering if there would be a hard push out of C from RRQ, given that their trading and their positions has been read so hard on Rubble. But this time they go even harder in. It's a 4-man push out, trying to push them into C site where they have double Razor Vines and the Arc Rose ready to go. Paint Shells should clear out all of it. They're well tripped. Texture all alone, he gets shut down. That's a bit of a full set on the bait. And now everyone trapped. Paranoia comes out. He's been gets spiked trapped behind Rubble. Monyet holding strong.
Goes out for another peek though. Oh, and he's working against 2 players on either side. So unfortunately he falls. And that's a spike retrieve. Look at Karen already deep into A. Does Estrella expect it?
He has to just hold because they know that From the Shadows was used. You have to wait. There's the Nightfall. Estrella will just stand outside of it. Now the one-way draw, but that buys time for Xfero to group up safely. Now a 2-1 split between the RRQ members. Meanwhile, Gen G, it's going to be a hold on drop and one safely from tree.
All right, buy some of that attention away, allow for Estrella to get a little bit closer in and find some possible sight lines, but look at how Karen's just continuing to try to hold that off. Paranoia sent through Prowler from tree as well. Now their own Prowler spots out at least one player, so trying to sneak on through to get that pinch. Unfortunately, Estrella already guns down. Foxy9 ready to receive. The Fox in the head now strikes again. Again, these are the fights that Foxy9 loves. Full faith in his teammates. I'm looking over, we have Dwenmo, who is a streamer under the Gen G banner. Of course, recently just playing on Team IM as well before they had to disband, but he's cheering right now. He's so happy to see Foxy9 really find his stride in this new team. Coming over from TRX. And even then, perhaps not really being given the chance that a lot of people hope to see. And now he says, all right, bring It's going to be Rubble for the Pistollist. Gen G, they're going to go for a classic push out of Mount. Okay, that would give them a lot of information too, but we'll see how RRQ responds quickly enough or not. Foxy9 is already prepared for that A hit.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, not wise to it just yet.
Oh, that's interesting.
They don't have anyone watching.
Foxy9 door tapped and instantly went back into A, so just does buy a bit more time for RRQ, thinking that there could be a player up around the other sides.
Lots of time bought. It's also double sheriffs for Karen and Foxy9. Paranoia at the ready, but they decide, okay, we're already through. We're not going to have to use it. So Paranoia still saved up in that post plant. Good patience from RQ, but look at Gen G, still 3 members flanking around. I mean, you might expect 1 or 2, but Estrella, does he expect this many?
It's all up to him. Oh, he doesn't see them by the jump.
He hasn't been checked. He's still suspected. It's too late. He catches sight of two, crossing over. One now tapping the door.
Going out through Xfero. There's the paranoia as well. But, oh, just a little bit too far exposed up towards the stairs area. And that's where Gen.G strikes. Karen Texture able to get one for their own. Jemkin kind of fighting back a little bit, but just not quite enough off with the poison cloud as well. Gen.G picks up the round and now looking to equalize the score.
Yeah, that should bring them up to 7 in theory. It's a good wraparound.
It's just
a bit too late. And then the util, really well placed by Gen.G. RRQ always on the back foot with some of their answers. Clean shots, paranoias, pushing them away, back and forth, and Cushing having the angles just weren't really perfectly placed for RRQ here when they had a little bit of time to hold on. Oh, that's what I was hearing. I was wondering who was cheering, but what is going on? Karen,
let's go.
He's no longer the youngest on the team. He starts to roar, really show his true colors here on Gen.G. Roaring like a tiger indeed.
Heck yeah, that just got me fired up.
See if that energy continues here in the Eco. 5-man buy. 4 rifles, 1 Spectre. Caron. Not able to land the shot just yet, but he'll play it safe. He has support from Blue Room.
Still Viper กับไซส์ 4 นี่มัน
So being able to control a lot of it as well on the other side of Munchkin. That's going to be the Spectre to take down at least 1 player with a lucky spam.
Yeah, seemed like an overly aggressive jump peek. Obviously, still can be used against things like the Killjoy, try to spot whatever. And I like that you do it at least on the eco, right? Try to get information on what the setup is. That's fine, but obviously not completely necessary just yet, given that it's not a Vice. Either way, he gets taken down. Gen.G, no reason to shift. Texture will in fact push towards Rebel, and this should be a pretty safe hold with the default.
And down to the minute mark, just spotting a lot of this out now. Still though, RRQ kind of able to bypass a little bit of it with the blast pack, but then the toxic screen comes up, so if they do walk through it a little bit lower as well, while Yeoman holds off with the side. Okay, not quite connecting just yet.
เฮ้ยมึงยิงทะลุ มุมซ้อมใช่ป่ะ
Texture swings out now, and that's the triple kill to end the
ยิง
round
ทะลุมาจากไอ้
in flawless fashion for Gen.G.
ฝั่ง Waterfall
Texture's only 1 away from the showstopper. That's the real big deal right now for Gen.G. Yes, it's flawless. That matters a lot. You're able to carry over all your weapons. That's huge. But 1 away from the showstopper, that could be what really helps you turn the bonus around for yourself.
ถามหน่อยแล้วกัน
Such a big power ultimate.
ทะลุโดนหัวไม่ใช่บุงู
So that's definitely one thing to keep your eyes on the books for the next round.
มันก็ยังดูมันกันอยู่
Now let's see. He's able to collect that last point. They are going to push towards Smoke and then the C's as well. It's perfect. Manya lands right on top of it. And that is the showstopper. That's the kill on the controller. Showstopper online. Gen.G already
มันบอกเรา
so
เมื่อ
happy.
กี้
You've got that
เมื่อกี้กูวาร์ปไปหลังระเบิดเหรอกูวาร์ปไปไหนแล้ว
Look at Texture's position.
วาร์ปไปเกมหน้าเลย
Spot to be in if he starts to hear more footsteps. Prowler to check tree. And no one's really found, so this calls to Karen to get ready for a potential turnaround. And in for Texture as well, the Boombot just to check.
Paranoia as well, this is a setup.
Okay.
The moment they hear any sort of util, or maybe even this door being broken, does the showstopper come out? It's perfect! Only gets 1 kill, but Karen collects the other. And it's just an absolute trap play. RRQ nowhere to go on their buy round. And I gotta imagine a timeout coming out here because we've seen this time and time again. You don't hit that C site early enough from Gen.G. You don't force them to switch up that defensive default, and then they just start to run away in the second half.
It's just full on wreckage from Gen.G with Texture performing like this.
30 seconds left.
So you definitely need some kind of a timeout to find some solution, but at least for now, with a bit of a slight save, Estrella will be able to fly Texture down.
Yeah, you have to save these rifles. Because now you're going to be straggling behind. 7-8, 1 round, but of course the econ not in your favor.
10 seconds
so you
left.
got to imagine, we got to accept the 7-9 2-round differential. How do we climb back from there? Australia, they're coming for him.
Okay.
Nice little high.
Just out from the reaches of that hunt, but still, still thinking about it. Definitely need to find a solution to that early pressure that's always being repeatedly thrown in, or to find a way to deal with that C setup that Gen.G has.
Yo, We just haven't even explored it. Texture getting caught off guard a little bit.
Oh.
Decision they'll have to make. But maybe the next round you start to work out that C site, because going right away for some hard pressure onto C would be disastrous after a timeout. So indeed it is going to be just a rematch over by the A side, and they're buying up.
All light shields.
You got to get ahead. The blast packs have to put Jemkin ahead of Rubble, but look at the pings. They're already pinging for it.
Okay. Oh, it's the Arc Rose and the TP. But Gen.G actually holds on to their utility for now.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Monyet far forward as well. So both sides kind of having the read on each other, right? They recognize, okay, you're not going to do the full util dump. We aren't either.
Yeah, hold on to it for now. Trading Prowlers. Nothing spotted too far off. Well, Xpharaoh slowly starts to begin his creep up on the lurk.
Yeah, this could be a pinch onto B, but Gen.G trying to get ahead of it, and Texture goes out, gets Jemkin, and Monyet right into the crosshairs of Texture. It's gonna be a 3K. Doesn't go for the classic 4K.
4 คิวเนี่ย
He's on for it. And, I mean, no reason to move from C site. They'll just delay.
แน่นอนไม่น่าเอ็ด
We would joke about it, right, with his kill streaks and whatnot, but I mean, this is a big advantage for Gen.G. Paint shells refresh and everything. You know, it's another round that just as soon as it starts off, it's 2 players only left on RQ again.
ล่าแล้ว
Save again, right? Because you forced up.
Ay.
Otherwise, the economy really starts to crumble. And Texture, yeah, he smells it. It's in the making.
He's got the nades.
We all know how this ends. We all know exactly how this ends. Oh, yo, man, don't spoil us just yet. Let Texture have the suspense.
We can't skip to the last page of the book.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll give him a chance. All right, Texture, he's right nearby.
10 seconds
Can he get
through it?
ever elusive ace?
Come on, Texture.
Texture gets 4.
เฮ้ย
Can he get it?
ยังไงน้อง
Xpharaoh doesn't need it. So things never change.
สติล4 คิว
Oh, Texture, you will continue to live down that curse.
I mean, this was all
ไม่มี
set
ทาง
up for him too.
ไม่ได้
Low HP. You got wall banged at the last second. I mean, like, low HP. God.
I mean, Texture, this is your destiny, man. Listen, I suggest that he now just tries to go for world's most 4Ks. How in the world? Why always does this happen?
6 4 6กูไม่ได้ก็ต้องไม่ได้
Oh, man. Well, you feel for him. So, yeah, now there's the pressure onto that C site, something they haven't done yet. But Gen.G, I mean, listen, you've got a world-class IGL. You're not going to fall for this. You know that the timeout, okay, they go for a variation on Rubble. You're still waiting. The late setup, once they hear that noise, coming out onto that C site.
And Texture is 2 points away from his ult, so that's another thing. But right now, great IGL. Just continuing to hold on the other side.
Look at the setup for Foxy9 as well. Munchkin kind of drawing their attention all the way to the back of elbow. But it was Foxy9 holding close. Now, firepower not quite there for RRQ. A nice attempt at a swing out from Estrella, but he won't quite find the kill for a gun
แสดงว่า
upgrade.
โลตัสมันยังแน่นอยู่
Prowler check pillars as well, so enough information for Gen.G to kind of back up and reinforce both extremities of the map.
But the important thing here is that RRQ is trying to use the entire map. They are trying to force Gen.G to lack information. The bigger problem being that you just haven't tripped any of Killjoy's util. So there's really no reason to switch up the positions. You can still stack A, you still have the turret on B, just to check for information.
That's really risky. So at least trying to buy a bit of presence back into A, but then the quick rotation into B, so maybe finding an open site through this, but they still lose a couple players in the process. A bit of a trade one-on-one. Texture.
He finds one. And he gets the second. He does. Sight empty so far. He's going to push them out. He jumps right into the hands of Jemkin. That's a rifle. Oh, it's a little far out. Props behind him. DPU's already going through. All the way back. It's one. He opens himself. There's a gun upgrade. 1v1. Foxy 9 versus Jemkin. But time on Jemkin's side. Health on Foxy 9. He baits him in. Jemkin jiggles back and forth. Once more. And Foxy 9 holds his ground. He will not lose a duel today.
So ready to receive and hold. Time and time again, he just makes it happen. Cannot lose it whenever he's holding the angle. This time around was a bit of elevation that saved his life, but still being able to be so cool and calm and taking that burst down against Jemkin.
You have to imagine how he even started as a duelist. I mean, he's just fit for a sentinel. Let them come to me. I win those duels no matter what. I mean, less pressure. He looks so much calmer when he's in these duels when they have to repeat him.
Look at him.
เพื่อนมันดีใจเลย
Just say, yeah, you just have to win for us. Yeah, there you go. Bring us around.
Well, 10-7 is looking a lot better, but it is a buy-up now for RRQ. Texture does have the showstopper at hand as well, and look at him right outside of C.
Comeback ของจริง
That showstopper again. It's another trap play. No killjoy setup this time. The moment they hear util, it's going to be Munchkin, Snakebite spraying through the smoke. Showstopper comes out.
Karen and Yeoman right around the door as well.
Oh, the full trap play. Jemkin gets one, but the showstopper pushes everybody back. RRQ frantically trying to rotate to the other side. Gen G, they're closing in. Texture's on the hunt. Monyet brought down very low because she already has control of rubble. But now the nano swarms. The killjoy setup. Why is it on A site? RRQ, they can't look for the answers. They have to push through.
They have to.
โอ้ขนาดมันดันมันเทคเจอร์มันยังเช็ค
But working against Foxy 9 is holding again. The second kill now out and on towards the top. It's Munchkin as well. Foxy 9 manages to do it all by himself. Not the last one though, Xfero. Able to strike back, goes for the desperate plant to maybe get onto the steel garden, but not quite enough as Genji already have the site surrounded.
Well, if last year's Gen G with Meteor was all about pushing out for the right timings by Meteor, this time it's all about letting them come to Foxy 9. Because they are just not able to break through this guy when he's waiting on the site.
None whatsoever. Everything set up outside of C. Perfect util with the reads and the showstopper and the kills from Texture as well. Just to funnel them in towards Foxy 9.
I mean, waiting out the paranoia, just understanding that he has space at the back of sight. Confidence coming back up as well, starting to look a bit more relaxed. There's that second time out from RRQ, not wanting to let it RRQ, they've got a couple ults as well, Nightfall and Steel Garden, but haven't really found an opportunity to use them just yet. Half armors across the board.
Well, now's as good a time as any.
All right, just creeping forward. It's going to be an all-in. Just break the Killjoy util, push him back, and take that space. There are the nano swarms, so Jemkin gonna be all alone, but Monyet follows through with the shrouded step. Jemkin spots him, the trade's not quite there, a double peek. But after all these previous runs, I don't know if you keep pushing him. Foxy 9 still holding strong in the back of sight.
Yeah, respecting him. He's got that lockdown as well, but now peeks out. A couple of kills already going through in favor of Genji, and there is that lockdown. Despite the Steel Garden used by Xfero, no opportunity found. Texture will take the advantage out, and now getting a little bit more space for his team.
Spike has been retrieved, but they're stuck on the site. They notice that Estrella is there. Sparrow trying to hold close. He can't get the first kill. Estrella all alone against the world. And Munchkin will wrap things up, bringing Gen G to map point.
Match point.
There it is.
คาร์ลอน
Ultimate spent, but
ตั้งแต่
still
คาร์ลอนมัน
no
วอล
avail,
คาย
not
ดีนี่
quite.
มันยังไม่แพ้เล
A
ย
couple more on the side of RRQ, but 12 and 7.
I mean, this was just good backing up as well, waiting for that lockdown, and then Texture coming in for the save since he wasn't as affected by the Steel Garden. And this round is important for Gen G because even future teams watching it will notice that it wasn't the Poison Orb setup that was delaying them. It was just Foxy9 trying to delay, and then you had the C's ready from Yeoman. So they've got some variations on how to stop the spike from getting planted immediately, and they trust in Foxy9 to re-peek for that kill.
Bring them down.
Being able to find that minute little timing, but off to the next round. Once again, another attempt at the C hit.
เจนจีมกันเก่งอยู่
Straight in, it's going to be Jemkin towards the back of the site. Prowler to check and clear, nothing's found. So maybe another round where they do get that spike, but how do they hold and deal with it? That's the question. The Viper's Pit does come up, so maybe, just maybe, the solution for RQ.
Well, they gotta hold on to this pit, but I would love to see a couple more members maybe towards the back of site, because right now, if they barrel through and you start to lose the Viper, it's a little dangerous. They're trying to make sure other people get first contact. Munchkin closing in with the shorty. He's trying to chase through. They know one person is close. There's the Prowler. They're still hiding away Estrella. He gets one. Goes for the reposition right outside. Monyet caught out. Estrella safe outside of the pit. Can he refresh it? He gets another kill. Gets back into the pit. They continue to keep it up. And now it's just Munchkin left. And that's going to be Cushy cleaning things up. Now up to 8, but still 4 more rounds to push through.
Yeah, 4 rounds, 4 chances for Gen G to get across that finishing line, but still for RRQ, I mean, not too bad of a round. I mean, Viper's Pit up to keep that spike in play, and truly, you know, even though they didn't have anyone towards the back of sight, it was just Cushy to continue to jiggle, hold, and check if there is anyone pushing out of spawn. Because there wasn't anyone truly coming out for that area, everyone just kind of hunkered down to protect Estrella, come in with those sprays and spams, and it kind of just connected into some of the Gen G players as they try to make their way through. So, next round coming up now, and we're back into A. This has been the problem.
Yeah, a successful hit on C and now trying to push onto A, but RRQ, they have to realize they have to go fast because they've given up on all information. You just have the sheer wall to get information on a flank. It's an all-in. Can you battle through? You know Yeoman's here. What's the double peek here? There's the C's, but he's way beyond it. He only gets one. Cushy for the trade. Paranoia will keep them at bay. Texture waiting on site. Finds Monyet. It's a duel, and Monyet wins out over Texture. Spike will get planted.
Wonder if there's a little arc rose there, but it does help out nonetheless, and because of that, the spike in their favor. We have the smoke on towards heaven as well, just trying to look and suss out for Karen. River running a little bit dry for Gen G. They will still be able to fight for now, so continuing to kind of keep that pressure on. 2 players from the back looking to push up, but Estrella spots them out. Tries to tuck behind for a bit of an off angle now. Snakebite will flush him out. The door peek as well, though, for Foxy9. Takes down Xpharaoh. That's a little bit more space. Estrella takes down Munchkin. So looking a little bit better for RRQ now, but Karen doubles back. Foxy9 sticks onto the spike, and Monyet has the swing. Goes in for the spray transfer, but not quite connecting. And Foxy9! What a clutch with another 3K on the site! The new pick of
ตลอด
มอบความหวังอีกครั้งให้เจนจี
บอกสิหน่อยเออื่นเอินทำไมยืนต้องเป็นแมวเนี่ยโอเคเป็นแมว
on their defensive half, but
คนรวมพลคนไม่ได้เอ็ดเล่นนะ มิสเตอร์โฟคิวพรุ่งนี้มีเปเปอร์เล็กใช่ป่ะ แล้วหลังจากนั้นหยุดไปพักหนึ่งเลย ไปหาตกปลาดีกว่ากดก่อนหนึ่งตาเป็นเพื่อเป็นสิริมงคล เอาว่ะ MVP Foxy ใน Foxy ใน
Match found.
ดูดูดูดูดูดูดูดู
Deathmatch. Warm up.
อยากเล่นภาพแบบนี้ภาพ stage to stage
Their death demands our attention.
Fight.
I will not die today.
what ตา
Dominating.
Target down.
นี่ชนแมวเมาส์ชนแมวเมาส์ชนยายืนอย่าโอ้ยงัดแผ่นรองเมาส์เรื่อยๆจะงัดแผ่นรองเมาส์ทำไม What
Problem solved.
เอฟได้กินดูให้ไหนอ่ะ
ทวิตไง
Dominating.
Valorant China
10 kills remaining.
Scratch one.
มึงเห็นคิวแล้วเหรอกูยิง13ตัวมึงยิงไป31แล้วเหรอ
Die and be done.
รีบจัดไอ้ลุง
Got sky.
Five kills remaining.
โหดกระโดดยิงมองมันตรงไหนอะ
One kill remaining.
ทีนี้ไม่จวด
เก่งมากครับผม
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
What the hell
Snack time. Sorry. Only brought
ยัง
enough
ไม่
for
รู้
me.
เลยว่าจะเล่นต่อไหม
Keep up.
สภาพยิงแบบนี้ไม่น่าปะ
Enemy kill. 3.
เดินกันไอ้สัตว์
Bye. Party's over. Stay down. Ooh. Poison's gone.
Dominating.
What
Night night. Hoops.
ขอบคุณพี่เอ๋ยด้วยนะครับ
เหี้ย
เอ๋ยครับผมขอบคุณพี่เอ๋ยนะครับ
โอ้โหโอ้โห
10 kills remaining. Five kills remaining.
The fuck เอ็กเจอร์นีออนอ่ะ
Yikes.
อุ้ยลุงมันคมแบบ
One kill remaining.
ให้มันเริ่มแล้ว
Beginnings. I mean, definitely a lot of hope going for RRQ right now, but at least in this Korean stadium, a lot more support for the Gen G side, but starting things off already. Quick contact, and Jemkin, alongside his teammates, will be able to take down Texture, back up into A long.
Yeah, no damage taken either, but Yeoman just holding a bit of an angle, waiting for a far peek out, but it looks like it's just going to be a setup and an immediate jiggle Is he ready for more? There's util in hand. There's the flash coming out. The flash point. Toxic screen just to keep them at bay. Yeoman decided to drop back out. He does a lot of damage with that shock dart against Jemkin. Trying to utilize the decay that might have been left over. But Jemkin will survive with 56 HP.
Yeoman.
Yeah, surely you can't quite just continue to stay in that spot. Backing off now. And RRQ continuing to try to hold, especially from short. Might give them a little bit more value, finding Foxy9. But that's the only person that they spotted, so maybe kind of working around that toxic screen now gives Munchkin a bit of an opportunity, but since he's the only one, getting gunned down by Monyet.
Yeah, and that's the Viper down, so the toxic screen not working out in your favor. You know he's weak, so the turret working out for Xfero. Estrella, also another cleanup against Yeoman. It's just going to be Karon all alone. Now comes the hunt. Okay, he still gets one, but Cushy with yet another kill. The Deaths talked about it. Cushy has been looking the sharpest for the squad, even as the new addition. He puts up another one for himself, putting 2 ult orbs after that plant.
Really, really comfortable. I mean, sharp with how he plays, but at the same time for the whole team to really just pile drive their way through into this A site. I mean, they've kind of read that Gen G often plays this way, you know, like what Big Time was saying as well back on the desk, that Munchkin will be this Viper playing along that toxic tree and rotating back and forth around from the B site. But now, off of that little bit of a loss, the 4 stack onto C.
And well, it's a 3 stack here as well from RRQ, and Jemkin's clean with the first shot, giving them the opportunity. Okay, Foxy9 still left over, not gonna get stunned. He gets 2 kills. Is this another repeat? Okay, Estrella. Avoiding danger right there, still keeping that full health, but it's already weapons dropped. Xfero has to come back, has to be in position to pick it up at the end of the round. Yeoman all alone. Any more damage against RRQ, and that would be a moderate success.
Yeah, still having that Spectre, being able to do that against Foxy9, but down to the last one, Yeoman. Don't imagine he should be able to do too much as he tries to look for the weapon, but down onto it. Xfero marking with the Sheriff. So picks up the round. A little bit lost for RQ, but still not too bad as they kind of bring forward that 2-0.
And just a nice peek out here from Jemkin, ready for that pre-fire as well. And Foxy9 continuing to prove that if they're coming into my site, I will be good for a couple extra kills, showcasing that Gen G classic. But Xfero picking one up for himself as well. And now Toxic Screen still set up on that default position. It hasn't really been giving Gen G too much value just yet. And RQ just chooses to ignore it. They're going for that C site once again.
ถ้าเป็นโอดินนะ
This time, what they see is a poison orb, so gonna have to kind of show back off, find something else.
So putting pressure on that, it looks like it's just going to be a step-by-step clear as their default, right? Putting some pressure on C main, putting some pressure over by Garage, clearing out any util over in B. Eventually that opens them up to maybe go for a B hit, but right now it's going to be another Garage. There's the Nano Swarm drawn out, some damage taken.
Quick enough from Foxy9. Texture, it's kind of rotating back and forth across B as well, but now smoked off, doesn't see too much. So it does keep the Gen G players closer towards the C site, and that's what that pressure does.
Yeah, you still haven't seen anyone push fully out from A main, so RRQ hoping that it's just going to be a reset on the default here. But the real question is Foxy9 holding close on C main.
The drone, you know, a little bit there. Texture made a bit of a movement to try to force RQ to think about Garage, but they actually just doubled down. More players being sent through, and that's going to be the opening kills into the site. Foxy9 this time not quite able to hold. Texture, though, with a bit of a spray, will be able to find Jemkin. So not too bad, still a bit of an opportunity for Gen G.
Yeah, just waiting to launch that as soon as the attack happens. Smoke going to clear. Cushy still waiting. Turret comes online. There's a recon. It's a quick hit from Xfero, and that should be shutting down the retake. Xfero good for another, and that's going to be the save from Yeoman. A bit of an uncharacteristic death from Munchkin, trying to cover for Texture, but he stays a bit too long and gets sniped out by Jemkin on the swing out from backside. And that really spelled trouble for Gen G. Yeah, Texture, you know, he trades it through spam through the smoke, but already you've given up so much space.
And ultimately, that's what gives RQ the win and the site. Starting things off on a map like this, you know, I was thinking they looked pretty good, RQ, playing against TFM last week. Being able to shut down Mei that much. Now you're seeing Texture coming in with that Neon, and so far, especially on this defensive side, not really finding too much successes just yet. And converting that bonus as well definitely does make you think, or at least give you a lot of hope for RRQ to maybe find a little bit more.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if RRQ continues to just pressure the C site, right? Not only is it where Foxy9 is, and now you know kind of what his setup is, but traditionally RRQ, both Coach Ewok and then Warbirds when he was with Team Secret, the way they broke the Korean teams on Haven was always hitting the same site. Obviously, we all remember the 13 rounds, the 12 rounds of A site from Team Secret. So we'll see if they continue to do that right now, going for a bit of a switch up when they have the weapon advantage, but we'll keep our eye on the next round when it's buys on both sides yet again.
Yeah, always playing those mind games. But for now, Gen G, hearing that little bit of early shots now stacking up towards A. 4 players on this side, I should say.
It's a good stack.
A little bit. Thinking of peeking out long.
All right, waiting for it. It's going to be a multi-swing with texture, and there he goes. He's trying to weave, and there's a good paranoia. The spray down, and support from Karon. An instant triple kill from texture. The trap play works wonders for Gen G as they get their first round on the board.
It's ridiculous and amazing how he's able to swing out like that, even with RQ trying to set up some kind of high-low with the trajectory of the entire area, up around the stairs. But it's that relay bolt, the slide back, the flash out from the other side from Karon as well. Just nothing that RQ could do when they were pelted with all of that utility in their face, and the war cry sound out.
Yeah, Karon once again. Coming. Just the bells and whistles here for Gen G to get them riled up. Jemkin
เชียร์อัพหรือโดนไฟดูดวะไปเช็คเลย
back onto the A side. No switch up, trying to make sure that Gen G has to be on their toes. No attention given to Garage or B.
Yeah, none whatsoever. So Foxy9, is looking pretty comfortable right now, and also relaying that information to his team as well. Right now, it's just texture inside of short, continuing to jiggle. Smoke's coming out in towards heaven, though. Should be a bit of a tell for Gen G at least. So 3 players very ready to receive if they do push out. The toxic screen already propped up.
Yeah, there's been no pings on C main from the turret, so that's why Gen G is so confident. There's a drone up, but Jemkin gets ahead of it with a nice little peek.
Lovely. And now with the drone already spent as well.
Yeah, smokes out. Munchkin holding a close angle. If he can survive, it could be good. He's going to get one. Is he ready for another? There's the Rolling Thunder. Munchkin's hit as well. He's trying to hide behind the toxic screen, but they can't get in just quite yet. Munchkin, he's still holding strong by A short. Monyet taken down. They have to clear on Munchkin, but they have to clear backside as well. It's just too many angles. It's just too many members of Gen G as Yo Man holds strong on the site, and Gen G get a second on the board.
What a way to hold things down. Despite the Rolling Thunder, despite the attempt at a hit from RRQ, right? Jemkin getting that opening pick with a peek out against the drone. It just wasn't quite enough because of how Munchkin is able to hold down this portion of the site, and also effectively sectioning out everything else. You got to think about backside. RRQ kind of comes in and tries to re-clear it, but they can't do it. Too many players already receiving all those hits in kind, and Munchkin just continuing to hold and be that thorn in their side. So next round coming through now, and they've bought up the op texture. Here he is. In towards C.
Yeah, and you can tell that Gen G now knows that they've done enough work on the A side to scare RRQ off. So they're holding towards B, and then a fast push out of C main as well. The only place to go right now for RRQ is going to be that B site. There's the paranoia, but Jemkin, he's ahead of it. He spots Omen. He gets one kill. He instantly gets traded by Foxy9. Foxy9 is back on the site. No one gets through.
2 kills and 1 through the smoke. Nanostorm to continue to fend off and hold as well. RRQ, what can you truly do? Needing to kind of hang back. The spike is on the ground. They want to pick it up, but all the angles being held. Foxy9 on the other side? No way! The toxic screen comes back up, and they're looking for some kind of a lucky spam, but nothing's being found. 50 seconds left on the clock. They still have quite a bit to play through.
A save is something you have to consider here. Yeah, look at the positions, because you just don't know how far everyone else is pushed up. The spike is way too deep on the site. There's no real options, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was an early timeout, because I have to imagine, being on the attacking side, that you had quite a few plays in mind to get ahead of the game in the first half, and if that's not coming to fruition, the coaches may want to remind their players on what they prepared.
Yeah, what we saw in the pistol round definitely worked out wonders, but now, these 3 rounds from Gen G, trap plays, just Foxy9 doing his thing. you really need to find more solutions, right? Thinking back to maybe that triple peek down C, but this time, you know, you're thinking about texture with that op, and it's still being hidden. So RRQ, just a full save all the way through. Will we see that timeout?
And we'll see. Obviously, it partly depends on the calls as well within the player comms. If the players are starting to figure things out, maybe you have a little bit of faith. It is quite early in the map. The Foxy9, yeah, that confidence really starting to come back up, and there is the timeout.
PQ
Against that Viper.
So that toxic screen, kind of the key part of why they were having trouble getting in through both the A and B site. Which is the B site, I mean, maybe trusting a lot in Jemkin, but Foxy9 quick for the trade. So now it is going to be pressure on the A side once again, but a bit of a default, waiting to see if they can catch texture perhaps on that push out. Because you imagine, you haven't seen him just yet. They had zero control over C main, and look at Monyet's position. He's waiting for something by the C side.
And Xfera with his turret outside of garage as well, so just a little bit more security too. There it is, straight down A long, looking for something. Texture peeking out though, so this is still information for Gen G.
Yeah, but they did this last round. Now RRQ wasn't quite aware of it, but it seems like they made the call that this had to have happened given the positions and how they just didn't spot him. And Monyet doesn't quite spot him first. Texture, wary of that angle after the timeout. Oh, that had to have been the big call in the timeout, and yet it falls. The Omen gone. No smokes for RRQ on the attack.
Just fatal. Right now, I mean, how do you work your way around the mid rounds? You know the op is there. Coming back in to challenge it, maybe with the fault line, sure. But Texture just instantly backs off, quickly sprints away. Foxy9 coming back into relay and support the C side as well.
So you were able to push him away. At least you masked some of that information, but the turret is still there on C main. I think they heard it. So if you really want full control, you're going to have to break that, but they don't have much time. It just has to be a hit. Gen G, assuming that it's a full rotate because of the lack of information. Foxy9 once again alone on the site. Bit of a mishap there with the fault line. So they're slowed down just a bit. Foxy9 peeks out, but Xfera was ready for it. They shut down the Sentinel, and now sight opened up for RRQ. Only 10 seconds, time being bought. Texture peeks in, and he's going with overdrive. Munchkin able to spray down 3 to get the lead for Gen G.
Good attempt at the mid round, right? You know, kind of slowly creeping back through garage, taking out Foxy9. But ultimately, damage was done. The player that got eliminated right early on was Monyet. That means your smokes are gone. So even though they managed to get through to the C side to get the spike down, or at least an attempt to get the spike down, these early sight lines from the back of C-Link, from Defender Spawn, were completely open for Texture to pretty much bounce and Google stop on them all throughout.
And that C side now held as well. RRQ, I gotta imagine that in the server they're starting to feel that they're running out of options, trying to go for that default spam through the wall, pushing the op out of A main, but afterwards, what do you do? It's gonna be a re-clear with the drone, trying to set up Texture on an advantageous position.
There's that position.
So RQ's not quite sure if the op is here or not. I mean, that drone, it could just be the Sova re-clearing, it could be somebody else. They still don't know. Nobody's checking outside of C main either. So much mystery for RQ that they have to re-clear right now.
Hence, spending that Owl drone. This costs quite a bit from RRQ, but okay, majestic shot from Cushy out of nowhere.
I mean, you can't help but feel, that's gonna be a double tap from Foxy9! What in the world?
What is this round?
The 2 new pickups, I mean, they're just so clean with it.
Jemkin at least made it a trade, so we're kind of back to square one with 3-on-3.
I'll see it on my
No controllers for RQ, still double controller for Gen G. And now Karon trying for it, and look at that transfer! Gen.G's pickups have always proven themselves. As the spike is now stranded, Cushy all alone. Karon expects him. He gets the third kill, and everybody coming online one by one for Gen.G.
I can't math correctly, but I think that was like 1 second, and he got the transfer. Yes, it was a microflick. They're really close, but still so ridiculously impressive. And a bit of an unfortunate whiff for Jemkin because the trade wasn't quite there. And that is pretty much the round for Gen.G. You know, pushes out from both sides. Cushy, impressive as well. But down to it at the end, Karon is fired up.
This is what we see a lot of teams struggle with against the Viper comp, is that you give it a lot of respect, especially once the op comes out. I mean, you don't really have an option, right? Because now you have to worry about the op, but then on top of that, the extra smokes as well. And once you start respecting that, you run out of time. You can't really push and pull across the map. RRQ struggling with that same idea. This time, full focus onto the C side, but they're not getting the information they want. They're not able to bait things out. And the op has repositioned itself onto B. This is Gen.G being way ahead. What a call from Munchkin, trying to stay one step ahead.
Yeah, right. Just making sure that they are able to kind of anticipate some of the movements from RRQ. RRQ also trying to stay hidden, mostly. You know, this time, back to it all. It's Xfero on the classic lurk, with the rest of the team slowly creeping up A. They got to deal with the smoke as well.
Yeah, they know that Foxy9 peeked out the previous round, so Xfero's ready for it, but he fires a little too early, and how quick is Foxy9? That's a hit. That does draw the own to C side, but A was always going to be a retake, given the ultimates on both sides. Lockdown no longer available for Xfero, so RRQ, it's just a Hunter's Fury for Cushy in the post map. But meanwhile, look at the ult stack on Gen.G. So many tools for this retake. The updraft just to fake them out. Cushy has been spotted. I don't think he realizes just yet. There's a blind op shot through the smoke. Jemkin waiting close. Lockdown available for Foxy9. Jemkin knows he has to get ahead of it. This is so much pressure on Jemkin, but he has to do it. They're going to try to push them out. Jemkin hiding in the smoke. Does he wait for it? No, he's going to back out. He's waiting for a timing. Okay, it's going to get destroyed with a util. So now he gets to hold close once again.
Flash just to hold as well, up to the other side of the fast lane, and there's Jemkin! A bit of a double kill, and Monyet swings back up to the top. Estrella added support as well, and that just is enough to put up a huge roadblock against Gen.G, who are trying to break through with their ultimates.
All right. So the other util being used against that lockdown, Hunter's Fury saved over as well. RRQ playing for the long game, making sure that they have extra tools for the future rounds, making sure that they don't get baited by the single lockdown. I thought maybe they would go for the high risk with Jemkin, but they actually just set him up perfectly for the same.
Jemkin ด่านนี้โดนสแกรี่นะเข้ารอบเข้า FA เข้าลีกเลยนะ
Estrella still ready to trade for both of his teammates on either side.
ช็อต1 VC ยังตาตึงใจ
Shows again things flowing pretty much smoothly for RRQ, even when they're faced with adversity. That flashpoint from Estrella giving so much support up for Jemkin to set things up. The next round though, we are still looking at ultimates on both sides. RRQ once again trying to assert a bit more presence across the map.
I like the late turret from Xfero. Avoid that default spam and then just try to see if anyone's peeking out once again. Shock darts try to clear out Garage, trying to draw a lot of attention. It's going to be two members here, and Jemkin gets ahead of the operator. That's Garage opened up. Operator down for Gen.G.
Big pickup for RRQ. So then they're able to kind of spread a little bit more across the map. You know, minute left. Munchkin comes back in to refill that space that Texture kind of leaves.
Yeah, so this is how old Gen.G would have played, as they would have pushed out from somewhere else and then regroup elsewhere. But the new Gen.G working a little differently. Munchkin going to go for the re-clear, and they're still waiting for it. He tries to find a timing, but RRQ patient. Now going towards Foxy9 again. Foxy9, he gets one, he gets two! How many times will RRQ run into his open arms?
Flash here to kind of give him a good old hug. Unfortunately, it does squeeze them to their deaths, but now repositioning.
He's good. Do they know about the flank?
Aaron from the back.
It's very fast. There's no util to watch for it. Nobody's suspecting it. They line up for the double. And there's Foxy9 with another 3K. The two youngsters of Gen.G clean things up.
คาร์ลอนอีกคนมันกันอยู่2 คน
Foxy9 again, you gotta take a look at a replay because they're just kind of walking into him. A bit of an additional support smoke from Karon, and he kind of plays hiding inside of it. And although Jemkin kind of tries to get across, Foxy9 is able to react so darn well. And Karen so quick to kind of come back in with that support.
The thing is just with the two members coming in from Garage,
Yo, man,
RRQ necessarily played it so poorly. It's just that Foxy9 so ahead of it. He lets the jet pass, and he says, I'll get the first guy first, and then I'll fight you close range, and he's just so quick, so confident.
โอ้ช็อกดาดตรงนี้
Have to be, especially after all those performances all across the day. But right now, back into it, it's RRQ once again trying to break across the defenses. This time it's in with a Blade Storm, so maybe setting up for the hit. And Karen on the other side, Flash does get sent through.
There's the paranoia, but meanwhile you've already sent Texture down sewer, so you have another angle for the retake. Karen gonna get taken out backside, now taken over. It's a clean and clinical execute, but do they have any idea about Texture? Doesn't look like it. He could get a massive multi-kill. He waits, he panics, he's not able to get the double. But Spike's still planted for RRQ, and it's just going to be Foxy9.
Has been doing so well so far today, but now against the numbers, bit of a hop up, and it's easily spotted out by Jemkin.
Texture could have had an incredible hit there, but I don't know if you can really blame him. It's going to be impossible no matter what, with so many members already on site. Meanwhile, credit where credit is due, going above the toxic screen for info, immediately striking backside as teammates ready to cover each other on the angles. RRQ waking up. Is it too late? We'll have to see, but they'll want to get at least 6. Round this out to a 6-6 half.
Making it close.
Rolling Thunder online. Jemkin currently 15-9. More than 3 times the kills of anybody else on his team.
มันยิงทุกตาเลยได้ตัวเนี้ยแล้วมันก็มีคนโดน
It's ridiculous. Keen now back towards mid. Cushy though, ooh, able to snipe them through from the window. And there's the Rolling Thunder straight in, collapsing through. But Munchkin's still able to shoot them down as it happens. Vanyan and Xfero finding those trades, and now a bit of an opportunity. A 2-on-1 against Genji.
Yeah, he's the lockdown to make sure that Yo-Man can't approach anytime soon. Yo-Man, does he try to go and delete the lockdown? No, he's just going to hold back, sees if they push in, but he will just take his time. He'll go for the reset. At the very least, the lockdown was used before it was planted, so he still has some time.
เครียดเลยทีนี้โอ้ต้องเช็คอีกยาวเลยอยู่ไหนบ้าง
And away, you can hold with that one way, so even with the pings being nerfed, you still have some sight lines. Trying to get rid of those nano swarms. One will be popped to deny the second clear.
Revealing area.
Okay, checking out Covey, but oh, it got spotted out quickly by Xfero, so he kind of knows where they are now. But hit by the flash.
Not sure if there was a reposition there. Yo-Man, his sight lines are being bothered. He just hopes that they will peek. He has to tap for another, and Xfero just swings out for that third kill. Tied 6-6. These two teams just can't get enough of each other.
You gotta love it. If anything, it is entertaining Valorant. Between the two teams, down to it, you just might think Genji starting to find that huge lead. Foxy9 being able to put up those big performances, incredible holds. But just as it starts to happen, RRQ comes in with some set plays of their own. First it was through the toxic screen, up and over. Then the next round, straight in with the Rolling Thunder down.
Have seen it.
By what, 30?
Q will have to wake up. All right, showing off the Genji Classic with its trophies there. A little new addition of that feature. for the 2025 capsules. Okay, big chip damage on Genji.
แรงแบบแรงมาก
All right, that's a lot of members. Xfero gonna have to play it safe. It's gonna be down to Cushy. There's the cross right. He gets two, and they're all stuck there.
Look at the ball line, just keeping them
tied up. Spike down. You can retrieve it, but it's starting to look very tough for Genji.
Cushy down low. He doesn't want to give up the Alt-Orb either, so he's actually hiding back safe. The smoke comes up just in time as well. I mean, look at RRQ just playing the numbers game right now. Genji, maybe double back or hang back, find another opportunity.
I don't mind this from RRQ, especially given how low Cushy was, and you just weren't sure if they would go for a fast flood in no matter what. But now that they've made up their mind, it does have to become a retake. And, I mean, I would be a little scared, right? Just because Karon's still alive. And yo, man, he's had his moments in the past as well. So with Cushy being so low, we'll see. Genji, you can't completely write them off just yet. Karon's going to try to get ahead of things. He's going to allow Yo-Man to just go for the plant himself. See if he can cut off that rotation.
Light Shield Frenzy for Karon too, so that actually is an added potential. But right now, at least with all five, they do have all that utility to work with. And Karon's kind of leaving Yo-Man alone now, straight in towards spawn. He spots all of them out, but doesn't quite have the opportunity to spray them. No selling XP. And that's just a 1 HP Yo-Man. Yep, stunned up.
I love how he just tries to hide right around the corner, like, surely they don't check. Surely.
I'm gonna go stealth mode.
Yeah, exactly. It's like those cartoons where you just hide around the corner, they all run by. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Honestly, if it was a ghost, I think Karon probably maybe gets a couple there, but with the frenzy, it's tough when you have so many targets. Just sprinkle here and there. Now let's see what the buys are going to be. You do get the spike plant, so I'm curious if Genji tries to go for a force here.
Definitely would be an interesting prospect given how Genji has come in with these performances thus far.
All right, just the sheriffs. Yeah, they don't traditionally go
มันเป็นทีมที่วิลเลจ
quite
เป็น
a
พก
bit.
เยอะมากเลยแต่มันโดน RQ
This
รั
time
วๆ
it'll be the same thing. Meanwhile, Outlaw for Jemkin.
That's right. Still, though, it's kind of being tossed aside because of that toxic screen from Munchkin. So he might be able to hold it at the very least. Munchkin has managed to slip through onto the other parts of the map, though.
Yeah, chase through with the fault line support from B site. So you know the breach was somewhere closer to C-Link. Ooh, a little bit of chip damage. Yeah, that's a lot, actually. Tipping him all the way down. Regen armor comes back up.
And they kind of identified that the breach is towards the back of B as well, thanks to that fault line earlier on. So maybe looking for a quick way to slip on through. The nano storms and everything getting broken apart as well. Aftershock just to keep them at bay. So a bit of kill against Foxy 9. But that was not so bad.
Yeah, and look at the setup on A as well. Cushy prepared to provide
มีค
support
น
on
แวะ
A
เวียน
and
มา
B,
ไม่
but
ขาด
he can
สายเลย
still
ว่ะ
watch
ไอ้
if
ช็อต
he
เนี่ย
comes back, if Munchkin comes back in. Meanwhile, two people still stacked up to hold on to B site. However, if the Neon is able to create distance, the C site hit could be a bit dangerous. Monyet finds one. Counter paranoia goes out.
Whoa. Estrella with the fault line
เฮ้ย
as well.
เห็นป่าว
It
นะ
is ready, so maybe he's setting up for it again. Oh, Munchkin actually just comes back in off of that early distraction. Straight into the A side he goes.
And that's a massive
โอ้
pickup.
แล้วมันเรีย
The
ก
Outlaw
คาราวานมาเลยที
against
นี้
RRQ. Two members
ปืน
at
สู้ได้เลย
one hit.
No way.
Do you go for the repeat? Cushy is the one who's weak. He gets taken down. They're trying to push him before the reload. It's a good push. Are they trying to play for time? The spike still gets planted no matter what. Estrella's stuck. He doesn't have a way out from the sink
เดี๋ยว
Texture, he's holding close. There's the relay bolt. He
ดูดิ
catches all of them. And
Contact กันแบบ
G will get there thrifty. What an incredible round from Genji.
Just Munchkin being able to sneak through with a thorn in their sides, just continuing to prick and prod at them so many times with that ghost. Down to the final moments where they just buy a bit of attention to the C site, sneaks on through, gets that kill against Jemkin, and that's the Outlaw picked up and everything else as well. The snake bite at the end of it, just a cherry on top.
But this is something we knew about Genji last year as well. They won't give up until the very last second. So Munchkin leaves that extra option open. We talked about it with Munchkin, Texture, Meteor, the ones who will always deep lurk until the very last second of a possibility of a rotate. And RQ, they just kind of slip up on that focus. Cushy leaves that window open. Tries to rotate a little bit too soon.
I mean, he hasn't really, maybe had that experience against Genji before.
เอาไป
So
อยู่กับ
now,
เย
you
จู
know,
เจ้
need to find that out on the fly. But as it goes through into the next round, we start things off early. You know, no guns for RQ, yeah, but
VCT Talon Team
really carefully.
I mean, tied up at 7-7. You know you don't want to take those chances. It's a trap set up by a lobby. Munchkin starting to sense that something is off here. A main completely left open.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, meanwhile, Monyet just going to hold for a cheeky little kill by C Long.
นี่ก็ตัววางเหมือน
Munchkin's
กันนะ
gonna
ออก
make
ซี่
the call that it might be a stack over to C, but I wouldn't be surprised if they still suspect an A short trap as well. This team's so thorough.
ไอช็อตนี่แบบ
Moment of truth.
Oh.
Okay, trying to fake that out. I don't know if that was a bit too hard of a sell
อย่าหล
right
งเข้าไป
there
เชียว
with the recon bolt.
Oh, no. They still managed to make it through the backside from the long. Cushy now swings out. Oh, there's a kill from Jemkin. Dashes on through as well, but inside the smoke, the shorties will come out. And that's going to be Genji being able to find those 3 kills to capture the site.
So Genji really slowing things down once they catch sight that it's more than one member. Monyet will get one, but that should be the end of it. Estrella stuck up at heaven. Low health, Monyet gets taken out. And Estrella will just be looking for any picks he can get. That's gonna be none as Texture finds him through the wall, and Genji leads 8-7.
So still, Genji pretty much being able to keep themselves in control. Despite RQ's best efforts to play some tricky games against them, just being able to come in with the utility, play it safe enough. It's again just how a testament to how Genji is able to stay ahead of the game at times.
หัวริม
Big safe win. They're back with the Eco celebration.
Yes.
All right, RRQ back with another buy. See if they can regroup. High-low setup on B side. Meanwhile, the Killjoy constantly being focused on A to combat that toxic screen a bit with that passive info. Estrella, he's caught out, but no! It's going to be Jemkin who gets the goal alongside Estrella's 1. So 3-1 trade in favor of
ยิงไปข
RRQ.
ยิบตาไปเต็มกิน
All outside of B as well. Now this is a RRQ that has to be respected. Genji might be able to retrieve the spike, but where else could they truly go? Karen trying to stay inside the smoke in case anyone does kind of get ahead of it by going inside of the cubby, but it's not quite going to happen. So another smoke comes out.
User joined your channel.
They leave C side open. They still trust in that turret over by the A side. Turret gets taken out. So that's the call for Xfero to slowly go back towards A. You know there was no one A main just yet because of that alarm bot, but you don't know how far they've pushed in from A short. So they'll leave that open as well.
พี่ถามผม
And a deep smoke
มัน
from
ยัง
Karen
ไม่หมดอ่ะพี่
towards
หมายถึงว่า
closer towards A
มันแข่งกันเสร็จแล้วไม่ใช่หรอ
ใช่เพิ่งเสร็จไปเมื่อกี้เลย เมื่อกี้ไปดู
But
แว
the
บโดน
score
มา
not
4 เกม
being clear, that might be the trouble for the remaining 2 members of Genji. I mean, it's a 2v4 as well, but we'll see. Do they try to identify it early enough? There's a smoke coming out, draws Xfero back, alarm bot. Is there a spray? There is, but he's not going to take his chances. You have the numbers advantage. RQ wants to keep that.
Nice.
Tries to deny the default plan. It's just out of range.
And maybe a chance for Karen, but no, gets shot down by Jemkin really quick in. And going to go through as well. Despite Xfero jumping down, it's going to be Jemkin picking up the quad kill to put themselves back up 8-8.
I mean, it seems like the writing's on the wall for how long this map is going to go, but both teams really trading blows back and forth. Looking at the economy, Genji still okay for this next round. Obviously, that thrifty turnaround allows the bank to stack up. Was a good high-low setup from RRQ, but how many more reads can you get ahead of time at the start of the round? That's the big question right now for Estrella and company.
Yeah, needing more rounds on the board because right now Genji definitely has quite a bit of variety at them. Next one coming up once again. It's just going to be that full buy up and okay, the judge from Xfero inside the garage.
Yeah, just working with the credits you have, but that causes a different setup as well. Turret and alarm bot focused on B and garage. You still have Estrella there to try to buy time, but can he get ahead of the Neon is the big question. Here comes Texture, he can't, oh, he does get the kill! Gets him on that flick over with the spray, and then the aftershock to deny the plant as well. Genji right now caught within the B site. Munchkin knows he has to push ahead, try to gain a little bit more space. RQ respects it. Cushy trying to push back up with the fault line. He's not able to get it. The flash is late, but Estrella still gets the trade.
Not too bad. Oh, towards the back, spotted out by the alarm bot as well. So Jemkin needing to deal a little bit with Foxy9. Spots him out, tries to play around the walls, but not quite enough. The flash does come out for a bit of an opportunity for Estrella to kind of get into the site, but only good for the one. That still is enough with the numbers being found on the other side as Jemkin takes down the back line and into the site. The defuse for RRQ to come up with a lead.
Yeah, getting back in the lead. And I just want to say, Foxy9 has clearly done enough damage that Jemkin fully respected him in that duel, right? They spot each other, and the moment Jemkin doesn't get the first shot, he resets with the Cloudburst and tries to create another angle. Eventually, he wins out. But, I mean, the way Jemkin was playing last week, it looked like he was just ready to duel no matter who came into his crosshairs. But given how many rounds that Foxy9 has gotten for Gen G, the respect given over, and that safety secures the round here for RRQ.
Just trying to find more ways to come in with that retake.
All right, Rolling Thunder online for Estrella. Hunter Sphere as well. Big ultimates for the retake. You do have Hunter Sphere for Yeoman, who's 3 and 10, by the way. Really not able to find that impact here on Haven. A fast hit. Pit available as well.
Whoa. Alt's coming possibly more online for Gen G as well, but Jemkin able to shut things down for the time being. Insta kill up against Texture. And as it continues to walk through the Hunter Sphere as well from Yeoman, but Cushy still able to find a bit of a fract on through.
I mean, that's everybody down. While Yeoman was trying to scout out and do damage, the entire team gets shut down, and it starts with Texture just not being able to really expand space and create space on the site. Jemkin holding a high angle, ready to combat any sort of util coming through. Because there's no breach, you're not in danger of a Rolling Thunder. Oh, okay. I don't see sites like that every day, but the judge still doing wonders for Xfero. And Rolling Thunder Hunter Fury saved on the side of RRQ, so now you can use that to combat things like the lockdown coming out from Foxy9.
There it is, that elevation. Even with a slide on through, truly showing once again that Jemkin has put in that work in slaying down Neons. The rest of the team there ready and able to receive as well. Just a little bit unfortunate for Yeoman to be the last one left alive. That said, next round comes on through. Gen G starting to run out of money.
Just waiting for AJ to push out, but it's going to be a full-on set. Judge once again in the hands of Xfero. I mean, they've seen the judge so many rounds. Hey, they hear it. Yeah, there's the spam. Not taking any chances.
Thanks to one.
That's a good multi-peek. Jemkin ready for the far angle, but it's just too many people for him to drag down in time. And now RRQ starts to get curious. Gen G, I mean, they've been doing this entire series. They say, all right, you want info? Come out and get it, because that's when RRQ oftentimes falters. Despite not having the numbers, can RRQ stay true? They'll take out the drone, and Cushy will back off.
Yeah, a little bit restless, right? I mean, still enough information to kind of double back
Guardian
and hold out this A site. But Gen G are so comfortable now, being able to play in this fashion.
Cushy might look to use Hunter's Fury if they don't hear the tap until the 30-second mark. We'll see if the delay is going to be something they want to bank on. It could backfire.
30 seconds left.
We'll have to wait and see. Tap coming through. Not going to happen just yet. RQ holding on to their ultimates.
Oh. Still now, though, Cushy from the sides, able to find a bit of a double kill. Rolling Thunder does connect, but Karen jumps ahead of it! Takes down Estrella, and it's all up to Cushy. 1-on-2, he tries to go in for that stick, but a little bit spotted early. Half HP, half spike, but Karen out from the other side. Unfortunate for Cushy. Despite his best efforts, it's Gen G striking back.
Dude, how much more cosmetic can this stun get? That was a ridiculous drop shot from Karon. Oh, we gotta see it. That has to be part of the replay match. We can't skip forward. We have to see it because, okay, Cushies, that's great. Oh, we're gonna skip it. Oh, I mean, that was so ridiculous. He gets launched forward.
I know.
He just instantly swivels. I mean, yes, it's close range, but still.
Ridiculous with how Karen's able to play in this way.
Well, you still have the buys, but that's the Rolling Thunder, a big ultimate use, and that's relief from Gen G, not having to deal with that breach.
Stun is just a stun, and he's able to play outside of the box that way, despite the status effects. Now, next round, and that's right, a bit of spam through and inside of Garage as well. Still trying to look for
yeah, Xfero's still sticking with that judge, so really just saying, hey, my job is to hold on to Garage no matter what. Trying to draw them in, because he hasn't died just yet. It was the same setup, so Gen.G suspects something is up, but they just don't have that information just yet. There's a drone. Instantly, the swing. Jemkin's somewhat ready for it, but the drone, I think, might have blocked one of the bullets as well. Meanwhile, there's Hunter's Fury. Doesn't get any kills.
มันรู้เลยว่า
Trying
เจม
to
กินมัน
fish
ล็อก
for
เลย
it, but unfortunately,
พีพร้อมโดนเฉย
Gen.G quick to evade all of it. Now potentially maybe looking to tie up the score as 5 of them regroup back to look to find that hit against Cushy. There is that kill. Texture instantly trades back. And that's the A side opened up as well. Estrella might be in position, but everything's smoked off.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, you are going to have the credits, so I imagine you go for another attempt here. Also would expect another timeout, but Munchkin holding the flank. Xfero not suspecting it at all. Fault line will be used for an attempt, but Monyet, he just doesn't find any targets just yet. Waiting for Munchkin to repeat contact. Man, he gets taken out from below. And Texture, he's warming back
บอลบอก
up.
กูกำลังเพลินๆเลย
Slowly but surely. It's always been good
กำลัง
for
แบบ
those
เล็ง
kills up on towards top
เพลิน
heaven. Down to the last one left, and that's going to be the save for RRQ. Gen.G. Oh, he went for the hunt.
Yeah, Texture, I mean, he was the only one that really was close to his ultimate. That's not filled up yet, so now 2 away from the overdrive. That could still be a big one. Wouldn't be surprised on a timeout, but either way, would love to see an operator come out for RRQ as well. Not something they've been utilizing. I know Jemkin's been doing great with the rifle, but if you're able to just completely ignore Seaside with that operator, help set up the Killjoy util on A side once again, because that was working wonders for your passive information.
ๆไม่ได้เจอมันเล่นภาพตัวอ้วนเหรอตั้งนานแล้วเหรอ
Or at
But
least
maybe
to
probably-
get ahead of it, but
Not going to see either of those just yet. RQ, but they are going to switch over the Killjoy to that A side.
maybe think of different ways to work against a potential Neon slide out, but right now, with all that utility in, it's just Texture all the way through. From the shadows towards the back of spawn as well. Monyet sniffs it. Now he's looking out for Karen. But at the same time, gets the read that the spike is headed over onto him. So gets ready with the paranoia. Flashes out, and everything connects.
Huge.
Spots out the kill on towards Foxy 9.
เกินมอนเกิน
And it's also Karen getting slayed down by RQ.
Really great call from Monyet to get prepared over by C Main,
ไม่ยอม
reading
ใคร
that
เลย
it
ว่ะ
was
พี่
an entire fake by the Neon. This is just RQ reading exactly what the plan was off of the from the shadows, then the sprint in from the Neon. Munchkin still gets a kill. There's still a chance. It's Gen.G 2v4 at full health. You have Pit available.
And a lot of time to work with as well.
Scanning ahead.
Several players on the other side, but at least with the recon, just retrieving more information that there are players out towards C.
So the turret is still watching A short, but not over to A main. No sound gained yet. This should be the Pit used. I would assume there's not really any better chance to use it on attack as that Viper.
เอาถูกไซด์ด้วยนะ
And I wonder if RQ is going to have an answer for it. They don't have the drone. They do have the recon.
And Jemkin alongside Monyet as well, so it still is a lot of numbers that can come out for trades. Munchkin still needing to do quite a bit of work despite the Viper's Pit. Has the shorty, but placed and hugs closer to the wall instead.
It's going to be a full drop. They recognize that the Pit is only for a link.
Yo,
the
man.
spike, yeah, if it's planted on default, it's going to be outside of it. Yo, man, they should have suspected the turret pinged him earlier on A short. Now they realize their mistake. Munchkin, does he find the timing? Jemkin gets one. Munchkin, he peeks out, and Xfero's ready for it, fishing for the Viper in the pit. And RRQ will once again take the lead.
What an incredible round, an incredible read from RRQ. They had the numbers, they had the plays against, an attempt at a fake from Gen.G. Early slides in through to A side from Texture. Caron in with the from the shadows towards the back as well, but Monyet just so quick, so ready to respond. And down to the final moments as well, just able to counter that pit by going up from the top of heaven. All four together as a team, the power of friendship truly shining right now in this moment.
Gen.G still has the creds for rifles as well, trying to prevent match point from happening. Going for that counter spam, not going to find any targets. It's Killjoy set up once again on that A site. Lockdown available for Xfero, so we'll have to keep an eye on his position if he's able to pull back far enough to try to reclaim that site. There's no Hunter's Fury on the other side, just lockdowns on both.
At least for now, just sensing that drone.
So Gen.G has the read, right? If the turret is here, that's really just hampering our ability to create these lurks with that toxic screen to mask that information. So now the question is thrown back to RRQ. Will you go for a reclear? Will you come back out into our sights? And Cushy answers with a drone first. Left a little bit open, but the alarm bot there to guard A main.
Okay, there it is. Nanoswarm as well, just to keep and hold them off. Lockdown getting deployed in this moment.
Yeah, onto the site.
Presses on the offensive. Cushy inside the smoke set up by Monyet. At least able to land one kill. Estrella from the back as well. Cushy on for the next. On the third. And then transfers the quad. Cushy just coming in to slay everyone of Genji right down into the ground. And Sparrow plants the bait and rails him in. And Cushy is able to secure the kills. I mean, anytime he's in these frantic fights, just look at how locked in he is. And there's the transfer. Match point for RRQ. Can they stay patient enough to finally
ฝากไปจัดการ DRX ด้วยนะ RRQ เข้าไปมีสมูเด้ง
Not too much except for the one round with a bit of that fake play. But right now, I mean, still needing to deal with that early pressure again.
half armors, regen armors, Judge, Guardians. I mean, the Guardians are where Genji's at their scariest.
True.
But it will just be Fastcur onto the A side for now. You still have your lockdown, so if you can secure A short, try to get through.
At least looking for it, working alongside that toxic screen again. Drones out.
Yeah, but look at this setup. I mean, RRQ, they just want to fight them here. They want to deny the lockdown at all costs. And Genji, they want to fish for this information, but will they survive the scouting? Estrella gets ahead as well. High risk play. But oh, this is a fast reclear. You know that they're not set up anymore for it.
Straight up. All three reading the map right now. Some pings from Genji as well, though. Trying to call for a quick mid-round in towards
Info โคตรเยอะ
C.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to be ready for this fast wraparound, especially because the turret is watching mid. There is nothing to signify that there is an absolute wraparound. Overdrive comes out. Monyet, is he going to stay on site? I imagine he would have to leave.
Inside the smoke, though.
Doesn't have much of a chance. He's getting sprayed down. Monyet down. No controller with the fast wraparound. Can they get a kill? Munchkin gets taken down. Genji now realizes they're trapped on the site. They have to push out and create space. They haven't planted just yet. Planting for backside.
เข้า B เหรอ
And the lockdown just to buy a bit more time, push them off. I mean, that was the only solution, was to go even faster than RRQ. The Hunt is really being pulled out in time now. RRQ finding the numbers against them.
Caron with the read. He realizes it's a full wraparound as they didn't really care about the lockdown. Can he hold on to that smoke? Holding close range. They have to suspect this.
คารอนแม่งหัวดีจัด
Coming in from garage. Jemkin ready for it. Caron gets traded by Xfero. Texture alone in the backside. Foxy 9 now refilling it. Two members of Genji left up against the three. It's a crossfire. Estrella last alive as the IGL.
เกาหลีเจอเกาหลี
Can he beat out Foxy 9? He cannot. And Foxy 9 will breathe life back into Genji once
ไป
more.
กันต่อ
Dragging them back in from the depths.
โพซิชั่นวางแม่ง
Just
ไม่ค่อย
even
คุ้น
with
เล
the
ยวาง
spike ticking away as well. Stray was already running out of time. What a play by Genji. You know, maybe they didn't quite have the read against the back, right? But still, going that quick into the C site, putting down that spike so far towards the back, in with the lockdown as well. Just keeping things ahead of RRQ as they try to set up that flank.
Monyet looking for a cheeky kill in that smoke, but Texture had the read on the timing. Oh, and that's going to call for the timeout. what the discussion is, because I feel. Yeah, they do. It's going to be the Killjoy setup
last round
in that last round. But this could come back to bite them if they have to give up A site. So right now, the plan should be that they have to use everything they can to delay on A, to push them back to C, just like they did last round, into Jemkin's crosshairs. That's really the only option, because if you lose any members, if you give up too much space and they have to retake with that operator, it's gonna spell trouble for RRQ.
Gen G kind of read that and turn back. Org gets further in, straight in they go. Makushi's there and ready to receive. Gold flash, but Texture not through.
He's trapped. Has to watch too many angles. There's backup now with Magnet. But it's a 3v4. Smoke will dissipate soon. They're spread out. They're ready for it, and they're gonna gun it down. Down to 2 members. Magnet tries to re-clear, but now it's just Jemkin with an operator. 2 members. 1 standing in the cubby. One of them has to enter outside. Meanwhile, Spike still being held in hell. The patience from Gen G waiting. And Jemkin also waiting himself.
Spike planted.
Did he spot him? Yo-Man seems to have. Waiting for it, waiting for a timing on the arrow. No, Gen G doesn't know just yet. Munchkin spots him, they know it's 7. Jemkin, there's so few options. Can you pick up a rifle here right at the entrance? They're ready for it. They realize that he doesn't have much of an option. Munchkin swings out, and it's overtime. We go again.
Gen G.
Switching sides.
Just when the op was pulled out for them, they managed to go in that full commit, plant themselves firmly inside of the smoke. I mean, continuously strafing just to throw off Estrella. Even Makushi being able to gun down at least 1 or 2 still wasn't quite enough against this Gen G, who are able to stay on top.
No timeouts from either coaches. We go straight back in. RRQ on the attack. Jemkin at 26 kills. Munchkin slowly catching up with 20 on the board. And now it's an operator for Texture. Going glass cannon, looking to shut them down. He'll meet him. It's going to be an A hit. Oh, the blind shot! And it has to be Magnet! The smokes are down. RRQ already out of options.
Just fate is signaling once again. But can RRQ take their destinies into their own hands? Yet being down. I mean, this hurts him so much.
Oh, he hides away. Drone hasn't spotted him yet. It will now, and he gets pushed out. That's the site opened up. But they have no smokes to delay the retake. So they will have to fight.
Spike planted.
Fight is what they do best.
Jemkin holding that angle on the boxes. Ready for the recons as well. Drone comes out first. Who's ready to eliminate that information? Jemkin will get spotted. Nano Swarm gets popped. Second one cleared.
Time continuing to tick. The rest of the team holding out from the short just to mark that heaven angle.
Jemkin's gonna be the real answer, but he doesn't have much health. He's spotted. He gets 1 off the drop. He gets 2, but immediately Gen G will absolutely clear the site and get ahead with 13 rounds.
Unfortunate through that smoke with the op kill. No more smokes available for that post plant. Just made things that much more difficult on the delay. The Nanoswarm bought a bit of time, but down to it all at the end, Jemkin was only able to get a couple. Too many players from Gen G, and they all had the same game plan in mind, working together to break down the post plant from RRQ.
This is just a hard read, recognizing that it's going to be a hit. You saw that he uses the slide just to get ahead. It was always meant to be a blind shot in because of that choke point. Now a switch up from RRQ on the defensive positions. Turret used on B site, alarm bot just to check for information in garage.
Still though, Gen G comes back straight in towards the A.
Holding a dangerous position. If he drones here, there's no backup, but there's no one to follow up from Gen G just yet. Counter drone being used, they recognize the elevation. Jemkin gonna have to show that he's dropped. Oh, look at the fast clears. Gen G, they've picked things up. They struggled a lot with that macro, but now both sides pressured already. RRQ doesn't have much of an option but to hold the default.
เจอไหมว่ามันสูสีก็สูสีจริงอ่ะศักดิ์สิทธิ์จริง
It's potential leaks. That said, it does afford for Gen G to set up this C split.
But look at Estrella. He's already ready with a fault line all the way into C site. It's meant to delay any sort of execute, any sort of plan. There's a snake bite.
Smokes as well.
Sphero waiting for the peek out. Still no information. Estrella still holding, but Gen G, they're all here. It's going to be an absolute flood in if they choose to go. There's a paranoia. They're jumping to the back of sight. Charon gets one. Charon gets two. He opens up the sight. The ball line finds no value. Estrella trying to get ahead of things, but it's going to be Charon with three. The rookie is back. No longer a rookie. Experience under his belt. Already an international trophy, and he holds close. Could it be the ace to close things out? He gets the spray, eventually falls, but Texture will finish it, and Gen G reigns supreme once more in 2025.
Closing things.
ตลอดแบบแม้แต่4 คิวก็เกิดจากกูโอ้มันเอาใครมันก็มันเอาจนได้ว่ะเจนจีตอนแรกดูเป๋ทีม4 คิวฝุ่นเต็มคอเลยว่ะทำไงดีอุ้ย50 กล่องเหรอไหน200 กล่องพี่มุกขอบคุณนะครับขอบคุณ50 กล่องครับเต็มโอเคหรือว่าจะไม่รอดละไม่อยากเล่นซอมบ่อยจังเลยเฮ้ยลงตีมไปเล่นเกมดีกว่าดีปะหรือว่าไหนๆก็เล่นแล้วตีมไป
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับพี่น้องๆ
ครับผมครับ
User disconnected from your channel. User disconnected from your channel.
ชวนตี้ใหญ่ขนาดนี้ยังหลบได้ก็ตีมเลยไหนๆก็ดูบิวใหม่ใช่ไหมจะหาปกก่อนจริงๆมันเปลี่ยนเสื้อใหม่อีกแล้วปะใช่ปะหรือมันมันใช่ดิมันเปลี่ยนเสื้อใหม่อีกแล้วตอนแรกมันเป็นเสื้อขาวปะเป็นเสื้อนี่ก่อนเสื้อทองดำก่อนแล้วก็ไปขาวปะทีนี้ไม่มีวอตเนี่ย EMEA มันแข่งที31เลยเปลี่ยนนะนีออนเท็กเจอร์เป็นนีออนที่ไม่หวือหวาแต่ว่าเล่นเข้าระบบงงปะมันเป็นแบบว่าเอานีออนมาทำแผนอะไม่ได้เอานีออนมาซิ่งอะเฮ้ยน้องเอิร์ธแจกขอบคุณน้องเอิร์ธนะ10 กล่องขอบคุณครับเดี๋ยวเรามาเจอกันวันพรุ่งนี้ก็สำหรับบอทปาร์ตี้นะแล้วก็จะมีอีกทีก็นู่นเลย29ขึ้นไปใช่ปะแน่นมาจากขึ้นมาเล่นเกมไอ้นี่ก่อนนะเล่นสักแป๊บนึง